Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and this is going to be a complete full stack blog web application using the new Blazor in .NET 8. So we are going to use Blazor's SSR static server side rendering. We are going to use interactivity for admin pages. We are going to use enhanced form navigation. We are going to use streaming rendering. We are going to use enhanced form submission. We are going to use all of these new features which we have for Blazor Web App template in .NET 8. So this is the app we are going to build. We'll build it from scratch to end. We'll do everything with the authentication as well, the login functionality. Okay, so this is the app we are going to build. This is called Blazing Blog V2. This is version 2 because version 1 we have implemented. I already have one version of this Blazing Blog which has different UI, and it was built using Blazor server, and it was with .NET 6 or 7. I don't actually remember completely, but it was using .NET 6 or 7 with Blazor server only. Now this is a version 2, totally different with a lot of features including the image upload as well. So this is the main home page. We have one featured blog post here with this title, description and short description, then image, read more button which will navigate us to the detail page. Then we have these featured but with the different UI. We have username, we have these categories, then we have couple of latest posts, then we have couple of popular posts. After that we have these categories. So ASP.NET Core, right now we are on this category page. So we have popular in this particular category, we have featured in this particular category, then we have latest in this particular category, then we have this all ASP.NET Core posts. So all category posts, we have one dedicated page for that one. So let's go here, and this is the page where we have paging. I have kept it page size 2 so that I can show you paging. Let's go to C#, which I think has more articles. So here we can go to the next page, then this is being updated. We have previous page, we have next page, then again next page. Right now there is no next page, so we don't have that next page button, we just have previous page button. So these are the category pages. Then we have detail page where we have this category, image, title, we have this username, then we have all this description, all the content. Then we have some related blog posts. Okay, so all these pages are public pages which are totally completely statically server side rendered, and we have this subscribe box as well. So these are statically server side rendered, but still we have this subscribe functionality, and here we can use, I already added this, so if we subscribe it, it will say subscribing and you are already subscribed. So we are using streaming rendering for this. Let's add some user, let's say temp6 subscribing, and thank you for subscribing. So we have subscribed. There is no page reload, no page refresh, nothing, and we have not added WebAssembly or WebSocket connection on this page for this subscribe box for submitting this form. All this is being done using the new Blazor's new feature, that is enhanced form posting with streaming rendering. Okay, so that's all for the public pages. Then we have this login functionality, so we can go to login page. We have this nice login box. Here we can provide as username and password. If we log in, you see now I am the logged in user, so we have logout button with this name of the logged in user, and if we click on this logged in user name, it will navigate us to a dashboard which has some additional options, which is this welcome name. Then we have manage categories, manage blog post, and manage subscribers. So now if we go to manage categories, this page, for this one we are using QuickGrid, the new component Blazor provided for us. So we have this quick grid and all these categories we have. We can do this, we can change these dynamically. You see this. So on this C sharp is on this top list. If I do this, C sharp is on the left. There is some logic going on here. So if I remove C sharp from here, you see this got removed from here but added at the very end. This page uses interactive server mode for this category section, but this top section is still SSR. This is coming from layout, so but we can see the changes in real time. We can edit category, we can modify from here as well. We can create a new category here. Let's add some category. Do we have Razor pages? Yes. Let's use Tailwind, or let's say .NET MAUI. I'm adding it to show on navbar. Save it. Right now our main navbar is supports only 5 items to be shown on the navbar. If I remove any of these, let me remove Razor pages. You see I removed Razor page, then .NET MAUI is being shown here. Yet we can go here. There are no blog posts under .NET MAUI because we just created this category. There are no blog posts. So this is manage category. We can create a new category, we can edit an existing category, or we can update the show on navbar flag just here in real time. Okay, then let's go to manage blog posts. So here this is again a quick grid with pagination. This is again coming from quick grid only. We have these items here: title, image, name, category name. Then we have this featured feature in this, featured or published. So for these sections, you see this slug URL, this is in blue color and clickable. If we click on it, okay, I need to fix this URL. I didn't fix it. Okay, I'll fix it. But it is clickable, but on the first one it is not clickable. That's because this article is not published. So first one is not published. If I just change it here, it says yes, this is published, and we can see it changing to blue color, and now it is clickable. So we have this. I kept page size smaller here so that we can see the paging. So we have right now total 13 items, and this is page 1 of 3. If I tap on it, we are on page 2 with some different set of data, page 3. Okay, now we can create a new blog post. So if I click on here, add new blog post, we have this add new blog post page where we have title, then we have a category drop down, then we have introduction, short introduction. After that we have image upload, and this image, these are we can preview these images before uploading. So if we select some image, you see this did not get uploaded yet. We just can see this preview here, and when we'll upload it, let's say sample blog post under MAUI. So here I select .NET MAUI from random short introduction, and then let's have it here, and I'll say some random short or let's say do this, come here, let's say .NET MAUI blog, .NET MAUI. So let's copy some of the stuff, Android this, let's copy this much. We'll come here and we'll add it here, and this is what you see is what you get, this rich text editor here. Let's make it featured and published. Let's save it. It got saved, we moved back, and now we can see it here. Okay, now if we go to .NET MAUI category, we can see this post here because now we have added this. Now this is not empty. We can open this, so we are on detail page and we can see everything. Right, let's go back to this manage blog post and edit. We can edit it and we can unpublish it, save it. Now it is unpublished. And now if we go to .NET MAUI, again we do not have any blog post because this post is not published now. This is unpublished, we removed it from published. Okay, after that we have this manage subscribers. So I have kept paging of items, 2 items per page, so that I can show you the paging. So all these are the subscribers which we have added. So time 6, 5 and all this paging. Okay, then we can log out from here as well. So log out and we are again back to the home page. So this is the application we are going to build. It has a ton of features. There is so much going on inside this. We have routable pages, we have different layouts, we have nested layouts, we have authentication, login, streaming, rendering, we have different set of pages, we have shared components which we are sharing. For example, if I go to this category page, you see we have this subscribe box, right? Now if I go to this all C# post page, here also I have this subscribe page. If I go to details page, there also I have this subscribe box. So this box is being used as three places, but this is a single component which is being used everywhere. Same goes with this type of sections. Same goes with the this popular posts and all this. We are using a ton of shared components. All right. So enough talking. Let's get started. And if you are following this, so do let me know in the comment. Just let's drop a comment that I'm excited for this video. Let's drop in the comment. Okay, so now let's start it. Now first we'll check what all common things we have so that we can design our components. Right now we just created footer component, header component, not header, that nav bar component, and then we have all our pages directly, right? But in those pages we have different kind of sections. If we see in a template, this is the main home page, category page, detail page. Okay. So on home page, we have this main hero section. This is separate. Cool. After that, we have this section, which is this featured section with next section. So we have these three items here. One item at the left. Do we have similar design anywhere? No, right? Yes, we have it. You see, first item here, then three items on the right. And if we check on the home page, first item here, then we have these three items on the right. So these two designs are same, right? So we can create a separate component for this. Let's create it. We'll call it, this is featured, and here this is read next. So what should we call it? Let's call it two. I don't know. I'm bad at naming this. First thing, this is direct shared component. So inside this components folder, initially earlier I used to create a components folder to store all our components, but now with .NET 8 everything is in components folder. So in here I'm going to create a new folder which I'm going to call shared, like this. And here I'm going to create a new razor component. This I'll call it uh, 2, or maybe I don't know what should I call it, blog posts. Let's call it featured only, featured blog posts list, something like this. Okay, and then inside this we can simply copy that. What is that? We'll go to pages, home page, and on home page, first thing we have this header section. We are not going to touch this. Then we have this call LG6, this section. Then we have this second content section, right? So which is going to have one item in this 8, then couple of items in this. No, not this is not the one. That should be in this call LG6. So after the first component, first item, we have this 6, right? So first one is, okay, first one is this header, this second section, this container. This is that section. LG6, LG6, these two, these two, and the same design. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So what we are going to do, if we check on the detail page, where is our details page? Let's pin these, remove those, home, category posts, and then where is detail page? Details. Where is detail page? Blog post detail. This is the one. Okay. On blog post details, after header, we are going to have main content, and after main, inside this row, LG, first item, then these three items. Okay, this is the section. If we check row with call LG6, call LG6, row call LG6, call LG6, right? Insert container, no. So we should have this row, this section inside that. So we'll go to this featured blog section and we'll add that here. Cool. So save, and now we'll come here. We are on home page. We'll directly call that component, which is featured blog post, right? So let's copy this blazing blog v2.component.shared and add it to imports.razor so that we don't need to add it again and again. So whatever common namespaces we have, we can add it to underscore imports.razor. These are going to be available in this complete folder, so all the razor pages can have access to this. And when we add this, we can simply remove this section and feature blog post. Same thing, we'll go to detail page and we can remove this section, and we will say we will make it dynamic later with the actual items, but cool. Now let's see after this what we have. Okay, after this, 1, 2, 3, we have this section, popular section, right? We have this on home page and we have this on category page. So both of these pages have this popular section, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 items. So we can extract this out in a separate component. Let's go to shared, create a new razor component, and here we'll say popular blog posts list. Okay, and go to home and check for that populars. This is popular. We have this OL. So we can simply cut this OL section and add that section here, save, and in here we can simply use that popular blog post. Same thing, let's go to category, and category also we are going to have that list somewhere. Where is it? It is here. So just remove this and use that popular blog post list like this. Save everything, and now we are good. Okay, let's check what other common thing we can find. Cool. After that, on home page, we have this all stories section, which has this design. We have this left blog post title, short description, then category and author, and then we have this image on the right side. And if we go to the category page, we have the same design for this lead test, right? Same design. On home, this is not. So on home page and category page, we have this design, latest section. So let's call it, we'll call it maybe just blog post list. I don't know. So let's create a section here. Here we'll say Razor component in a shared folder. We'll say blog posts list. Go to home page and let's get this section, which is all stories. We have this Dave, three divs. We are going to cut this and let's use that blog post list like this and add that thing here. Same thing, let's go to category page, featured in science. After that, we are going to have same div, three things, these three things. So let's delete these and add the same blog post list, something like this. Okay, cool. Save everything. After that, we have on category page, we have this subscribe box, and on detail page also we have this subscribe box, right? So let's use this. Although it is on this detail page, it has only email. On this category page, it has first name, last name, but we'll use the same design for both of these. But first thing, we'll need to create a new component for this. So let's create a component. So in a shared, I'm going to add a new razor component and let's call it subscribe box. Subscribe box like this. And let's go to the category page. On category page, we have this section. So inside this container, borders, and if you go to the detail page, let's see what design we have there. So in there we have this border. So from border we need to get this, right? Border P5 light blue, this section. So let's cut it. Add this to subscribe box. And here just use that subscribe box. And same goes with blog post detail page. Let's remove this and just use that subscribe box here. Like this. Cool. So save everything. And now we will run our application to see if all these components and everything is still gives the same look and feel. And we have this function.js alert. We need to remove this. We'll remove. But right now, let's see. Homepage looks same. Everything is still fine. Let's go to category page. Category page looks fine. We have this subscribe box at the very bottom. Go to home page again. Let's go to some detail page. And on detail page also everything looks fine. And we can see this. So you remember initially earlier we have that email address on this, but now we have a common component. So the first name, last name, that means our design and our components are working. So now we have all this. Great. Now we can start working on the actual thing. Now, this is also essential part. We designed all our components. Now we make these components dynamic, but before making these components dynamic, we need to have some data. That means first we need to work on the database side, all the entities and everything what we need. Okay. Oh, before that, let's fix the footer. Let's go to layout, footer, and here also we have this application name. So we will change this to say blazing blog v2 and then copyright copy and then the current year. So it is using this JavaScript, but we'll change it and we'll say date time dot today dot year like this. Copyright this thing and then this all right reserved like this. Cool. And after this made with this template, and I'm going to add one more section, and here I'm going to say, let's say built with, let's make it bold, Blazor plus .NET 8. Okay. And after this by me. Abhay Prince. Cool. Prince. Let me add my YouTube's URL here. So here I'll say www.youtube.com/@Abhay Prince. Cool. Let's save it and let's run it. Let's see if we can see the current year and this additional section. I'm running it and let's remove this JavaScript as well. I'm keep on forgetting this, so let's remove this alert. Cool, save, run. Okay, still because this is getting it from cache, hard refresh, and now we are good. In footer, now we can see the blazing blog. We can see this built with .NET 8, everything made with this. And if I click on this, it opens the YouTube. Right now my internet is again not working, but that is fine. Footer, cool. Let's start working on the main data part. So we'll add our entities. First, let me close everything. So close all tabs. Now in our data folder, we have migration, all these things. So I'm going to create a new folder here. New folder entities like this. Entities. Entities. Cool. And here I'm going to add all my entities. So start with categories. So first we'll have our category. And this category is going to have one ID. We can have it as short. Then it will have a name, string name. Then it will have a URL, slug. Then we are going to have one flag here of type bool, which will say show on never. So if this is true, then we'll show this category on the main nav bar, right? Because we cannot show all the categories on nav bar. So whatever category we think we should show on nav bar, we will handle that using this flag. So I think that's all for this category. Let's add the required attribute, data annotation attribute on this. And let's say max length of somewhat 50. So these data annotations, this I'm using so that I can have the data annotation validations when I will work on this managing these categories on admin side. When it is trying to create it, we will use this. Okay, plug, show never, and everything looks fine. Cool. Let's create the second one. Here I'll say blog post. So whatever blog post we are going to have, let's add all the properties for this. So first thing, we'll have an ID, blog post ID. After that, it is going to have a title. Then it is going to have a slug string, slug. Let me add all these. I'll explain. Okay, so I have added all these in blog post. I have ID. Then I have title, which is required with max length 100. Then we have slug, image, because all the blog posts are going to have some one image, at least one image. Then a short introduction, then the actual main content, the all content of that blog post. Then we have category ID, which is this category. So category ID, user ID, who is the user who is creating this blog post, then is published, if this is published or not. Then we have this view count. So I'm going to use this to show the popular blog post, because the higher the number, the popular the blog post is, right? Higher this view count is, then is featured, this is a flag. If this is true, then we are going to show this featured blog post on that featured section on our home page and category post page. Then we have these two audit fields, created at and published at, when this blog post was created and when it got published. Then we have this navigation property. So category, for this category ID, then this application user, this is for this user ID. Okay. After this, let's move it to its separate its own class. After this, I'm going to have public class. We have the subscribe section on our pages, right? So let's handle that as well. So here we'll say, let's say subscriber. Here, first thing, I'm going to have an ID. After that, I'm going to have an email. And let's have the name. Okay. And then we'll have one date time field, that when did user subscribe to this. So subscribed on, like this. Okay. On email, we are going to have, this should be email address and required and max length of somewhat, let's say 150. And the name, it is going to be required with a max length of, let's say 25. Cool. Save everything. And now we are good. Let's move it to its separate class as well. Move type to subscribers. Just cool. So now we have these three entities set up. Now we need to add these entities to our DB context. So we can create our own DB context, other DB context if we want, or we can use the same application DB context, which this Blazor template created for us because it added all those identity related stuff. So we can use the same application DB context, right? So I'm going to use this only. Here, what I'll do, I'll simply add all these three entities DB sets. So here I'll say DB set of category from our entities, categories. Then second one is blog post. So we'll have our blog posts. And then third one is going to be the subscribers. Subscribers like this. Cool. Now we added these. We need to add these to the migration. So for that, let's open our package manager console. So we already have one migration. We did not run it yet on the database, but let's add this migration. So here we'll say add migration, and we need to add migration. We can name it whatever we want. We have added these blog entities. So let's say add blog entities like this. Let it run. Okay. Let's verify if everything is fine. So we have categories table, small int, identity, name and slug, varchar 50, and on slug we have an varchar max, which is not right. So on category we should have some max length of if name is 50, then max length should be 70 or 75, not more than that. Okay, apart from this subscriber, we have name and email. This is fine. After that we have blog post. So on blog post we have title 100, slug again and varchar max. That is not what we want. So let's go to blog post. On this, let's have a max length of, if the title was 100, so let it be 125, maybe not more than this. And then we have image, which is 100. This is fine. Introduction 500. Content max, category ID, user ID, is published, view count, and all these. Okay, I think we are good. So now what I'll do, I want a new migration. So first thing, I can maybe remove this migration, or I can add one more migration which will fix these data annotation value. So let's create one more migration. So here I'll say add migration, add uh, max length, something like this. Okay, build succeeded, it created, and if we check, slug is now 75 and this slug is now 125. Okay, good, we are okay with this. Let's close everything again, close all tabs. Now we will do one more thing, and that thing is we have this application user which this identity created for us. So it does not have the user name. For this, if we go to the very top, we can see it has lockout and two-factor enabled, phone number confirmed, phone number concurrency step, everything. We have this email, username, and for this identity, username is actually email only. ID and everything is, but it does not have actual user. My name is Abhay, it does not have that Abhay. It will have this username is actually email ID only. So we are going to add a new property here, and I'm going to call it public string and name, just name. Now I am modifying the default built-in identity which came with this template. Okay, so this is going to be required first thing, and max length 25, name is 25. Cool. Now we added this, so we need to add that migration for this as well, because we need to add this to this application user class. So let's open as package manager console again. We'll say add migration, and we'll say add name to application user. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. It does not matter. The content of this class matters. And we are adding this name to ASP.NET users with this max line 25, and we are good. Cool. So we have added all these annotations and all these entities. Now I think from entity side everything is fine. Now next thing what I'll do, let's go to app settings.json where we have our connection string, database connection string. Okay, I'm going to modify this to my settings what I have. First let me make a push it to the repo, then I'll do the things. Okay, so I'll make it dot. I'm making it compatible with my system's database. You can modify it as per your system. So let's have it blazing block v2 only. Database name, trusted connection true, multiple active results set true, and for my local I can say encrypt false. Cool. Now we can run these migrations on a database. So for that, what we can do, we can go to package manager console again. And we can say update database. If you want to do it programmatically, you can do that as well. But for the first time, let's do this update database. And what it will do, it will create a new database for us. And it will add all these tables for us. Okay, it is creating a lot of things and we are good. Created everything. Let's see. I'll check from the server explorer only. Let me connect to it. Can do this. New connection. SQL server. Server name is dot. Windows authentication and optional false trust server certificate, and we have blazing blog v2, right? Test connection, fine, okay. And we have our database here. If we check tables, we have all these tables. So blog post, category, subscribers, these two we have created explicitly, and all these tables identity has created for us, right? Cool. Let's remove everything and now we are good. Great. Now in order to work on this application, first we need the admin part, which the admin is going to create. The first admin is going to log in, and then admin is going to create the categories and blog posts, right? So for this, the login part, that functionality is already in our components, accounts, pages, login.razor. We have this functionality here. We just need to tweak this design a bit. We'll see this. And then we need to have our services by which we can create, basically manage our categories and manage our blog post. But before everything, let's work on this login only. So right now we don't have any user, but we have that register functionality, but we are going to remove that register page. But for now, let's go to this register.razor page, or maybe let's do this. Because we are not going to have register page, we will ship this admin user as a part of our application only. That means the admin's user credentials, those are going to be seeded directly to the database when application is running for the first time. So we are going to do this. For this, what I'll do, I'll create a new folder in the solution. I'll name it services, and in services I'm going to create a new class. Let's say seed service. In this, I'm going to have one method, public async task seed data async. Here we'll seed admin role, then we'll seed admin user, and then we'll seed our categories, initial categories. Okay, couple of categories we'll add by default. Then we will provide the manage category screen as well, category list and add edit categories. All those things we'll provide, but we'll add some default basic initial categories. Cool. The first thing, admin role, admin user, and categories. We'll add a constructor here, and for categories we need our DB context. So we have our application DB context, and for admin role and admin user we need couple of other services which identity provides, ASP.NET Core identity. Okay, so we have, if you go to register, here we are registering a new user. It is not using role, it is just using user, but still if we see, it is using user store, user manager, okay, and couple of other services which we don't need. So user manager and user store, we need these two things. So we'll go here and we'll say I user store of application user. Okay, we'll say user store. After this, we are going to have user manager of type application user. So user manager, and these are for user, and then we have role as well. So for that, let's add role manager, and the type is default, which is identity role, this one. So this is role manager, like this. Cool. So we have all our dependencies. Now we can use this. So first we need to seed admin role. For this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new static class here. So I'll say internal static class, let's say admin account, like this. And here I'm going to have couple of constants. So public const string name, admin name. So let me add my name only. Then public const string email. So let's have some random email, abhay.email.com. Then let's have public const role. So role name is admin, and then one password, and let's have this p@password123, like this, because by default it needs this complex password. We can modify all these settings from program.cs, and here we have all the identity related stuff. We can modify it as per our need. Cool. So this password, or maybe all these details, you can have these in app settings, and you can simply inject I configuration here and then get these values from there as well. That is also an option, but I'm not using that. I'm having these hard coded here. Cool. So now first thing we need to check, we need to seed admin role, but this section we are going to call it for the first time, and if our application restarts, then also this method is going to be called. So for this, what we'll do, first we'll check if we already seeded the admin role or no. For that, what we can do, we can simply add a if statement. What I'm saying, we have on role manager, we have a method which is find by name async, which expects a role name. So here we can provide a role name, which is account admin account dot role, right? So we will check if await this role is null. That means this role does not exist in our database. If that's the case, we need to create this. Okay, so we can say this admin role does not exist in the database. Let's create it like this. Okay, so here what we'll do, let's say we'll say var admin role equals, here we'll create identity role class, identity role, like this, and we can pass the role name here. So we'll say admin account dot role, like this. Cool. We have admin role now. After this, we'll simply say var result equals, we have role manager, and on this we can simply call our create async method with admin role, and it returns identity result. So we'll await it, and then we'll check if result dot succeeded. If it was succeeded, if it was not succeeded, then let's throw an exception. So we'll say throw new exception, and it has string message inner exception. So the message from this result object, result dot errors, it is a enumerable of identity errors, and on this we can say select e goes to e dot, it has description. So these are error descriptions, right? So we can have it errors string, something like this. This is all the errors. So what we'll do, we'll simply join these. So we'll say string dot join, and let's join these by new line, environment dot new line and error string, something like this. Errors string. Oh no, what have I done? Copy, and it was this description. Okay, and that thing I'm going to add here. So in exception, I'm adding all these errors and we are good. We'll simply throw from here. We will not continue further. Fine. Now if we already have admin role or we have successfully created admin role, then move to the second part. Now we need to seed our admin user here. So for this, we'll follow the same approach which we have on register page, which identity provided for us. So from here, when we submit it, it calls this register user method and it creates this bunch of stuff. It uses this, right? So first, it created this user, create user. If we go to this create user, activator create instant application user, it is simply creating the application user instance. After that, setting username, email store, email sync, all this stuff it is doing. Let's do the same thing for us. So first we need to have username. For that, or maybe before that, let's check if we already seeded the admin, right? It might be the case that we already seeded it. So here we'll say admin user equals, let's do the same approach, user manager dot find by email async. Okay, and here we'll say admin account dot email. Now we'll check if admin user is null. Okay, that means this admin user does not exist in our database. Let's create it. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll say admin user equals new application user, which is our admin, our user class, like this. After this, we need to set username async from user store. So let's do this. Same thing. We'll do this user store for us, that is underscore user store. Set username async user is admin user for us. Email is actually this admin account dot email. Cool. Before that, let's do this admin user dot name. This property we have added explicitly, right? So if we have added it, we need to explicitly set it. So we are setting it like this, and then we are setting the username using user store. This is coming from this register page. Now we have this email store section, and I think we can skip this email store. We don't need to use all this email stuff, because if we need this email stuff, we need to generate a code and then verify the user there only. So instead of doing all this, we can simply disable email verification. How we can do this? We can go to program.cs, and here when we are registering our identity, so this is builder.services.add identity core, here application user, and then we see we have options .sign in .require confirmed account. We can simply disable it. So we are not using this email confirmation at all. Okay, save everything. Cool. Register seed service, we were here, right? Okay, so now we have set this username. After this, we are just going to create the user. And how can we create it? We have user manager. On this we have create async, and here we can pass our user, admin user, admin user, and we can pass our password, which is admin account dot password, like this. Cool. And this create async also returns this task identity results, so that means the same thing. We can copy this thing, can use here, and we can simply replace this call with this, like this. Await, let's remove this additional await, and now we are good. Okay, we have this error. Let's add one more section to this error. So we'll say error in creating admin role, something like this. And then we'll say environment dot new line, and then rest of the stuff. Okay, same thing we'll do here. This we'll say error creating admin user, like this, and now we should be good. Cool. We have created admin user. If it was not succeeded, we will simply throw from here. We will not do anything further. Great. Now let's seed categories. For categories, again, we'll check if we already have categories. So for this, we'll say if await context dot categories dot as no tracking dot any async. If we do not have any category, so here we'll say there are no categories in the database. Let's create some categories. Okay, so for these categories, I have already curated a list of categories. Let me copy those over. I'm going to add these in the category entity only. So data, entities, category. In here, I'll have this static method with get seed categories, and I have these C Sharp, ASP.NET Core Blazor, these couple of categories. Okay. Sure, never. Couple of these are shown never true. For others, it is false. So false and true. So we have this get seed categories. It is an array of type category. Let's use this. So here we'll say context dot categories dot add range async, and here we can have category dot get seed categories, like this. We'll await it, and after this we'll say await context dot save changes async, and we are good. So this complete seeding part is done. And remove this. Cool. Now we need to call this seed service, right? So for this, let's extract an interface, add to the current file only, and let's register this iSeed service to our dependency container. So here, before builder.build, I'll say builder.services.add transient iSeed service, iSeed service, and seed service, like this. Okay. Okay, now we need to call this seed service, right? So this thing, what we'll do, let's inside this program.cs only, let's create a method here. So here we will create static async task, and let's say seed, we think something like this, and we will get ice service provider services, like this. Okay, here first we will create a scope. We need to create a scope. var scope services dot create scope. After this, we will get our seed service equals services, not services, from this scope. The scope dot service provider sorry dot get required service and then iSeed service like this. Now we have the seed service. On this we can call iSeed service dot seed data async like this. Cool. Now we need to call this seed async method. After builder.build, we can call it directly. So we'll say await seed async. Can we do this? App.services. We need to pass the service provider, which is app.services like this. Cool. Let's try it out. So I'm adding a breakpoint here. Then let's add a breakpoint in this seed data async as well. Let's run it and let's see if we are able to create this role category and all this. And we have an error. Some services are not able to be constructed. IC service, lifetime transient. What is the issue? Resolve service type, role manager, identity role. It is not able to get role manager. And why so? If we check, here is the identity registration. So what are we missing? Are we missing something here? Identity core, entity framework store, sign-in manager, default token provider. So add roles. Okay, add role manager, add roles, add role store, add role. I think this does everything. So let's call this add roles, which is going to be of type identity role. Okay, let's try it out. Where is the mouse? Okay, let's run. Again, we have some issue. Let's see what is it this time. What is happening? Okay, system is freezing. Okay. Identity role, lifetime, scoped implementation type. What is the issue? Some services are not able to be constructed. Error validating service type, identity role manager. We added roles, right? Some services not able to be constructed. Service type, role manager. Can we maximize this? No. View details. Inner exceptions, 6 inner exceptions. Let me check what it is saying. So it is saying this thing. View unable to resolve service for type identity.I role store. Microsoft identity role while attempting to activate role manager identity role. I role store. It is not able to construct this. I role store. But when I say add roles, it was saying that it is going to add it, right? Add roles. T role including I role store, I role validator, and role manager. It is going to add all these. Add roles. Does this, the order should not matter? Let's see. run it. Let's see if it works this time. Okay, it worked. That means this add roles should be before I add identity framework store. Okay. Okay, now we are here. Seed service, we have this. Now we'll come here. Cool. Role manager, it is trying to get it and it is null. We know this is null because this is the first time we are getting it. Result dot succeeded. It is true. That means it created this role. And we continued further. Then admin user, it is null. We know this is going to be null. And let it create user, and it created the user. This is also succeeded. That means user is created. Then we'll go to our categories, save async and continue. That means all this data is seeded. We can verify it. Let's go here. We have these categories. So right click, show table data. It should have all those categories which we added. Let's see. Yes, we have these. Same thing, we'll check ASP.NET roles. Let's check show table data. And we have admin role. Same thing, let's check ASP.NET users, show table data. It should have that one admin role. Yes, it has it. Cool. That means now we can try logging in because we already have this login endpoint. Let's try if it works. Right, so from seed service, email ID is this avat email.com and password is this, right? So let's run it. This time again it will go to this seed service and this time it will pass through all these. No, admin user is null, still null. It should not be null. What is the issue? Duplicate username, yes. So user manager dot find by email async. This does not work. Or are we missing something? By email async. This is error. It is going to error in creating admin user username. This is already taken. What they are using register? They are using user store directly. That username we set it to user store, but we checked with ASP.NET. It has the email, right? Oh, email is null. Email is null. Email is null. Why email is null? It set this username, but it did not set the email. So for this we need email store? Maybe. So that means we need that email store. So we'll go to register. On register we have this email store and this thing, right? Email store dot set email. Let's copy these two things. Go to our seed service here, and after setting this username async, we'll use this. So get email store. What we have for get email store? So get email store. It is this thing, right? Like this, and this should be underscore user store like this. Okay, now we have email store, set email async user, which is admin user, and email, which is going to be this email, and we are good. Let's do this. For me, what I'm going to do, I'll go to the app settings and I'll modify this name to v1-1. Can we have hyphens in database name? Maybe, or let's add this to 1, or maybe underscore 1 like this. Save. Now it will going to create everything, but we need to run the update database, right? So instead of doing that, we can automate that thing as well. How we can do this? In the seed data async, what we'll do, let's create one more folder here. Now, method here, we'll say private async task, and let's say migrate database, like this. Okay, migrate database sync. Here we already have underscore context. So on this context, we can check if underscore context dot database dot get pending migrations async. Right? Await get pending migrations async. On this, we can check if it had something. Here we'll say dot any if there is any pending migration. So I have changed the connection string. That means I am in a new database. So it has all these migrations pending only. If that's the case, we will simply await context database migrate async. We will migrate the database. Okay. And we should do this dynamic migration only in development mode. We should not do this in production mode. The reason is migration could break things, right? Let's say there was some data in the database and we modified the maybe max length, we reduced it, so it will going to truncate the existing data. So that's why that is not a good practice to dynamically migrate database in production. For this, we'll do this. We'll add if debug and if, and we'll add this logic here. Okay. And in seed data async, first line we'll say await migrate database async, like this. Cool. Let's try to run it. So I'm running it. Seed service, we are here. Migrate database, we came here. We have migrations. Now it is going to run the migrations, and same thing, it will create role, create user, create categories, and all these, and run. Cool. Now let's try it out second time. This time it should not have any pending migration. Yes, it returned from here. Then role is already created. Then user, we should have one user this time. Yes, we have this. And categories also we already have. So it will skip all these steps and it will continue. Cool. Now for login, we have this account slash login. This endpoint design it off because we removed bootstrap and app.css. So we'll fix this design. We'll make it as a part of our current template only. But right now, let's try to check it. So I have abhay@email.com and password I had p@password123. So login. And it logged in. Cool. But we are not seeing anything here. We'll make that change, but at least that thing is working. It is able to get the user. Cool. Okay, now first thing, let's go to the layout, top navbar, and we'll modify this button, get this theme. We'll change this button to login button. So let's say login, and the URL is going to be the same, account slash login. Save. But now that we show you, it will always be there. We can tap on it and it will navigate us to the login page. breakpoint. Now we don't need it, so we can remove this and this. Okay, it's here. Login, we can tap on it and we can log in. Cool. So we logged in, but this button did not change, but it should change, right? So for this, what we'll do, in here, we will use authorized view. So this is a way in Blazor we can render our template HTML as per the authorized state. So this authorized view, it has three things. First is authorized, second is not authorized, and there is third state which is authorizing. So as the name suggests, when it is trying to authorize, it is trying to fetch the authorizing state, that if the user is authorized or not, then this content is going to be rendered. And when it has successfully get the authorization state and user is authorized, then it will render this section. And if user is not authorized, then it will render this not authorized section. So in our case, we don't need authorizing. We just need authorized and not authorized. So if user is not authorized, that means user is not logged in. So we will simply show this login link. Okay. Now if user is authorized, then we'll show logout button. So we'll say this is going to be logout, and before this logout we will display the current logged in user's name. So for this I'm going to use the same thing but the content, and this authorized view, it gives us one special variable, special parameter, that is context, and using that context, at the rate context, it gives us this authorized view, gives us this. So on this context, this is authentication state, and we can access the claims. From there we can access identity, and from there we can access the name. Okay, then identity could be null, but we are adding this inside authorized view. That means user is going to be always authorized inside this, so we'll have access to name, and identity will not be null, so we can simply omit that warning. Okay, href for now, let's leave this href like slash only. We'll modify it. Okay, let's save it and let's see if we can see this new UI. It is here. So we can see these two things. That means user is already logged in and we can see this email, and log out is not going to work. I am moving it to the login page. So this is not the thing which we want. Oh, I made it. Yeah, this is fine. So for this logout, let's check what was earlier which came with this default template. So in the nav menu section, we had a login section. Where is it? Sorry, logout section. This section. So the way it is handling logout, we'll create a form, and from there we'll simply submit it because this is SSR. So we need to submit this form, and this is going to this URL account slash logout. Now if you try to search for this account logout page, there is no page. How they are handling it? This is an endpoint, minimal API endpoint we could say. So we have identity component endpoints route builder, and in here we have this logout. It is on this group. So slash account, this is the first part, then slash logout, this is the second part, and here we are signing out, sign in manager dot sign out async, and then we are redirecting it to return URL, whatever URL we have in here in this hidden field. So this is how it is working. What we'll do here, we'll simply copy this form and we'll go to our top nav bar, and in this logout section we are going to add this like this. Okay, and in here on this button, nav link, everything looks fine. Cool. Now for this current URL, if we check what we have here on the nav menu page, we have current URL which is navigation manager.to base relative path, whatever current URL we have, and then it is changing it whenever we are navigating around somewhere. Okay, but we can skip this. We can just have the home page URL. So for that, what we can do, we need to inject navigation manager first. So we'll say inject navigation manager. We'll call it navigation manager only. And then we can use this navigation manager display. So current URL, let's have it as a variable here. So we'll say string current URL, or maybe redirect URL, and override on initialized. In here we can use this redirect URL to navigation manager dot to base relative path, and here we'll use navigation manager dot base URI. So this is the base URI, that means the default domain port. So in this particular case it will be localhost colon whatever port we have, and if let's say I have hosted it on blazingblog.v2.com, in that case this base URI is going to be in that https://blazingblog.v2.com, so which is going to be the default home page. So let's use this in here. Cool. So that means this post is done. It should work now. But before that, this name, let's remove this highlight class because we need this as same as uh, other links. And from other links, just let's remove these two about and this doc. So we are not using these. So save everything and let's run and let's see if we are able to log out the user and log in back again. Okay, it is here right now. If you see, we have this logged in user's email and logout button, and now if we log out, we are on home page and we can see the login. Now if I log in, and cool, so this login logout and the status is working. But now we have one problem, not problem, but it is showing this email, right? But what we need is, so this identity.name, this default is that email, that username in ASP.NET identity, but we need to show our user's name. the actual name. So for that, what we can do when we are logging in. So if I go to login page, right now what it is doing, it is using sign in manager dot password sign in async with the current email and password, that username and password. And the way it works, it automatically adds the basic claims, and for those claims the name and the email are email only, but we need to modify it. So that name, we are not going to use that name, but what we'll do, we'll use our own name. What I mean is, we have a name property in application user, right? So we are going to use that particular thing. So let's do this. Let's create a new method here so that we can add our own logic in that. We'll compare and then we'll remove this login user. So here I'll say private async task, let's say perform login async, something like this. Okay. Here what we need to do, first thing we will check, and then we cannot use the password sign in async. We cannot add additional claims using this password sign in async method. We need to use some other method. And for that other method, we need to do a bunch of things. So first thing, we need to check if this user actually exists. So for that, we'll say user await user manager dot not get find user manager, right? Don't we have user manager here? Sign in manager, we don't have it. Let's inject user manager. So we'll say inject user manager of application user manager. Okay. So on user manager, we will use find by email async, and this is going to be input dot email. So now we are checking if this user exists with this email. Now we'll check if user is null, that means this user does not exist. So we can do the same thing they have done, this invalid login attempt. And let's return from here, don't do anything further. Now if user is not null, that means we have this user. Then instead of this password sign in async, we have another method on this sign in manager, which is sign in manager dot check password sign in async. Okay. So using this, first we need to pass the user. So we already have user, then password. So we have this as input dot password. Then lockout on failure, we can set it to false. We don't want the user to log out on invalid attempt. And then it returns the same result, identity result, actually the same type which this password sign in async returns. Okay. Now we'll check if it was able to successfully verify the password. So here we'll say if result dot succeeded. If it was false, that means if the sign in using this password was not correct, that means password was incorrect. So we'll do the same thing, invalid login attempt, or we can say invalid password, incorrect password, like this. Okay. And if that's not the case, if we reach this point, that means user exists and the password is correct. So everything is fine. Now we can use one more method on the sign in manager, that is sign in with claims async. Okay. So on this, we have this overload. So here first it needs user. So we have user. Then second it needs is persistent. So we have input dot remember me. Then third parameter, we can pass additional claims. Okay. So now we'll create those additional claims. So here I'll say additional claim and let me change it to claim array, and this is the best feature in this .NET 8 C# 12 which I like the most. That is like this, we can use this array and in here we can pass anything. So here I'll say claim and here I'm going to say full name. This is the key type, and then value we will use user dot name. This is the name which we have defined. Cool. And now we can pass additional other claims as well if we want, but right now we don't need any other, so we should be good. Additional claims. The name is up to you, and then we can pass this. Great. And now logging in is successful. Then we can do the same thing they have been doing in login user, and logged in user logged in, and redirect to the return URL whatever it has. Cool. So from this login async we can comment out everything and we can just call our perform login method. Await perform login async like this. And now it should work and we should have access to this full name. Now we are going to use this at other places as well. So if you are following me, I hate these magic strings. So what I'll do, I'll create a new constant class. So let's say app constants, and this is going to be a static class. And here I'll do public static class claim names, and here I'm going to create a public const string full name. This name and value is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, so when we are setting this claim, let's use that constant. So we'll use app constants dot claim names dot full name. Cool. Now saving is done. We need to get this value, right? When we add this to claims, and if we go to our top navbar, we have access to the context, this context user. So this user is actually claims principal, and on this claims principal we have a list of claims. So we can get that claim from here. We might need it somewhere else also. So what we'll do on this claims principal, I am going to create a extension method on this claims principal. Okay. And we are going to use ID as well. We will need ID, user ID. So that also we will use. So let's create a new file and let's call it extensions. Extensions. Fine. This is also going to be static because this is going to hold extension methods. So here I'll say public static string get username, and I'm going to create this extension method on claims principal. So claim principal like this, and from here I can access principal dot Get username, this is I am defining, this does not exist. So we have find first, or we can use find first value, and in this we can pass the claim type, and that is going to be app constants dot claim names dot full name, like this. Okay, and if this is null, although it should not, because we are going to call this method from after logging in only, so we are good. Okay, now we might need user ID as well. So for that, what we can do, we can use the claim types dot name identifier, which commonly gets used for unique ID, and this is going to be get user ID. Okay, now we are good to use these methods. So what I'll do, I'll come here on top navbar dot tracer, and in here after at the rate context dot user dot, I can use that get username here. Okay, and let's do this. Let's check if we can get the user ID as well. So after this username, let's see if we are getting user ID. Get user ID. Okay, now let's try it. Okay, it is here now. So if you see, it was user was already logged in. We can see the ID, user ID, which this automatically added, but we cannot see name because that claim does not exist. For that, let's log out and now log in. Now it will use that additional claim, that full name claim. You see, I logged in and now I can see Abhaprinis, which is the name of the user, full name, and hyphen, then this is the ID. So that means we are getting user's name and user's ID. Cool. So save it again and everything looks fine. Log in, log out, getting the current logged in user credentials, everything is working fine. Now we'll start working next, and the first next thing is going to be, let's fix the UI of this login page. Let's run this and we'll see this side by side, the design. So hot reload, sometimes it is working, sometimes it's not. So I hope this works this time so that we can actually see the things. Okay, good. Right now I'm logged in, good. Log out. So, okay, we can't see this side by side. Okay, so the thing is, we don't need this external login. We will just use this login, and we can remove these recent email confirmation, register user, forget password. We'll remove all these options, and we'll move this section to the center of the screen with some shadow. So let's see. Let's clean this up. So first thing, this call md offset to this external login picker. We don't want this, so let's remove this. After that, this forgot password, register and resend email confirmation, we don't want all of these, so let's remove these as well. Now we just have login information, username, password. Then what we'll do, we'll wrap all of these things in a container. So div class container. Okay, cut everything and we'll add a div class call and sm4, 4 is enough, and we'll paste all those inside this thing. Cool. Now on this container, we want this call SM4 to be in the center of the screen. So let's use display flex. So deflex, then justify content center to move it to the horizontally center. And then for vertically aligning it, we'll say align items center. But this needs height because for horizontal we set container which adds a height, so it knows how to center it. But when we say align item center, so vertically there is no height defined, so it will take the height what this content needs. So for this what we'll do, we'll provide an explicit height. So we'll say style min height, and we'll use calc function. This is css function by which we can calculate some things dynamically. Then we have a 100 VH, which is 100 viewport height. So this is a relative unit. So whatever screen size we are currently seeing, the window size, that is viewport height. And from this we'll uh, subtract, we'll minus some height. So we have header, we have footer. So maybe header is of 60, 70, and then footer is of maybe 100. So let's add 250 px to be that a margin basically, so that it gets the proper height. Okay, save it and let's see where is it, and it's here. Cool, this is in center. But now we don't need this call md4, right? And this row, we don't need all of this. So what we'll do, we'll simply get this status error message and this edit form, and we'll add it right after login like this. Save and let's see. Cool, it is coming pretty good, right? Okay, now let's add some shadow to this box. So on this container, or no, not container, on this call SM4, let's add a shadow. So this is a bootstrap property, bootstrap class, which adds a shadow, and we can see this shadow. Then let's add some padding. So on this call SM4 only, let's use py3. And now we can see something. Yes, cool. Then this, remember me, this button is getting out of this screen, this shadow box. Let's move it to the right. So where is it? This. So on this, let's add ML3 so that margin left, we get some margin left. Okay, looks like it is coming pretty good. And let's make it as 5 so that it looks a bit smaller. And now we have everything. Just this email and password, these are coming below the text box, but this should not be the case. So let's see what the issue is. And the issue is this form floating, which came with this current Blazor template. So this is coming from Bootstrap 5, but our template, our UI design template, which we referenced, it is using Bootstrap 4. So it does not have that form floating, so that labels are not floating. So what we'll do, we'll simply move labels first. So before input text, there should be label. Move it, save it, and let's see. And boom. So now we have this login. Use a local account to login. We have email, password, remember me, and login. Great. Let's try it. Login. And we are here. I can see my name and the logout button, and everything is fine. Cool. So I'm liking it. All right. Now we'll work on the admin section first, because that is going to add the data to the system, which we can use on our public pages, home category and detail pages. So for this, the admin user, it is going to see some additional options. So for that, what we'll do, we'll create a separate layout for admin. Right now, this main layout, this is the actual main layout for the complete application. But for admin, we'll create a new layout. We'll call it admin layout. Okay. And we are going to use nested layout basically. So this admin layout, this is first, it should inherit from layout component base. Then we'll set layout for this layout, which is going to be main layout. So now this admin layout, this is going to act as a nested layout. So first main layout, then admin layout, and after that the actual body, whatever uh, content we want inside this admin layout. So what this admin layout is going to have, first we're going to have the complete width of the screen, and then we'll have a div class row, and inside this we are going to have two columns. First column for additional menus which admin requires, that manage category, manage blog post, and then right section where we'll going to display, render the content for that particular page. For manage categories, we are going to display the list of categories and all those. So here we'll first have div class call md2, and then the second one md10. Okay, so this first one, this is going to have menus, and then the second one, this is going to have the content which will be passed as a part of body. Okay, so for this call md2, what we'll do, let's do this. Let's create a page in pages folder, add razor page, razor component, and we'll call, let's say, dashboard, and page, the URL I'm setting, that is admin slash dashboard, and on this dashboard page I'm going to set layout as admin layout, and this is not coming up, underscore import, let's add component slash layout. Okay, save everything, and now we have admin layout with this S3 dashboard. And now what we'll do, when we are logging in, or maybe let's do this on top navbar, when we tap on this logged in user, this link, so we'll navigate user to this dashboard page like this. And same thing we'll do from login. So let's go to login.razor. After logging in, return URL, and where is this return URL set? Return URL. Okay, that means we can set it hard coded here, or maybe let's add this directly to this, the default value, that is going to be this admin slash dashboard. Save and run it. Now we'll see that admin layout for this dashboard page, and then we'll start designing that page. Okay, let me pull this up, and now if I log in, I came here, it should have gone to dashboard. We'll check what the issue is, but right now let's go to dashboard manually, and now we can see this page, right? So let's do this side by side, but because we need this complete width, so what we'll do, this maybe like this. I don't know if you guys can see this, but right now I don't have any other choice. What I'll do, I am on admin layout, right? So I'll pin this and I'll close all other tabs. Oh my god, I closed that one as well. So admin layout, fine. Now we can see if I add some heading here, I'll say main menu or admin main menu, save it. So we should see this admin main menu here, right? So this is the left call MD2 and this is call MD10. Cool. So now this left section, let's design it a bit. So here, first thing we need, we will display the username. So here we'll say authorized view and authorized. Inside it, we'll add, let's say h6. And here I'm going to say @context dot user dot get username like this. Okay. So we could say that welcome and this username. And okay, stop debugging. Then run it again. I have it here. Let's navigate to dashboard. So admin slash dashboard and we can see welcome up appearance, right? Now let's do this. On this left section, let's add some background. So on this MD2, I'll say BG gray and some padding from, let's say vertically PY3, save everything and we can see this. Cool. Let's make it bold and move it to the center. So on this H6, I'll say text center and font weight bold. Save and we can see this. Cool. After this, I'll add one HR horizontal rule and then I'm going to add our menus. So here I'll have div class list group which is coming from Bootstrap and in here I'm going to have couple of links. So nav link, href. So first let's use admin slash manage categories. Okay, and here the text is going to be manage categories. Let me copy this 2-3 times so that we can see the design here. Okay, these are coming. Now we'll add class which is list group item. Save and we can see this. And we'll add one more class that is list group item action. Save. Okay, now let me copy this or maybe let's add other uh, options. So then second option we are going to have manage blog posts. So the text is going to be manage blog posts and after that third one is going to be manage subscribers. Save everything and now we'll have one more action that will be that log out. Okay, So for this, I'm going to add a div here. So div class, same list group item and list group item action. And inside this, I'm going to add the same form we have this for this log out. So top neighbor, let's search for that form. We have this logout form. Copy this, go to admin layout and add it here. Okay, the redirect URL, we'll set it. But before that, on this button, this has this navlink class, right? So we'll remove this navlink and we don't need this icon. So let's remove that icon as well. So we'll have button with text logout and the classes on this button. We'll use btn, btn sm and btn danger, red color. Save everything. Okay, now it broke. Now for this redirect URL, let's inject our navigation manager here. So inject navigation manager and we'll use this navigation manager. The same thing. So we'll say navigation manager dot to base relative path navigation manager dot base URI. So it redirects to the home page like this. Okay, and we can do one thing. Let's move this form to a separate control, right? Because we are using it at two places, right? So let's move it, create a new component in shared. I'm going to create add razor component and we'll say logout form. And the design is going to be this one. Now this class, this is the dynamic part, right? Let's remove this inject from here. We'll add it here. And in top navbar, we had this thing. So let's do this here inside code. And this redirect URL, let's add it here like this. And now this design, these buttons class, these are different at both of these places, right? So what we'll do, we can get one parameter. So we'll say prop string uh, button classes, something like this. It should be parameter and let's say editor required, so that it shows that this button class property is required if we are adding this component anywhere. Okay, now we are good. Now we can use this here. So here we'll say button classes like this, save. And now we can go to admin layout, and admin layout we can add that logout form here, logout form. So that editor required, what it does, this editor required, right? Now if we come here on the admin layout, you see we have this warning, and here we can see component logout form expects a value for the parameter button class. So it gives us this warning so that we knows that this is required. So it gives good developer experience. Now I can show you, if we remove this editor required, save, and now if you go here, that warning is not here. So now we can have unexpected behavior. So if our component requires something to functional properly, we should add this editor required. Cool. This warning is different. This is saying that this is not nullable and you did not provide any default value, so we can do this. This is different. Cool. Now here we'll provide button classes, same btn, btn sm, btn danger, save. And for top neighbor, Now we don't need this redirect URI. We can remove this form from here and just have this class, and we'll say logout form with button classes this. Great. We don't need this navigation manager now. Cool. Save everything and run it. It came. We are here. So this logout button, it still has the same look and feel. If you go to dashboard, we have this logout button. This is the same form, but we have this small, the different design, right? So that means that component is working as expected. Now, first thing we'll do, we'll increase the size of this left section. Okay, so that it takes the entire screen. And for that, what we'll do, layout. Or maybe let's add that to this container fluid only. So here we'll say min height, style, min height, same thing, calci 100 VH minus that 250 pixel. So it is taking this much of height by default. Should we add it here? If we add it here, it is not going to get that. So not here. We'll add it on this call MD2. Style, style, and class. Okay, save everything. And now we can see this like this. Now for this dashboard, this section, this right section, okay, we'll have the same background, which this has BG gray. So let's add a thing here. 250 is a lot for this, right? So 200 maybe. And for that left section, let's go to dashboard. We have pages, dashboard. So what I'll do in pages, I'll going to create a new folder. I need to stop it to create a new folder. I'll name it admin. I'll move dashboard inside this admin. Here, cool. And on this dashboard, this header section, I need this header section a bit different. So what I'll do here, I'll say div class bg gray, so that same thing. Then I'll have padding from all the sides, right? And then I'm going to have other classes. So deflex, justify content between. What I want here, so I can have the heading at the left side and the action button. For example, on manage category, add a new category button, that is should be on the right section of this. So I'm adding this justify content between, and here I can have h5, and here I will have dashboard. I don't have anything for the right section right now, but let's have div class, we'll call it something action buttons, and let's have deflex for this as well. If we have multiple buttons, and align items center like this, and here we can have our action button. For example, let me add one button. So button, type button, and class btn, btn sm, btn maybe primary, and some add something. So save it and run it. Okay, okay. And if I go here, we can see this. Cool, this is working. Now this section, this dashboard and this button, this section is going to be applied for all our admin pages, right? So what we can do, but it is going to apply it for all the pages so that we can have this on the layout. But the point is this text is going to be dynamic. This button is going to be dynamic. I tried with sections, but somehow the events with section does not work. So we can have this text. So what I mean is I can simply copy this, go to admin layout, and I have this section. Here I can have a section outlet with some name. So let's say section name, I'll call it header. And then if I come here, and here I can define that section outlet, section content. Section content with the same section name, that was header. We can provide this thing, so it will work. And if I have something outside this section, so let's say h4 or maybe some p, I'm saying content of dashboard. So although it is before this section, but this section is going to be rendered at the place which we have defined in our layout. Now the problem here is with this section, this button. Let me add one event handler here. So private void some abcd. Okay, and let me add a breakpoint here. And on this button, I'll add this on click, and I'll call this abcd. Now if I save it and run it, so this button click event, so these interactivity, this does not work. Oh, maybe it was because this page was not interactive when I looked into it. That's the case. Let's see. Right now nothing is happening. So for all these event handlers and all of these things, I can add render mode interactive server. Let's see if it works. Maybe when I tested, I did not add this interactive server thing, or interactive server or interactive WebAssembly, but right, we have set up our project for interactive server only, so just interactive server. We will need this for our manage categories and blog post pages, but for this, let's try it out. No, it does not work. No, it does not work. Okay, I was not wrong. So this does not work. The text content is going to be changed. We can see this. What I mean changed, I can set any content that is going to be rendered there. So in order to achieve this same thing, what we can do, we can simply extract this content out in a component, in a separate component. So in this, not in pages, in shared, I'm going to add a new razor component, and I'm going to call it admin header. Okay, and in here I'm going to add this thing. Now this dashboard, this title, this is going to be dynamic. So let's create a property here, public string and string title, and this is going to be a parameter. We are going to get it from the consumer of this component, and we'll add editor required because this is going to be required for our case. So title like this, and then this button, this section is going to be dynamic. There could be multiple buttons, there could be one button. So how can we achieve this? For this, we will simply add a property of type render fragment. nullable render fragment with default child content. So user can provide child content for this, which will be the right side, or we can add if this does not make sense in the way that this is not actually the body of this admin header. What I mean is, now let me show you. First, let's consume this. So first thing, I'll go to admin layout. I'll remove this section. I don't need this here. Then I'll go to dashboard. I'll remove this. And for this top section, I'll say admin header. It will ask me for title. I'll provide dashboard. And then for those buttons, how the current implementation of an admin header, how this will allow us, it should be a child content body. That means we need to provide those buttons here like this. But if you directly look at this does not make sense. The buttons are direct child of this admin header. This does not make sense. So instead, what we can do, we can have named fragment. So for this, we'll say action buttons. Okay, we just named it and we are going to use this. And now from here, inside this, what we can do, we can use those action buttons like this, right? Save everything. And inside this action buttons, we can add this. Not here, here. Let's see if it works. Okay, it is here. Let's see if I go to profile. We have some issue. It says admin header does not have a property matching the name child content, but we don't need child content, right? Am I missing something here? Action buttons, admin header, render fragment, action buttons. Oh, parameter. Save. And if I go back to here, I can see action buttons. Cool. Okay, now let's run it. Now it should work. Now it makes sense because this admin header title is this and action buttons HTML is going to be here. So it makes sense then. And it is here, by prints, and we can see this, right? Everything is fine. Cool. Let's remove this thing. And right now for this particular page, we don't need this action button. So we can remove this as well. We don't need this code section. Remove this. We don't need this interactive server. Remove this. Save everything and okay, now we are good. Now we'll start working on the next page, which is going to be our manage categories page. So for that, first we'll work on business logic, the service layer basically. So in services, I'm going to create a new class and let's call it category service like this. And now inside this, let's add a constructor and we can use our application DB context. Now with this application DB context and when we use interactive server with Blazor, so it's always a good practice to use DB context factory instead of concrete DB context classes. The reason is by default these DB context, these are registered as scoped. We can change those to be transient, but sometimes we might trigger two different calls parallelly on the same DB context, so that can again give us that exception that this DB context is already in use. So it's always a good practice to use IDB context factory. So how we can use this, instead of directly registering the application DB context, what we can do, we can register IDB context factory, this one, and this is generic type interface. So we can pass our application DB context that we need a factory for this DB context. So let's name it IDB context factory, and whenever we need it, from this we can simply access this create DB context method or create DB context async. We could use any of these. Okay, so now let's create the methods which we need. So first we need a method to fetch all the categories. So we'll say public async task and the category array. Let's call it get categories async. Okay. Now we can get access to the context using this context factory dot create DB context or create DB context async. Now we will use this, but the context should be short-lived. We should create instance, use it and dispose it as soon as possible. And this IDB context factory, our DB context, it gives us iDisposable. So instead of using it like this, we can say using, and it is going to disposed right after this code execution leaves the body of this method. Okay. Now after this, let's get the categories. Here we'll say categories equals await context dot categories dot as no tracking, because we are not tracking anything here. We are not tracking any change. And then we can say to array async. And after that, we can simply return these categories. So we are good now. Okay. Now let's create a method to save the categories. Public async task, and let's return the category only. And here we'll say save category async, save category async, and we will get category object, and then we'll try to save it here. So for this, first we'll check if this is a new category or we are editing the category. So for that, we can simply check category.id. If it's equals 0, that means it's a new category. And if that's not the case, it's an existing category, like this. Okay. So when it's a new category, first thing we want to check if this category already exists in our database, right? Let's say I have that Blazor category already, and I am creating a new category, and I again created Blazor category. So this should not happen, right? So now we need to check if this category with this name already exists. For this, we need context. For that, we need to again try creating a context from this create DB context. Now, if I do this here, I need to do this inside this section as well, else. So one approach could be, let's keep it just before if and else. Now again, this line, this thing, we need to repeat it everywhere, right? We are creating this context and then we are disposing it. So instead of doing this, what we can do, what I use for such scenarios, I use a template pattern. What that is, we will define a method. So private async task, okay, and it could return anything. So task t result, and then I can say query or execute on context, something like this. And now it will expect a delegate of type func, and it will pass application DB context as a parameter. and it will return a task of T result as output. T result. T result. Like this. Execute on DB context. Okay. And we can name it whatever we want. Maybe let's call it query. I don't know if this is the right naming, but we should be good. Okay, let's use it query only. And here what we'll do, we'll get this like this, and then we'll simply say query dot invoke, and we'll pass this context, and this should be awaitable, and we'll return this like this. Okay, now what we can do when we are doing this operation, so instead of doing this it like this, because now we don't have context, so we will get context from this method. What we can do here, we can say return await execute on context, and in here we will get access to the context like this, and we can simply move this logic inside in this method, and now we are good. Let's make it async. So now this method, we are going to use this in all our methods. What it is going to do, simply it will create a DB context, it will pass it to this inner lambda function, and then it will execute it. After that it will return the result and dispose the DB context. That is what we need, right? So same thing we'll do here. We'll say return await execute on context async context, and now we can have this complete logic inside this method. Okay, like this. Cool. Let's return this default category. Okay, now we need to check if the category with the same name already exists, right? So what we can do, we can check if await context dot categories dot as no tracking, or maybe let's should we get it outside of this? Yes, let's get this category outside of this. We'll say var db category equals no, we should have it inside this only, because the checking for that duplicate name, that condition is going to be different for else case. Okay, let me show you what I mean. Here I'm just checking if await context dot categories dot as no tracking dot any async c dot name equals category dot name. So this means there is some category of this name which already exists in our database. So from here what we'll do, we can simply throw an exception, throw new let's say invalid operation exception. Okay, and here we can pass our message, which is going to be category with the name, and we can have our category dot name already exists. Okay, now after this, now the category does not exist, that means we can work on it. So for this category, the slug, we will create the slug. So how can we create it? We can simply say category dot name, and then we can apply our slugging logic. But the slug is converting this title, this name, to an URL basically by removing all the special characters and all those adding hyphens. So this logic we are going to need that for our blog as well. So for this what we can do, we can simply go to our extensions method and we can create extension method here. Here we'll say public static string and we'll say to slug. Okay, and it will get a string. So string text, and then we'll convert it. So how we can convert it? We'll say first thing text dot to lower. After that we'll going to replace all the spaces with hyphens. So there shouldn't be any space. Let me move it to the next line. After that we are going to replace any double hyphen to single hyphen. There could be multiple hyphens, and then we'll simply trim the trailing and leading uh, hyphens, because we don't want hyphen at the very beginning and very end of the string. Now we have converted spaces basically, but we need to trim out all the special characters as well. So for this what we are going to use, let's cut it and we'll use regex. Regex dot replace. Input is going to be what we already have. So let's do this. Let's make it a full body function. So here we'll say var, or let's modify the text only like this. Then we'll say regex dot replace. First we need to pass the input, which is going to be this text only. Then the pattern. In the pattern we are going to use anything which is not 0 to 9 or A to Z. Okay, so the capital are not going to be there because we already made this lower. So we are allowing 0 to 9, A to Z, and we are allowing underscore, nothing else. Okay, if that's the case, then replace, we would have some other overload replacement. We will replace those special characters with hyphen like this. It returns a string, right? So now we'll say text equals this. What it is saying, use generate regex attribute to generate the regular expression implementation at compile time. And if I use this, it is using this slug regex. I have not used it. I have no idea about it. If you guys know about this, how this works, please do let me know in the comment, and I'm going to definitely read about it. Okay, so slug regex dot replace. Now what we should do, this thing, we should get this out and then return this thing from here. So let me explain it what it is now. Cool. So first thing, when we came here, we converted the text to lowercase. Then we replaced all the spaces with hyphen. If we are replacing spaces with hyphen, we don't need to do this, right? Because this regex is going to handle this. So let's remove this. If we are doing this, then maybe we can simply get it and use this directly. Regex dot replace, right? Like this. Now we have lowercase, and whatever character we have that is not 0 to 9, A to Z and hyphen, we are replacing that with hyphen. After that we have this line which says now replace double hyphen, because there could be double hyphen. What if I had let's say maybe I created Blazor space hyphen was something like this. Now if it will be converted, so it will be like this: Blazor, then hyphen, this is space, then again hyphen, this is the starting parenthesis, then was, and then hyphen. So it will convert like this, right? So now what we are doing, we are replacing the double hyphens with single hyphen. So we will convert this thing in here, so it will become Blazor hyphen was hyphen like this. After this we are trimming the leading and trailing slashes. So this line is going to remove the last slash. So let's do like this. Okay, so this will behave like this. Cool. So now we can use this to slug category dot name dot to slug to slug. Great. Now we can add this to our context. So we'll say context dot categories dot add async, and we can add this category here using await. Cool. So this part is done. After that we can say await context dot save changes async. Now in else part, when we are editing an existing category, so first thing we'll check if that name exists. So for this what we can do, we can copy the same condition but with one additional condition, and that condition is going to be if this name already exists with some category which is not this current category. So c.id is not equals category.id. Right? If we just use the first condition, and let's say I am modifying the Blazor WASM category. So what it will do, this condition will return true because Blazor WASM category is already there. So it will fail. But when we added this, now this will check if this name exists with some other ID, not this current ID. Okay, if that's the case, we will simply say category with the name already exists, so that is fine. After this, now we will get this category from database for the updated values. So we'll say var db category equals await context dot categories, and we can use find method. So find async, and we can pass our id which is going to be category dot id like this. Let's move it to the next line. Okay, now we have this db category. Now what we'll do, we'll simply say db category dot name equals category dot name. We are not allowing user to modify the slug. The reason being, when we first created the category, there could be some URLs which already indexed by some search engine. So if we modify the slug from here, it will simply break those URLs which we don't want, right? Okay, this time we know this is not, this shouldn't be null actually. And then we have one more field which can be updated, that is show on navbar. So category dot show on navbar, and then we can again save changes. So instead of doing this at two places, we will simply add this after if and else both the condition, and then we'll simply return the category. Okay, so before returning it, we can do this category dot slug equals db category dot slug. In case somehow the client modified the slug, we will revert it back to what the database slug was. Let's do this here. Cool. So now we have save category method. We have get all categories method. Apart from this, what other thing we can have? We can have get category by slug, right? For the category URLs, category pages. So let's use that as public async task category, and it could be nullable. And here we'll say get category by slug async. And here we'll simply get the category slug. Okay. Here we'll use the same thing, await execute on context, async context, and here we'll say await context dot categories dot as node tracking dot where, or we could say first or default directly, first or default async. We'll say c dot slug, sorry, c dot slug equals slug. If that's the case, it is going to return it, and now we are good with all our methods. So our category service is done. Let's extract the interface for this, and I'm adding the interface in the same class only. What it is saying? It is saying use primary constructor. I don't know, I don't like primary constructor. So what it does, primary constructor means we can move it from here to here like this, but I don't like this. Do you guys like this primary constructor? Do let me know in the comment if you like this primary constructor feature. I don't like it, so I'm not going to use it. Unless my company, my organization is using this feature, then I'll have to use it, but from my own, I'm not going to use it. Maybe not yet, maybe sometime in future I like it, I don't know. Okay, now let's register this category service. So go to program.cs and where we register a seed service. After that, let's add this add transient and I category service with the category service like this. Cool. Now we can use this category service to okay, we can use this now. So what we'll do, we'll go to components and pages, admin, and here we'll create a new razor component that we are going to call it manage categories. Let's add the URL, and that we are going to use @page admin slash manage categories like this. Save everything, and then manage categories. We are going to have layout, which is going to be admin layout, right? Layout, admin layout. But we are going to use this admin layout on all these pages. So what we can try, we can create an underscore imports file, underscore imports, and we can add the layout here. So we'll say layout, and that is going to be our admin layout. So when we have underscore imports file, that gets applied to all the siblings and we could say the hierarchy, the file hierarchy. So when whatever I add inside this underscore imports.razor, So its parent is admin. So whatever we have inside admin, this underscore imports is going to apply it for all those. So in this particular case, this is going to apply it for this underscore import dashboard and manage categories. And if you check, we have one underscore imports on the components level directly. Sorry. So this underscore imports treasure, whatever we have in this is going to apply it throughout this components folder. So on directly on app.treasure, routes.treasure, then in pages, accounts, layout, everywhere. So that's how this underscore imports your treasure works. So whenever we have some common logic, some common these kind of stuff, adding the namespaces, using layouts, using yes, we will need authorize attribute as well. So instead of adding it to all these pages, dashboard manage categories, we can add it directly to this underscore imports. So this authorize attribute is going to be applied for this admin folder like this. Save everything, and now we are good. So from dashboard, we can remove this and add the red layout. It will use from underscore imports. And on manage category also, we don't need this. Cool. So save everything. And from dashboard, okay, on here, let's add that admin header. And here we need a title. We'll say manage categories like this. And on this, we need that action button. What was that? Action buttons, right? So we need a button to create a new category. So button type button, and classes are going to btn, btn primary, btn sm, and here we'll say plus add new category like this. So save it and let's try to run it. Admin slash manage categories, right? So if we go to admin layout, it should be like this only. Admin slash manage categories, right? Let's go run it. And we got some exceptions. Some services are not able to be constructed. Service type, I category service, lifetime transient, unable to resolve, IDB context factory. Okay. That's because by default, if we check for application DB context, this add DB context. So instead of using this add DB context, we are going to use add DB context factory. So save everything and let's run it again. It should work this time. Yes, it came. Cool, log out. There is some issue. We'll check it later. So log in. It is logged in. Now we can go to manage categories and we can see manage categories and add new category. We can go to dashboard like this. Okay, it looks fine. Cool. Now let's work on this section, this page. So now we are going to display the list of categories. So for this, what I am going to use, QuickGrid, which is a new component Blazor gives us. So that is available as a separate NuGet package. So I'm going to install that NuGet package, browse and QuickGrid, and we need the one which is coming from Microsoft, which is this Microsoft ASP.NET Core Component Grid. This is coming from Microsoft, by Microsoft, yes. Okay, let's install it. Apply, accept, and we should be good now. Cool. So manage categories, and here we can start using that. So before everything, we will inject our I category service. and we can't get it. That's because let's add the namespace here. So we'll say blazing blog v2 dot services, and now we should be able to access it. Category service, I category service. What is happening? Categories, manage categories, inject I category service. I'll call it category service only. Okay, then after this admin header, I'm going to add QuickGrid, this one. Okay, so I can remove this and add this namespace QuickGrid. Okay, now this QuickGrid, it needs access to the list of items which we have. Okay, so for this particular thing, this current uh, categories, we can have the list of categories because we don't have much categories. We are going to have hardly 15-20 categories, so we can load them at once and use them directly. But for blogs, we are going to use a different approach with QuickGrid. So right now how it works, we need to provide items. This is going to be a iQueryable collection of items, where I'll say private iQueryable of categories, and this category, let's inject this as well. So here I'll say this dot as variable. Can we do this? No. Okay, we'll say enumerable dot empty category dot as variable. This is the default. Then on this quick grid items, we can simply say at the rate categories. So these are the quick grid items. Then we need to provide the actual value for this. So on initialized async, we are going to get our categories. So at the rate, sorry, underscore categories equals await category service dot get categories async, like this. What is the issue? The issue is it is an array of categories, so we can apply this as queryable if we want. Save everything, and now we are good. Okay. Now for this quick grid, we need to provide what all columns we want. So those are property columns. In this property column, we can define it. So this property columns, it has a parameter of type property, and in here we can provide a lambda. So this is going to be provided by QuickGrid, and it will be the type of items we have. The type of item is category, so this C is of type category. So first column we need for c.id. Then let me copy it a couple times. c.id, c.name, then c.slug, then c.show on navbar. Okay, looks fine. Save everything, and now it should work. Let's run it. Okay, let's go to manage categories, and we can see this data. Cool. So it looks fine. Now let's work on design first. So we'll apply bootstrap classes. So on this quick grid, we can add simple HTML attributes. So here I'll say table, table bordered, table striped, and table hover. All these are bootstrap classes. I've saved it. Let's see if it got applied. Yes. Sorry. So we can see this. It looks pretty good. Now first thing, show neighbor. Let's change this title. Okay, this show neighbor. So what we'll do, this property column, it gives us title parameters. So we can say show on neighbor, and we should see this. Cool. After that, it is showing us true, false, true, false, true, false. This is not what we want, right? But we can it can be okay, but for us, let's add checkboxes here with the word yes and no. If this is showing if show on neighbor is true or false, we are going to display checkboxes with yes and no text, so that we can allow changing the show on neighbor status directly from here. Okay, so for quick grid, if we need some customization to the columns generated HTML, for that we can use templated column. So instead of property column, we can use templated column. It does not have property because we need to pass our own implementation to this column, but it has this title. So we'll say show on neighbor, and inside this template column we have access to a special variable which is context, which is of type category, which is the type of items we have. So we have this context. So here we'll check if context dot show on neighbor. If this is true, then do something. If that is false, then do something else. So that something is, if it is, we will display a checkbox for both. We'll display here label text success so that it shows in green color, and here I'm going to have an input type checkbox, and this will be checked automatically because we have shown neighbor true, so that should be checked only. And after this I'll display yes. And now let me copy this, paste inside this else condition, and here I'm going to say text danger. I'll remove this checked attribute and I'll say no. Now save it and let's see how it looks. And hot reloading did not work, so let's stop it and rerun it. Okay, it's here. Go to profile, manage categories, and now you see this first one is property column, this second one is templated column. So template column, we can have this yes, no. This interactivity is not working. We'll get it to work, but right now, as you see, we have this yes, which are true, false with red colored, no with unchecked check boxes. Cool. Now we can remove this show on neighbor, this first one, property column. So let's remove this show on neighbor, this one. We don't need this. And after this templated column, this show on neighbor, we will have one more templated column, template column for our action button to edit this category. Here I'll say button, type button, class btn, btn sm, btn primary, and here I'll say edit. So to edit the category, again it's stopped. Stop it. But before that, let me do one more thing. So we need to have this interactivity where if I'm changing this checkbox status, then it should actually modify it. So for this, what we can do, we can have a method here. So we'll say private async task, and we'll say, let's say, handle show on navbar change, like this. Okay, then we will have the complete category object. Okay, then what we'll do on this category object, we'll say category dot show on navbar equals opposite of category dot show on navbar. So we will have the toggle effect, show on navbar. And then what we'll do, we'll simply say await and category service dot save category async, and we'll modify this category like this. Cool. Now if I run it, but before that, let's call this method. So we should call this from both of these checkboxes. So here I'll say on change equals, here I'll say handle this with context, 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 and like this. Okay, let me copy this same thing and add it to this next checkbox like this. Cool. Now we have not applied any interactivity on this. So that means uh, this page is server side rendered, statically server side rendered. So we do not have these things. We could achieve this thing using JavaScript, but we are not using JavaScript. We are using Blazor with C#. So these things are not going to work because this page is not interactive. That is the whole point of SSR. If I go to here, manage categories, nothing is going to happen. These checkbox, this is the default HTML implementation that it shows this, but this is not getting changed. It should have went to no when I removed it, right? So in order to add the interactivity to this, we need to change this a bit. We will add a render mode to this. And that render mode is going to be interactive server. Now this page is going to be interactive. That means it will create a new signaler connection and it will handle these methods and we'll be able to use these. Let's run it and let's see if we got these things working. Manage categories, and you see, no, yes, no, yes. We are getting these things. Okay, if I have it no, so let's see, the first one is yes, then there are no till react. If I refresh this page, you see I have the same. That means the data is saving. Now I have this alternate with last two yes. So if I refresh it, you see we have this data. Now there is one problem which we are not seeing, that is this get categories async, this on initialize, this is going to be called twice, once for the on the server, because by default the pre-rendering is enabled. What pre-rendering is, for all these interactive components, Blazor first try to render this component on the server side, then it passes this component to the client, and on client it again initializes this component as per the server or WebAssembly. So in that case, this on initialization executes two times. Okay, so we can use persist component state for this, or if we do not want pre-rendering, we can disable pre-rendering. So in this case, we are going to disable pre-rendering. We don't need pre-rendering for this. Pre-rendering helps in SEO basically. So for these admin pages, we don't need any SEO. So we can, it will be good. So we'll say @new interactive server, and here we can say pre-render false. Interactive server, that is interactive server, right? Interactive server render mode, and pre-render false. So it has this pre-render flag. Save everything, and it should behave the same. I'm running it. And above prints manage categories, and we are here, and we can modify this. Everything still works same. Cool. Next thing is we want to work on this add new category and this edit functionality. Okay, so for this, what we are going to do, we will show that create category and edit category form on this page only. Okay, so here what I'll do, I'll simply add a div class row, and inside this I'm going to have div class call sm6. I'll copy this and I'll have that at the right section of the screen on the above this quick grid. So here I'll have an edit form, and this edit form needs a model. So for this we'll have one private category model here basically for which will hold the current operating category. So private category, and let's say operating category. Default is null. Okay, so the edit form model is going to be this category, and in here first thing we'll have our data annotation validator. After that I'm going to have one div class. This is going to be container of our checkbox and text. So div class, let's have a shadow. Okay, and now inside this I'm going to have a div. Let's have these two sections. First section will have our label and category name text, and on the second section we'll have our buttons. Okay, so let's do this. First I'm going to have first div, and then I'm going to have a second div. This first div I will have label and class form label, and this is going to be category name like this. And after this I will have input text and bind value. This is going to be for operating category dot name, with category name. Okay, then add couple of bootstrap classes. So we'll say form control and form control sm, these two classes. And then we'll have a placeholder text here, placeholder, which will be the same category name like this. Okay, and after that let's have a validation message for same operating validation message. Okay, like this, operating category dot name. Okay, after this what I'll have a check box for our show on neighbor. So here I'll say div class form label. Okay, inside this I'm going to have input checkbox with the do we need bind value? Yes, bind value with underscore category, not category, operating category dot show on navbar like this. And on here I'll have text show on navbar like this. Cool. So we have these two sections here, and in the second div I'm going to have two buttons. First button of type submit, class btn btn sm btn success, and this is going to be save button. Then a second button with button danger, and this is going to be cancel. And everything looks fine, but we will render this div class row only when we have this operating category. So we'll add a if condition here. If this is not null, then only render this section. Now when this is going to be not null, before this we have this add new category. On here we can say on click, and we can simply set operating category equals new. Okay, cool. And on this cancel button we can say on click equals operating category equals null. Okay, so add new category, it should open this, cancel should remove this, and then comes this edit button, this edit button, right? So what it should do, it should do, I'll have a method here, private void handle edit category, something like this, and we'll have access to the complete category. And then we can simply set operating category equals category. Save everything, and on this on click we'll call this handle edit category, and we'll pass the context, which is the category object here. Okay, I think it's fine, we are good, we can see this now. Let's run it. It is coming, let's see. Okay, this we need to fix. And here manage categories, we have this. Now add new category, we can see this, right? And if I cancel, it got cancelled. And if I add it, we can see the correct values, right? Right. Great. So this functionality is working. We need to work on this UI a bit more, and then we'll work on saving the changes. And there is one more issue. We need to tackle that as well. Okay, first let's fix the UI. We need to add some padding to this. So what we'll do here, on this shadow, let's add P3. So from all the sides, we have added a padding. Okay, it looks fine now. This is also looking fine, right? But let's see how we envision it, that save and cancel, these two buttons should be on the right side. So what I'll do here, on this shadow, on this div, I'm going to add a style, and I'm going to say display grid, and then I'll say grid template, grid template columns. So I'll define two columns. First one is going to be auto, whatever width it can take, and the second one 150px for the buttons. Okay, and then let's have grid columns gap of 10px. Now we have these two divs. So first column with auto, and the second with this 150px. Inside this we have these two buttons. So let's have these buttons stacked vertically. So on this I'm going to say dflags, which is for display flags, plus dflags, and then flags column, and let's have some spacing MB2. And now we can see this. Okay, let's increase this spacing, and let's increase this spacing and show a neighbor. Let's add some margin from top on this one. Okay, let's go. So this column gap, we'll make it 15px, and on this label we'll say mt 2, margin top 2. Save, and let's see how it looks now. Okay, it is looking fine. Cool. Save, cancel this, show and never, everything is fine. But there is one problem here. You see, this is entity framework core. We have entity framework core here. Now if I'm changing it, just change, I did not save it. It is modifying this value, which should not happen because we have not saved it yet. So can you guess why this is happening? You can pause the video and check why it is happening. And okay, so were you able to figure out why that is happening? If not, let me tell you. The thing is, when we are clicking on this edit category button, then we are passing this context, which is this current category, which is a reference type class, and we are directly setting this to this operating category. So that means this is the same reference which comes inside this form, and when we check or uncheck or do any change, it is actually modifying the original category which is inside that grid, and we can see that change immediately in the grid, but that should not happen. So for that, what we'll do, you, if you are following my videos, you can tell that I often use this clone approach. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a method inside this category entity, and I call it clone, and I'll use member wise clone as this category. And I know this is not going to null, so we can do this. So now I will have a clone, different object. Okay, so when I'm setting this operating category, so I'll not directly set this category, I'll set category.clone. Now this is a different object. So save it. Okay, 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 cool. Now let's work on saving the category. So for this, let's create a method here. We'll say private async task save category async. Okay. So for saving this category, we have this operating category. We'll directly work on this operating category. So before that, let's call this method and we'll call this from edit form on valid submit. We'll call this save category async method. Save, and now let's use it. So how we are going to use it? First thing, hmm, we have category service. We can save the category async, and this is going to be operating category. I know this is not going to null, but still let's check. Operating category is not null. Then only we'll do this, and here we can be sure that this is not never going to be null. So fine. Save category async. Everything looks fine now. Okay, let's see if this is working. Let's run it. All right, profile, manage categories, and let's use Blazor. I'm doing this, it is not changing, that means this thing is working. Now I'm saving it. And nothing happened. Why nothing happened? Let's see if there is any error. In console, we don't have any error. Why this thing is not working? Save. Let's put a breakpoint. Data annotation validator, everything is fine. We'll add this breakpoint here. Save, and it got hit. Okay, it is getting saved, but because we are not doing anything after that, that's why we are not saying anything. So for this, what we can do, let's have a loader. So I'll say private, it's loading or is busy. It's up to us what we are using. Let's say is loading. Private bool is loading. Okay, and this loader, we will use this loader on other screens as well. So let's do this. Let's create a loader component. So in shared, in component, then shared, we'll create a new component and we'll call it loader. Okay, and here we are going to add some markup. First thing, we'll have an overlay. So this is going to be an overlay. And then the second, we are going to have a div with, let's say, display flex, justify content, center, align items, center, and let's have a label first. Loading, and let's use it and we'll design it. Let's have it here, loader. I'm adding it just to check the design so that we can see the design is not reload, and then we'll fix the state and all those. So let's go to profile, manage categories, and we can see this loading. Okay, so in this loading, let's have some style. So style type text CSS, and here let's have a full screen class. Okay, full screen fixed, and here I'll say position fixed, left 0, right 0, top 0, bottom 0, so that it gets the complete screen, full screen. After that we have this overlay, and in overlay we can have a background color of black, and we'll add some opacity to this, maybe 0.5. 0.5. We have overlay and then full screen fixed. Let's use this here on this page. On this overlay we'll use full screen fixed, and the same class we are going to use on this one as well, full screen fixed. Now this label, it should be in the center. Save and see, and that is not here, that this is here, it is. So it is in the center. This manage categories on top of everything, right? So it is because of some z index, the selected one, z index 2. So loader should have the highest z index, so let's have the z index as maybe 999 on this, or maybe 1000. We should not use a lot, I think. If we are using loader, this bootstrap uses 1049 for its modal, I guess. So let's use this 1050 for this one. No, 1050 for overlay, and 105051 for this section where we are going to have our text. So let's call it maybe loader wrapper, something like this. Okay, here we'll say z index 1051 like this. Save everything and let's check it. And now this is on top, but because it does not have this color and all this, that's why it is showing like this. What we'll do here for this loading label, I'm going to have a div here, div class, I'll say bg white, okay, p5 or p3 maybe, and I'm going to have a large shadow on this, and then I'll have my label loading. So let's see how it looks. It's looking like this. Okay, it is coming up good. Now if we go to getbootstrap.com version 4, because we are using 4.6, maybe in this also it has the same design. So components, I need spinner, this. I'm going to use any one of these, maybe this one. So after loading, I'll use, or maybe before loading, I'll use this. Let's see if it works. No, because this is 4.6 and we need 4.1. What if I use 4.1 like this? Not found. 4.1 and 1, okay. Components. Maybe we did not have these spinners in 4.1. Utilities. No, we don't have. Okay, that is fine if we don't have those there. Or maybe let me search spinner. No, we don't have that. Okay, no problem. So we will simply show this loading text. For this, what we can do, So this we have P3, let's make it P5. And do we have some border radius or okay, we have borders, border color, border radius. So we have rounded. Let's use this rounded on this div. Okay, P3 was fine, I guess. P3, this is fine. And on this label, let's have MB0. So there is this margin bottom, so let's have it 0. So let's do this. Let's use this. Go there. BG white, P3 shadow LG and rounded. And we can remove this. We don't need this. And for this loading text, we'll use class MB0, margin bottom 0. Okay, let's save it and let's see. And it is looking like this. Okay, we can use this. Now, what else we can do? We can have this loading text dynamic. So we can expect it as a parameter. So we'll say private, sorry, not private, public string, and we'll say loader text. And we'll have a default value as loading dot dot dot. And this is going to be a parameter. And we are not adding editor required, so we can skip this. It will have default value of loading in that case. And on this, we will use this loader text like this. So save everything and we are good. Okay, let's go to manage categories. We had this loader. Now what we'll do, we'll handle this loader using this is loading. So we can place it anywhere on the screen, because in this loader we have CSS. It will always going to be on top of everything, and it is going to capture the entire screen. So the position where we put this loader component does not matter. We could place it anywhere. Okay, so I'm going to add it here. So I'll check if is loading is true, then only add this loader component. Now for this loader component, we can have first we are fetching the categories. After that, we are going to saving or saving the categories, changing the status. So we can have dynamic loading text, right? Because the operations are different. So here, what I'll do, I'll have a private string and let's label and we'll say loader text or loading text like this. Okay. So then what we'll do, we'll pass this here. We'll say loader text equals this underscore loading text. On initialized async, let's set it to fetching categories like this. Okay. And after this, we'll set is loading to false. So let's have default value of is loading to true like this. Okay. Save everything. And then when we are using this handle show on nav bar changed, let's add the same thing here. So we'll say is loading to true. Before that, we'll set loading text to saving changes, something like this. And after updating it, we'll say is loading to false. And same thing for saving the category, we'll use this. And after saving it, we'll say is loading to false. So save everything and let's try it out. I'm running it. Okay. manage categories, and let's use Blazor, show a neighbor, save, and you see there was that loading icon. And but at that time, after saving it, we should clear this out, and this should reflect those new changes, right? This grid. So right now the grid is using this categories async, this categories I queryable, right? Can we uh, on this quick grid, maybe we can directly modify these categories. We can refetch the categories, or we can simply modify that particular category. So okay, so it would make sense if we load the categories again. So I'll say private async task. I'll say load categories async like this. And let's move this logic also here. So it's loading false, and before this we'll say is loading to true. So now we can remove this default value, and from on initialized async we will directly call this method await load categories async, and then the same method load categories async we will call after saving the category from here. Is loading false. After setting this, we'll say load categories async like this. We can make it a little bit better. If it's new category, we can directly add the new category which we will receive as a output of this method. We can add that to this categories collection, and if we are editing some category, so we can directly update that particular category from this categories collection. So we have these two approaches, but I chose this the simplest one. I'm reloading the all the categories. Okay, but there are other approaches which I just told you, so you can try those as well. Now let me save everything and let's rerun. Okay, and I'm missing something. Let's stop it. So saving changes is loading. After saving this, we will reset this operating category back to null. We don't need this section now. So let's run it. Okay, we have it. Manage categories. This thing is working as expected. Now add new category, or maybe edit category. I am editing entity framework core. I changed this show a neighbor. Now I'm going to save it, so it should change this as well. Save entity framework core. It got reloaded and that got removed from here. So that means the things are working as expected. Let's try to create a new category. C# ASP.NET Core Blazor SQL Server. What else we can use? Let's say Razor Pages. Razor Pages. Show a neighbor. Save. So Razor Pages. We can see this. Okay. Now we can modify it from here. Now if we edit it, we have it like this. We can cancel it. We can come here. We can remove show a neighbor, update it, and we are good. So that means all the category related operations are done now. We can see the list. We can modify this. We can add new categories, edit new category, and everything is working fine. Cool. Now once we have these categories, so why not populate those categories in this top navbar, right? We need these categories in here. So let's populate these categories. So what we'll do, we'll populate top 5 categories which has this show on navbar true, right? Because that is what this show on neighbor flag is for. we will decide that what all categories we want to show on this top navbar. Okay, first let me push these changes, then we'll pull these categories on this top navbar. So those categories are coming from our main layout. So pages, and not pages, components, layouts, we have main layout, and in main layout we have top navbar. If you go to top navbar, here are all these categories. Okay, so what we'll do here, we'll inject our I category service first. I category service, we'll call it category service, and then inside this code I'm going to have a private category, which is this entity, and I'm going to use categories with a default value of empty array. Okay, then I'm going to override on initialized async, and here we'll simply populate the categories from our category service dot get categories async. We'll load all the categories. After loading all those categories, we will add the categories which have show on neighbor true. C dot show on neighbor dot to array. Okay, but we can only take 5, so we'll take 5. So from all those categories which we loaded, check for show on neighbor, where show on neighbor is true, take 5, save everything. Now there could be a case with show on neighbor we don't have 5 categories, maybe we have 1 2 3, or we don't have at all any show on neighbor. So for this what we'll do, after that we'll get some other categories randomly from categories, right? So here we'll check if categories dot length is less than 5, right? If this is less than 5, so this 5 we might have it at other places as well, so let's have it as a constant. So private cons int, and we'll say max uh, categories or category count to show, something like this. Category count, or no, max category would make more sense. Max categories to show on never, something like this, and this is 5. So this should be 5, and if this is less than 5, which is max categories to show on. So in this case what we can do, we can get those categories, additional categories from this categories collection which we got from the API, from not API, from this category service. So here what we can do, we can say categories dot where c dot show on neighbor is false, because we don't want to duplicate it, right? If we don't add this condition then we might duplicate it. So we have two show on neighbor categories, and if we do not add it and we take 3 more from these categories, then we might get the same 2. So we might have duplicated or placer values. So we'll say not show on neighbor, that means from other categories just take how many, the show max category show neighbor minus categories dot length, like this. So if this underscore categories, if it got 3 items, 3 is less than 5, yes, then it is going to get 5 minus 3, that means 2. So it will get 2 more items. Now what we can do, we can simply add these to this categories array. Okay, so what we can do, we can say categories and then array, then we'll simply spread these categories what we already have, categories with this double dot. I like this notation. but IntelliSense does not work with this. So, and then we'll do this. If you are familiar with JavaScript, you might have seen this. In JavaScript we need to add 3 dots, but in C# 12 we can have 2 dots. Cool. So now we have categories, collection. Now we can use this underscore categories to populate the menu items. So after home, we'll add a for each here. For each var c in underscore categories. And then let me copy one of the li here, paste it, and then href and this text. These two things will change. So c dot name, that is category name. Let's remove all these. And then this href, this you are right now, let's have it category only. We right now we'll just see if we are able to load the categories and everything is working fine. Then we'll work on this actual navigation. Okay, so save and let's see if we are getting the correct categories on the top nav bar. Okay, it is here. We have C# 22415. Login, do this, manage categories, and let's do this. Let's remove all and let's have only two. So we have EF core and Angular, but we have changed these, right? And these are getting saved in the database, but this thing is not getting uh, changed. That's because this section is not interactive. If we refresh it, then it will work. So we have ASP.NET Core, Entity Framework Core, Angular, and then these two are coming dynamically from the C# and Blazor, these two, right? What should happen here, if I add this, it should change in real time, right? If I'm changing it here, it should change. So for this, what we can do, on our category manage categories page, we can inject navigation manager, navigation manager, and when we are changing the show on never, here show on never, after that what we can do on this navigation manager, it gives us one method which is refresh. So we can use this method to refresh. Let's see if it works directly or we need to restart. Okay, where is it? It is here, ASP.NET Core, and we have some error. Object reference not set to instance of an object. Navigation manager, we have navigation manager. Okay, we need to stop and run it. So the template was able to use that, but it was not able to get this from this DI selection. Navigation manager, yes. Okay, let's go here, manage categories. We have C# first, we have ASP.NET Core second, then we have Entity Framework Core. But let's do this Blazor. Let's add Blazor here. So you see, we added this Blazor here and we can see this Blazor here now. If we add this equals arrow, we can see it. If we remove all these, it will get the first 5. Then let's start adding Razor pages. So first one is Razor pages, then view. So now we have view and Razor pages, then ASP.NET Core. So that means this saving is working and this main top navbar is also able to fetch the correct categories in real time. So this section is also working. Cool. So we have achieved a lot till now, right? Okay. Now let's start working on managed blog posts page. Right now this is 404 because we don't have anything. Okay. Okay. So for this, we'll start from our business logic, our service. So in services, I'm going to create a new class, and this should be blog post service, the blog admin post service. Let's call this or blog post admin service, because we are going to have two different set of methods for public and for admin. The main difference is going to be the public ones should show only the blog post which has is published flag to true. Okay, so in here first let's do this. Let's create a interface. Public interface I blog post admin service, and this is going to have three methods. So task of blog post array, and here we'll say get blog posts, and then we are going to have one blog post for get blog post by id. Okay, blog post has GUID or int id, it has int id, so int id, and then there is going to be a save blog post async, and we'll get the blog post object. Get blog post by id async, get blog post async, like this. Okay, now we are going to use QuickGrid for this, and we are going to use paged results, because we are going to use paging with QuickGrid for this blog post, because these can grow in numbers, right? So for this, what we are going to have, we are going to have a separate type for paged result. So let's create a new folder here. Let's call it models, and in here I'm going to have a class paged result, like this, and it is going to be a record. So public record page result t results, the type of data, and in here I am going to have t result array records, and then total count, like this. Okay, so the return type for this is going to be that paged result of type blog post, like this. Okay, now this is going to be paged result, so it should have some paging parameters. So it will have an start index which will be provided by QuickGrid, and then we are going to have page size, which is records per page, and I think we are good. Cool. Let's implement this interface in our service, I blog post admin service, and we have implement interface. Cool. Now let's add the constructor, and in here we'll inject our db context factory. I db context factory of type application db context factory, and we'll follow the same approach we followed for category service, creating this execute on context method. So let's copy this method and come here and add it here, and now we are going to use this method for all our methods. So first let's start from get blog post async, the list. Okay, here we'll say return await execute on context async context, and then we can have our complete logic here, and the logic is going to be, we'll construct our query first. So this is going to be context dot blog post dot as no tracking, we don't want any tracking for this, and do we need anything else? On this one Let's include the category b dot category so that we can show the category name b dot category, and I think that's all. Now we'll use this query two times. First we'll get the actual records, so we'll say records equals await query dot to array async like this, and then we'll have count await query dot count async, and then we are simply going to return new paged result of blog post. First we are going to have records, then second we are going to have count. Now count is fine. For these records we are going to apply the start index and page size. So on query, no, not on this one, what we'll do, we'll say query dot, or maybe this include we can add to this one only, right? Yeah, let's do this. Include query dot include category order by let's say order by descending b dot created at of id. These are similar things. From here we'll skip start index and we'll take page size and then to array async. So we applied paging here. So we need count before applying paging to show the total count, total number of records, so that QuickGrid can know that if there are some previous page or next page, and it can know that how many pages are going to be there. Page number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. Okay, so this method is done. Let's implement get blog post by id async. So for this one, we can simply say await execute on context async context, and from here we can say await context dot context info. It should be context only. So this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. This is simply a lambda parameter and parameter for this func delegate. You can name it whatever you want. So context dot blog posts dot as no tracking. Sometimes this IntelliSense is very bad. Dot as no tracking. We are not tracking the changes here. After that we are including the category. Include b dot category, and then let's find it. So we'll say first or default async b dot id equals this id. So we'll return this, and this should be nullable in this case, and we are good. What is the issue here? Task blog I blog. Okay, in the interface let's use this. Okay, we have this method ready. Now we have this save blog post async, which is going to be a big method. So here we'll say return execute on context async context, and now here we are going to have our complete logic. So first we are going to start with blog post dot id equals 0. That means this is a new blog post, and else this is an existing blog post. Okay, so we will do kind of similar thing we have done for our managing category. We'll check for duplication, then we'll do all the saving and updating. So let's do this. So for blog post.id, here what we are going to do, we will check if this blog post title exists already, right? So for this, what we can do, we'll say existing, or let's say duplicate title, something like this. Duplicate title. Okay. So here we'll say await context dot blog post dot as no tracking dot any async b dot title is equals blog post dot title. So this means some existing blog post has this duplicate title, the same title. So we'll simply check if is title duplicate, something like this, is duplicate title. If that's the case, we'll simply throw from here. So throw new invalid operation exception, same thing. From here, we'll say blog post with title, with the same title already exists, something like this. With the same title already exists. Okay, now if the title is not duplicated, now we can do this. First thing, we need to generate the slug for this. So we'll say blog post dot slug equals uh, blog post dot title dot to slug. Now there is one issue, and that issue is there might be duplicate slug. Now you will say that if the title cannot be duplicated, then how come slug can be duplicated, right? So it can be duplicated, and the case could be with maybe special character. So let's say I have some blog post one which has something like how to do this in Blazor, and then I'm saying this was like this. Okay, then I have some other here. I can say how to do this in Blazor was. You see these two titles. First one has parenthesis, second one does not have this, and it has this all caps, but this has this Pascal case. So now if we generate slug for both of these, those the titles are different. If we check the title, these are different, right? So it will pass this duplicate title thing. Then we will have this slug thing. So here how it will going to generate slug? It will do how to do this in Blazor was. This is going to be the first slug, and the second slug is going to be the same, because these two are going to replaced with hyphen hyphen, then those two hyphens going to be replaced with single hyphen, and that is what here, the same thing. So we need to somehow modify this blog title. How we are going to do this, how we are going to achieve this? If there is some case where the slugs can be same, we are simply going to append some 1 2 3 4, some incremented number to this. If then there is going to be some third blog which will have the same this, so we could add maybe two, or maybe after one we will add one more, something like this. So for this we need to have some long logic. So for that, I would like to have a separate method. So private async task of string. And here we'll say generate slug. Okay. And in here, I'm going to pass the complete blog post object. And from here, I'm going to use the same execute on context method, async context like this. And now what I'll do here, first I'll have the initial slug, that is going to be this blog post dot title dot to slug. Okay. Now I'll check, and to check, we'll check if await context dot blog post dot as no tracking dot any async with b dot slug is equals this slug. Now we need to keep on repeating these conditions. So instead of doing this inside if, we can use while, but that is not going to work because we need to check if this exists. Okay, let's check this. If this is slug, we'll directly return from here. If it is duplicated, what is the issue here? Slug, slug, return slug. Threading, task, async, task. Oh, it should be await. And it should be await. And for others, I must have already awaited those, right? So await and await. Fine. Okay. Now, while this is true, now this slug, we need to modify this slug to check. So for this, now if it is inside this, so we can say slug plus equals maybe -1, something like this. Now it will check, and if it again finds the same thing, it will do something like this, slug -1 -1 -1. That is not going to look good, right? So let's do this. Let's have some counter, maybe count. Okay, and then let's have initial slug, or we could say no, yes, okay, slug, let's call it uh, actual slug or original slug, something like this. Original slug equals this, int count with 1, and then we are going to have one more slug to check, which will be the same original slug like this. Okay, now we are going to check this slug here, and when we are modifying it, how we'll do it like this. So we'll say slug equals original slug. Let's use string interpolation, and here we'll say original slug hyphen count plus plus. Okay, so now it will do this slug 1. If this also exists, it will be slug 2, then slug 3. So it will give us the thing which we need. So I think it is going to handle all the cases, right? If this while is not true, then it will simply return this slug. Okay, we are good with this. So now for this blog post dot slug, we'll say generate slug, and we'll use the same blog post object like this. Cool. Okay, generate slug. This is an async method. So await generate slug async like this. Okay, save everything and we are good. After setting this slug, we need to set one more thing. So on blog post, we need to set the created at, which is going to be datetime.utc. Now we are going to use UTC. And after that, we have blog post dot created or user ID. We need to set the user ID. So we need to have access to the current logged in user. So we'll get one more parameter for this user ID from the front end. Let's add this string user ID to our interface here. So we can set this user ID to this user ID. Okay. Now we'll check if this blog post dot is published is true. If is published is true, we need to set the published at. So dot published at, we'll use the same datetime dot UTC now like this. All other properties will be set from the UI form only. So we are good. Now we can add this blog post to the context. So we'll say context dot blog posts dot add async and then this blog post like this output. Cool. So create new is done. Now let's do the update existing blog post. Okay. So here also we'll check if it is duplicate title. So let's get this first thing from here. But this time we will add one more condition. So b dot title is not title and b dot user ID is not equals, not user ID, sorry. B dot ID is not equals to this blog post ID. Blog post ID. So it's duplicate title and we have this throw exception with this. Cool. Now if we pass through from here, then we'll get the db blog post. So db blog equals await context dot blog post dot find async. And here we can pass our id, which is blog post dot id. I'm not adding as no tracking here because I want this to be tracked. I'm going to modify this db blog directly and then I'm going to save it. Okay. Now we have this db blog. Let's modify the properties. So db blog dot first we can modify title. It should be blog post dot title. You could have some mapper or maybe you can extract this out in some separate utility method, but because I'm going to use it only at this place, so I'm having all these mappings here only. db-blog.title id created it. I'll remove this. I'm just going with the flow with this IntelliSense. Blog post dot introduction equals no db blog dot introduction equals this blog post dot introduction. Come on. db blog dot after introduction we will have content blog post dot content. Let me add all these. Okay, I have it here. So I have title, image, introduction, content, category ID, is published, is featured, and published at, we should not have it like this. Remove it. I am not modifying created at and user ID and slug. These three things I'm not modifying these, right? Slug we don't want to modify because we don't want SEO to freak out. Created at, it was already created at this time, so we are not going to use this. You could use modified at if you want, and then user ID who's creating this right now our application uses single user, to which is that admin user who can create the blog post. So I'm setting it user ID at the creation time only, not at updation. So yeah, then I'm setting these flags is published and is featured. Now we have one more thing. Now we will check if the blog post is published. That means right now we got blog post published. If this is published, then we'll check what was it before it. So db blog dot is published. We'll check. So if it was published before and it is published now, we don't want to do anything. If it is published now, which is this blog post dot is published and it was not published before, that means we have published it. So we need to set the published at field. Published at equals datetime dot utc now. Okay, if that's not the case, we can skip it. We are not going to do anything. And else if blog post is not published now. So whether it was published before or no, we don't want to check that. We will simply set published at to null because this post is not published right now. Okay. So as we are tracking, so we don't need to call update explicitly. Now we are good. Now we can directly save the changes. So here we can say await context dot save changes async, and we can return the blog post like this. Save everything and we are good. So I think our service is done. Let's register this service in a DI container and let's start using it. So we'll go to program.cs. After setting categories service, we'll say add transient I blog post admin service like this. Save, and we should be good now. Cool. Let's close all the tabs and go to components, pages, admin, and we'll create a new page here which will say manage blog posts like this. Add, and let's add the page directive here with admin slash. Let's see what we have in admin layout. So admin layout, we have admin slash manage blog posts like this, like this. Cool. So authorized and layout admin is already done on this underscore import, so we don't want to do this here. And here what we'll need, first thing we will need our admin header. Okay, and this will provide title which is going to manage blog posts, and then we'll have a button and we can copy the same button from our uh, manage categories. So the name is going to be add new blog post, and we can use this as anchor tag because this is not going to button, this is going to be redirected to some new page. So a href, and it is going to be, let's say, admin manage blog posts slash new to create a new blog post. Okay, now I think we are good and we can start using this. First let's see if we can, if application is building fine, running fine, and we can navigate to this manage blog post page. Let's run it. Okay, so it's here. Let's log out, log in, come here. Manage categories is fine. Manage blog posts. And we are on this page. Manage blog post, add new blog post, right? Cool. Now we need to work on this page. Okay, let's start. Okay, so first thing, we'll add render mode to this page. This is going to be interactive server, but on this page also we don't need pre-rendering. So we'll say, and this is IntelliSense again not working. I don't know if Microsoft is going to fix this or no. Interactive server render mode. It should work, but we can't see. Nothing is working. The IntelliSense is very bad in Visual Studio. Pre-render false. So save. Okay. After this, let's inject our I blog post admin service. Blog post admin service, and we'll call it blog post service like this. And then let me close and open this file. Okay. Now let's have same loader from the manage category. Let's add it here as well. Is loading and loading text like this. And on manage category page, we were using this quick grid with these items, which had these categories as I queryable. Now on this blog post, we are going to have a lot of blog posts, right? So how this iQueryable works, we need to have that complete result set in memory here only. Then it is going to apply paging, filtering, sorting, all those grid operations on this iQueryable. But for our blog posts, we cannot do that. We can if we want, but we will not do that. That's not a good practice for this particular page. So we want all these operations, these sorting, filtering, paging, and all these operations to be happen on server side, on database level, in a service layer, right? So for this, we'll use QuickGrid with some different configuration. So that is not going to use these items. That is going to use some different thing. So I'll show you, and do let me know in the comment if you want a dedicated video on QuickGrid, because this is we could say this is a major topic and it is big actually. There are so many things in this quick grid. We have all these operations which I told, sorting, paging, filtering, and then we have in-memory collections. We have external third-party source, in our case that is database, and there are a lot of things related to quick grid. We have then those property columns, template columns, and other things. So if you want a dedicated video on quick grid, do let me know in the comment. I can plan a dedicated video for quick grid. Cool. So let's use this quick grid. Okay. And in this quick grid, we will use this item provider. Okay. So this is something different. This is not that items. We don't have items beforehand. So this is of type grid items provider of T grid item. This is going to blog post and this grid item provider. If we go to this grid item provider, this is a delegate which has the return type is grid items provider result, and the parameter type is grid item provider request. Okay, we are going to use this one. So let's do this first. Let's create this provider here. So we'll say private quick grid, uh, not quick grid, grid item provider, right? Grid items provider of type blog post. I'm not using DTO. It would be a good practice to use DTO here. because on this screen we are not going to display everything, but still I'm using this blog post entity. I'm just trying to show you how we can use this. You can simply have a DTO of the fields which you actually need to display on this page, and then you can have that mapping in your service layer. Okay, here I'll say blog post provider. Okay, then we'll go to our on initialized method, and on initialized we can use on initialized only. So in here we will provide value for this blog post providers. So it was delegate. So we can use a sync, and the request, this is going to be the grid item request which I just showed you, grid item provider request, which will be provided by this QuickGrid when it is making any requests to somewhere. And on this request we can have properties. If we check, we have start index, sort by column, count, and all these things. We can have these properties. So this quick grid is going to invoke this whenever there is any operation on the grid. So initially it will invoke this for the first time to load the initial data. Then it will if we are using paging, sorting, filtering, anything, any operation we are doing on grid, it will simply going to call this blog post provider method with this actual parameters at that time, the request parameter. So start index, we are going to use paging, so we'll use start index, which is the actual start. So for the first page it will be 0, and if we have a page size of 10, so when it comes for second page it will provide it as 10, then for the third page it will provide it 20. So start index is how many items we want to skip before taking the next items. Okay, so for this what we are going to do, we'll fetch the blog posts. So we'll say paged blogs from our blog post service dot get blog posts async, and in here we had that start index, right? So we can use request dot start index, and then we can use request dot count as the page size. Okay, now not question mark, comma. So start index is fine, but from where we are going to have this count, right? This is nullable. If this is null, we can simply have a constant here. So we'll say private const int, and we could say page size, and we'll have a default value of, let's say, 10. So if this is null, then we want it to use page size. Page size, like this. Now we have paged blog post result. Okay, now what we can do, from here we need to return grid item provider, not grid item provider. What is the result type? Grid item provider result. So we need to return new grid item provider result, this one. We need to return this, then it will be the complete delegate. So in this, can we have something? No, we have some factory method on this, right? Grade item provider result. Okay, so that is going to be grade item provider result dot from. Yeah, we have this from, and in this it expects two parameters. One is the collection of items, then second is the total count. So those we can get from our page blocks object. So page block dot records. What is the issue? Model paged result. So we have paged result, right? Await page result of type. It is not able to figure out the type. Get blog post async. Page result of blog post. It is the type. I don't know what is happening here. Page result. Okay, so page result was in models, right? Model. So this is the namespace. Let's try to add this namespace in imports.razor. Maybe because of namespace it is not able to figure out it. Using page blazing blog v2.models, and now we have it. Okay, so that means it should have it now. No, still not. Okay, so for this we will use dot records, and then total item count, it will be same page blogs dot total count. All right, so we have written it from here, so everything looks fine now. Now blog item provider, this looks fine. On this quick grid, now let's set it to this blog post provider. Cool, we can save it now. And I am now thinking we should have worked on saving the blog post first, then only we can see some item here, right? Okay, let's do, we'll do this, we'll design this page, we'll work on everything, but we'll test it after we create that save blog post page. Fine, so here what we need, initially we will set this is loading to true and loading text to fetching blog posts, like this. Or maybe let's do this, we'll do this inside this. Okay, like this. And after fetching the data, we'll say is loading to false, like this. Save everything and we are good now. After this we'll add, let's add one or two property only for now. We'll add others when we'll reach at that point. So here we'll say property column property, and it will be blog post, so we can say b.id, and let's add one more for title. For now we'll have these two only. Now we need paging as well for this, right? So for this what we can do, Blazor gives us pagination state. Okay, so we'll say pagination state, and we can create instance of this with a property items per page. So this is going to be this page size. Okay, so this we are going to use this pagination state. So how we can set pagination on QuickGrid? We can use pagination and we can provide this. Now this will paginate it, but it will not display those paging controls, next page, previous page. So in order to display that, we have a paginator control which comes from QuickGrid only. On this we need to set state, which is going to be this pagination state. So now this paginator, which shows that next, previous buttons, and this quick grid where items are going to display, these two are going to be sync using this pagination state. So I think for now on this page we'll do this much only. Now next thing we will work on this add new blog post page. And after working on that page, when we have couple of blog posts, then we'll come back to this page to see the records and do the check if paging is working, these loaders are working, and then edit functionality, edit blog functionality. Okay, but before that let's try to run it and let's see if this page is rendering without any issue. Let's try it. Okay, here is it. Manage categories is fine, manage blog posts, and we have this thing. ID title 0 items and this page 1 of 1. So this section which is 0 items, page 1 of 1, this section comes from that paginator control, and then this is this our quick grid. Okay, cool. Let's work on this page. So let's create that page component. So for this I'm going to go to admin, pages admin folder, and here I'm going to create a new razor component. Let's say save blog post. Okay, let's add the URL. So page @page, and then this one. Cool. We'll use the same component for edit a blog post as well, but we'll work on that after some time. First let's work on the fresh creating a new blog post section. Okay, so this is also going to be render mode interactive server, same thing with pre-rendering false, and we need this service as well, so let's use both of these. So render mode interactive server with pre-rendering false, and we are injecting our iBlog post admin service. Okay. Okay, and on this page we will need category service as well to display the drop down of category. I category service, and still again IntelliSense not working. Now it will work. I don't know what this is. Visual Studio is not in preview mode now, but still they are not fixing this. We are the developer experience that is very bad, and it is getting bad day by day, I think. So category service, save, cool. Now let's add the admin header. So admin header with title, we'll make this title dynamic. Okay, but right now let's have it as this create a new blog post. Do we need any button here? No, we don't need any button, any action button, so we don't need to do anything. We'll just use it like this only. Cool. Now we'll have our model here. So private blog post from here, and let's call it model only with default new constructor. And on this also let's have the same loader. So these two options and this loader component. Okay. Okay, now we can start creating our form. Okay, so let's add that. It is going to be our edit form with model, this underscore model, and we are going to use data annotation validators for this. Cool. Now what we'll do, we'll add simply div class row. We are going to have two column approach. In first column we'll have all fields of this blog post, so title, category, is published, image, all these things. Yeah, we are going to have image as well, so we'll see how we can upload image in Blazor. And then on the right side we are going to have our description box, right? The content, main content, blog post content, that is going to be a rich text editor, and we are going to use Blazor text editor for that. So if you have followed my previous, the first version of this blazing blog using .NET, I think that was .NET 6 or 7. It was .NET 7, I guess. I don't remember completely. So in that we worked with the same editor. We were using Blazor server then. Okay. So in this row, what we'll do, we'll have two columns, two equal width columns. So div class call sm6 and 6. And then in the first six, we are going to have div class mb3 margin bottom 3. And in here, first thing, we'll have a label with class form label, and this is going to be for title. And then we'll have our input text here with bind value, oh my god, bind value underscore model dot title. Okay, then we'll add couple of classes. So form control and form control sm, form control sm, and then we'll have placeholder, placeholder, and here we'll say, let's say blog post title. And then we'll have our validation message to show the validation message here. So for underscore model dot title, like this. And we can have class of text danger, so that it displays in red color. Okay, save it. And now we can start copying this thing. So let's copy it second time. So title slug will automatically generate. So after this, let's have introduction. So introduction, that is short introduction. So introduction, blog post introduction. Okay, after that, let's have it again. What other thing we have? We have image and category and is published, right? And in is featured. So all of those are different. So okay, after title, let's use category and validation for category, and this is going to be category ID. Actually, this is going to be select input select, bind value model dot category ID, class is these, and there is no point of placeholder for input select. Here we are going to have options. Okay. So first option, we should have a default option value, let's say 0. The default option will say select category, and then we'll loop through all our categories. So for that we need to fetch categories. So I'll say private category array, and we'll say categories with the default value, and then I'm going to override on initialized async, and in this I'm going to load the categories. So here I'll say await category service dot get categories async, And now we'll have this underscore categories. So here I'm going to loop through these categories. So for each was C in underscore categories, and here we are going to fill out our options. So option value is going to be C dot ID, and the text is going to be C dot name, like this. Okay, so we have title, we have category, we have introduction. Oh, what have I changed? Okay, this should be introduction. I changed that one. Introduction, and blog post introduction, like this. Okay, after this, we'll have one div class MB3, and here we are going to have our input file. And before that, we'll have one label, and here we'll say image or image upload, maybe, or upload image. We'll display the uploaded image. We'll work on it later, but right now let's keep it like this only. Let's keep going. Div, fine. Now we'll have div class same MB3, and we are going to have two checkboxes, one for publish and one for the featured. Okay, so here let's have label with class form label, and inside this I'm going to have input checkbox with bind value underscore model dot is featured underscore model. What is happening? Bind value input checkbox underscore model. I don't know what is this, what is happening, why it is not picking up. So model dot is featured. Okay, class form check input, and then here we'll say is featured, or well, let's say featured and question mark, like this. And we'll copy this, paste this one more time, and this time for is published. So here we'll say published question mark, like this. Okay, looks fine. And after that, I'm going to have one more div with the same class MB3, and this time I'm going to have button, submit button here. So button type submit with classes btn success, and here let's say save. Okay, let's see how it is looking, then we'll integrate that rich text editor. So run it. And we have some error. Let's see what is it. Private component render, what the issue is, underscore model. I blog post service could not be found. I blog post admin service, everything is fine. Model is featured. Input checkbox, bind value. Error. The name underscore value does not exist. Type or namespace underscore model could not be found. Why it is not found? It is being found in this No, this blog post entities using. Okay, close and open this component again. This time maybe it picks up. No, it is not going. It is not picking it up. Blog post. Using this data dot entities dot blog post, right? This was this only. Dot. Come on, yeah. Dot. If I say data dot entities dot, if I use this complete line in here, entities dot, I can see blog post. Then what the issue is here? Blog post. If I use the fully qualified name, would it recognize it? Yes. What is the issue with this? What is the issue? If you guys know what the issue is here, do let me know in the comment. What am I missing here? Did I miss something? Blog post, blog post. This is complete type. If I do this here, blog post, what it is saying, blog post, it should find this. I mean, it is able to find category. No, it is not able to find category as well. Okay, it is not able to find category. I have added using here. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to close Visual Studio and open it again. Let's see if that helps. I have reopened it. Let's see if it works. Okay, and still not. Maybe I am missing something which I am not able to see right now. If you guys figure out what the issue is here, do let me know in the comment, please. Maybe that's some silly mistake from my side only. I don't know. Okay, if it want us to add the fully qualified name, I'll add it. Same for category. Save, save. Okay, maybe I'll figure out when we'll continue. It might be my mistake only, but again, looks like save blog post dot this runtime helper create inferred event callback keyword this array. Save blog post already contains a definition for what is loading text model category save blog post admin save blog post. I have save blog post only one, right? Save blog post already have a definition for what? Okay, let's do this. Let's clean and try to rebuild. Okay, some issue. Invalid code on initialized async protected override async task on initialized async. Manage categories. We have same thing. Manage blog posts we have same thing. And for this is not same thing. Page is admin save blog post, page is admin save blog post. Category service, it is not going to category service as well. Yeah, at least let's try to see if you could find the type name underscore private component render model attribute model dot introduction. Oh, is there some problem with introduction? Underscore model dot introduction. Model dot introduction. If I go to this, ID, title, slug, image, introduction, content, everything is fine. We have this introduction there. Control F, introduction, introduction. This same introduction. Same. Input text, bind value. Okay, let me try to figure it out what the issue is. I'll be back. I just don't know what the issue is. I tried deleting bin OBJ files. I tried clearing cache, closing Visual Studio, opening it. Nothing is working. I'm getting those same errors. I tried this. So this this line, this was not. It should have in this color, right? Greenish color. But somehow this is not uh, recognizing this interactive server render mode. I tried this complete whole thing, and this also gives the same thing. I can navigate to it, we can see this, but somehow this is also throwing error that it cannot find this. So now what I'm going to try, I'm going to create a new component. Yeah, then I tried to check the build action for this. So property build action is content. I got suspicious, but then I tried other as well. So all were build action content. So I thought maybe it works like this only, build action content, but why this is not working, I have no idea at all. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new component and let's try if that works. We'll copy over everything from here. So create a new component. I'm saying save blog post page, something like this. It is here. Let's see. Okay, let's start adding the things. The first thing, that render mode only. Let's add render mode. Render mode, new, interactive server render mode with and it bro. Pre-render false. Okay. Then let's add page. So we'll get the same URL. So far so good. Let's inject these two things. Okay. Let's use admin header and is loading, but before that let's add this section, the code section. Okay, so for this I'll add using, and it is recognizing it now. Remove this fully qualified name. Okay, so far so good. Now let's use admin header and is loading. I'll remove this. Admin header is loading, everything still fine. Now let's copy this edit form. Was this the culprit? Yes. That means there is some missing markup or something is missing in this edit form. And what is that missing? Okay. Oh my god, this model dot introduction, we should have double quote here. Close this. Maybe this was the issue, yes. Oh, so sometimes this is, we could say, a bad tooling. It should have shown me error here or some. I wasted so much time on this. Okay, let's delete the new page we were trying to add, save blog post page. Now it should work, right? We don't need this additional thing. Remove this, remove this, and let's try to run it. It's here. Let's see. Login, login, manage blog posts, add new blog post, and we have this blog post title, and then we have these categories, introduction, upload image, and then published and featured. Why this is coming, always coming to this left align? Why do we need to add margin padding always? So maybe this is how this bootstrap for this template is designed. They have some weird classes, or maybe they have not added the classes which are required. So we'll do the same thing. We'll try to move these to right using the margin left. Okay. So on these form label, we'll say ML3, ML3, form label ML3. Save, and this upload image, let's have the block here so that this input file moves to the second line. So save, and let's see how it looks now. Okay, is featured, is published, no file chosen, blog post title, category. Okay, all these are coming pretty good. Now we'll work on this right section. So here what we need a rich text editor. So for that, what we can do, let me open my GitHub repo. We'll take reference of that Blazing blog version 1 application. Okay, so this is on my GitHub. If we check in Blazing blog, first thing, we added a NuGet package. So that is going to be in CS Proj, and that was this Blazor text editor. Let's install this. Solution Explorer, right click on project, manage NuGet packages, browse blazor.text editor, and install, apply, and we got it. After that, what we had to do, we had to add something in the main page, right? So that should be in underscore host, pages underscore host. So we had these two CSS and these three JavaScript files, right? So in that project, I have added those two underscore host, but right now we are going to use a different approach. So these styles and these scripts, these are related to this rich text or editor only, and we need these two sections, this link, these two links, and these three scripts only. I don't know if you are able to see this now. Maybe you will be able to see this. So, but these apply only the single page. So there is no point of adding these two things for the complete app, right? That does not make sense. So what we'll do, we need to add these style sheets in the head section. So what we can do, the main first page is app.razor. Here we have this head outlet. Okay, and if we go to our page, which is this save blog post page, here we can define things inside that head outlet. So that is a kind of section. So head outlet is a section, and we can add additional things in this head content. So this is going to be applied for that particular section only. So this will be rendered inside that head section only. Save it. We need similar thing for our scripts, JavaScript files, right? So we need to add these three JavaScripts. So let me copy these three, and we'll be come here, and on app.razor we do not have anything like this head outlet for other things, right? So what we'll do instead, we will create a section here, section outlet with section name, and I'm going to call it scripts only. So I've defined this section outlet, and on this page I'm going to define the section content for that with section name, the same scripts, and I'll add these here. Okay, so now these links are going to be rendered inside head, and these scripts are going to be rendered at the very end, at the very bottom, because we have added this section at the very end inside body. Okay, so we do not have any reactivity, any clicking on and all those event handlers. That's why we can use section, because event handlers currently not working with sections, as I showed you earlier in that when we are designing our manage category page. Cool. So after that, what we did, I think we directly used it. This is the only setup which was required. So we had that on pages, admin, save blog on this page, right? Blazor text editor, this one. So let's have this also. And this complete div class MB3. Let's use this complete class. No, not this complete class. Let's use this label Blazor text editor, and this is the MB3. Yes, yes. Oh my god, shift does not work. Yeah, it works. Control C, and I'm going to add it in the second call SM6 here. So I'll add it here. For this, we need to include something using Blazor text editor. Okay, let's use this using Blazor dot text editor. Okay, after that, this quill HTML, we need to define this as Blazor text editor. So after these categories, we'll define it private Blazor text editor quill HTML. This is the reference. Then this should be underscore model. So I think it should work now. Yes, there is no error on this page, and we are good. We should be able to see this content section now. Okay. Let's try it out. So let me run it. Okay, it's here. Let's go to manage blog posts, add new blog post, and there is some error and this is not loading. Let's see what the error is. console unhandled exception on current circuit, so the circuit will be terminated. And what the what the error is, actual error is, we are not able to see it. So what we can say, we can enable circuit options dot detailed errors to check what the error is. So let's go to Solution Explorer, program.cs, and here where we have interactive server components, we can provide circuit options to this. So circuit options action delegate. So here we'll say options dot detailed errors true. Let's rerun. So it is going to show us detailed errors from signal R. Okay, we are here, manage blog post. Let me open the browser dev tools and we have some error, and if we go there we can see Microsoft JS interrupt JS exception could not find quill functions create quill functions was undefined. And why this is happening? In network, in JS, did we loaded those JS? No, it is not loading those JS files, right? What about CSS? It is not loading those CSS files as well. It should load those CSS and JS files. So CSS, placing block, main, app, styles, QuickGrid bundle. This is that we have repeated JS. Something is not right. If I go to elements, head, and head outlet, head content is empty. And why so? Let's see if we are missing something. Section name, scripts, and if we go to, where is the page? Here is it. If we check, section names should be the same scripts. Yes. So because pre-rendering is false, after that it is loading this is the issue. Let's try it out. If I remove this, that means let it pre-render, and there is no issue with pre-rendering on this, right? So maybe we set pre-rendering false, interactive server render mode, or it should be interactive server, or what is it? Interactive server. Yes, it should be this one. Run. Okay, maybe this was the issue because we were using interactive server with pre-rendering false, so it was not rendering anything on the server. It was coming on this page and then it was trying to load those scripts and styles using uh, signal R and then adding those things dynamically to the page. Maybe that was the issue. Let's see. We still have some issue and it is same. If I run it like this, it works. Okay. Okay, I got it. So if I do this, add new blog post, this time it came. What is it? Manage blog post, add new blog post. We have error. You see, it is not able to get these. Now if I refresh the page, then it works. Why? The reason is when we are Let me clean it, refresh this page, and let me come on this page. Now if we check, when I tap on this add new blog post, it is using enhanced navigation. What that mean is, when I'll do this, if I click on this, if I go to all, you see there is this is the URL, this, and it is doing a fetch request. That means this JavaScript fetch. So it is trying to intercept this request. It is trying to send an JavaScript AJAX request to the server to fetch the contents of this page and then displaying it here. So using this, scripts are loading, but styles are loading, but scripts are not loading, because that is not how the scripts work. We cannot load those scripts like this if we fetch the HTML. If you check, if I go there, response, I'm going to get everything, but the styles, not styles, I'm again and again calling styles. So these scripts, it cannot uh, re we could say it cannot execute the scripts, internal scripts like this. So what we need to do for this particular page, we do not want enhanced navigation. We want this to a complete round trip to the server, so that this page gets rendered at server side rendering. So for this, what we can do, from manage blog post page, where we have this anchor tag, on this we can say data enhanced nav false. So using this, we are saying that do not use enhanced navigation for this link. Do not do that fetch request. When I tap on this link, just refresh the complete page. That is what it is doing. So let's try it out. Data enhanced nav. I think this is the correct. Data enhanced nav is the correct attribute. We'll check if this is not. That should be enhanced nav. Enhanced nav. This should be enhanced nav. Let's try. It's here. We'll go here, manage blog post, and add new. No, it is not. It is still doing the same thing. Network, all, manage blog posts, clear everything, add new blog post, and it is still doing. That means data enhanced nav is not the correct attribute. Enhanced nav. This is the correct one. No, this is not. Enhanced navigation Blazor. Data enhanced nav. Okay. Data enhanced nav, not enhanced. So enhanced nav like this. Save, run. Fingers crossed. Okay. Okay, blog post, add new blog post, and boom, it is working. Now if we see, if we go here, let me go to blog post page, network, I'll remove everything, and now if I do this, you will see it has loaded everything, and this time this URL, this manage blog post new, this was actually the document. That means complete page. Okay, now we have this rich text editor, but we want this section to be a longer in height, so that it takes the at least this space what left screen is taking. So for this, what we can do, we can go to, where is it? Okay, save blog, the second call SM6 and MB3. So what we can do on this call SM6, let's use display flex. Okay, and on this MB3 we are going to use flex grow 1. So this display flex is, we are setting this display flex, and then we are saying for this flex grow 1 that you should take the entire uh, space whatever we have inside this display flex. Okay, so let's save it and let's check if something has changed or no. So yes, it is changed, right? Now we have this longer width, right? Cool, it looks fine. Great, so this text editor is here. We can apply all these things. So if I want to bold it, I can bold it. If I want to add numbering to this bulleted list, it is bulleted list, so everything is fine. Now next thing, let's work on this image. This is the, I guess, last piece on this page. Then we'll directly work on saving the values. Okay, it did not show error on category, right? Category must be required, and that is because on category we have not validation message. Yes, we have validation message on category ID, but because this is integer, so 0 is a valid value. So for this, what we can try, we can try range variable, and we can say it should start from 1, and then we don't know how many categories are going to have and how many values we can have. So for this we can have int dot max value. That is not right, but at least we'll not allow 0, and then it will display that range attribute, range related message. So here we want our custom message. We could say please select a valid category. Save it and let's rerun it. It should show the validation message for this message. It should show, because we are saying that it should categories valid values are from 1 to the maximum integer value. Okay, manage blog post, add new blog post, and if I save it, please select a valid category. Please, the title field is required, introduction field is required. Okay, we are good. The content field is required, so all these fields are required. Okay, okay, now let's start working on this image. So for this image, first thing what we will have, let's add a method on this image. Where is it? It is here, input file. So it should have this own change. Okay, we will, let's say on, or let's say handle file, something like this. Okay, handle file upload. Visual Studio 2022, this version, there was one feature that if we add any event callback without defining the message, it will generate the method for us, but that is not working. You see, I have added this method but I have not defined this method. It should have worked. What Visual Studio, this new feature in this Visual Studio they have said, but it is not working. Okay, so we'll define it explicitly. If it is not working, we are good. So we'll say private void handle file upload, and it should be something file changed event args. This is the one. E file changed event args. Let's see, file identifier. No, this is not the one, or this is the one. Input file changed. It should be input file, right? Input file changed event args, and what we have here, we have browser files, browser files. Yes, this is the one, file count and all these. Okay, we are allowing only one file, input file. We have not added that multiple attributes, so we are allowing only single file. So for single file, what we can get, e dot file is for single file, right? Gets the supplied file. Note that if input accepts multiple files, then instead of reading this property, you should call and then it cut. We should call that get multiple files. So here we'll use this e dot file is to get the file data, just to read the files data basically. Okay. So e dot file. So what we'll do here? Let's have one variable here. So we'll say private string image URL. Okay, and we'll use this image URL to display the image here. So here we'll add one more div class mb3, and here we'll check if not string dot is null or white space underscore image URL, or maybe let's move this inside this only, so we will not have that empty div with margin bottom 3 if the image is URL is null. Here we'll say img src equals this, and we'll have some fixed, let's say, height of 200 px just to check. Now before uploading this file, we will simply try to display this file here inside this image URL img. Okay, so what we can do, we can say here we can use the base 64 image. So for that we'll do using var stream equals, we can get e dot file dot open read stream. Okay, now we have this stream, and this is of type stream only. Okay, fine. So what we'll do, we'll simply copy this stream to image to memory. So here we'll say using memory stream, let's say ms equals new memory stream, and then we'll say stream, let's call it image stream. So we'll say image stream dot copy to async this ms memory stream. Okay, and it should be awaited, so it should be async task, and let's add async suffix to this handle file upload async like this. Cool. Now we have this images content inside this memory stream ms. Okay, now what we can do, we can say image URL equals, now for base 64 we have a predefined format, that is data colon image, then type of the image, then semicolon, base 64, and then comma, and then the content of the image. Okay, so here what we'll do, we'll say data colon image slash, now the type of the image we don't know, so that is actually extension of the image, we can see. So we can get the extension, so we'll say var extension equals path dot get extension e dot file dot name. It will give us extension with dot, this period. Okay, so we need to skip this period. For this, what we can do, we can use dot substring, or we can use this one dot dot, this range operator. So start from 1 and take everything. Why start from 1? Because it will give us something like this dot png. So for extension, we don't need this dot. So the indexes are 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0 is dot. So we will skip this 0 and we'll start from 1, which is PNG, P. Okay. So we'll get this PNG from here. So this type is this MIME type. So here we'll say extension, then semicolon. After that base 64, comma, and then the content of this image. So for this, we can get ms dot to array, and then we need to convert this to base 64. So we'll say convert dot to base 64 string ms dot to array. Now we have this image URL. Save everything and let's see if we are able to show this image. Okay, let's try it out. Okay, it's here. Let's see. Webpages, manage blog post, add new blog, choose a file, and let's select some and boom, it is coming here, right? Let's try to change it, select some other image, and boom. So we have successfully previewed the image before uploading it to the server. This image is not uploaded, right? We are just displaying it here. Great. Let's continue then. So what we should do next? We should save the blog post, right? But when we will save the blog post, we will upload this image to our file system, right? We should upload this image as well. So right now when we are previewing this image, when we selected the image, so we are not sure if we are going to save this blog post or no, right? So what I mean is we cannot upload this image right now. We should not upload this image right now. We should upload it only when we are going to save the blog post. So that means at that time we should have access to this uploaded file, the stream actually. So for this, what we can do, we can have one more state variable here, which we can have maybe what is this e dot file, I browser file. So let's say I browser file. In a label, we'll say file to upload like this, and we'll say underscore file to upload equals e dot file. Okay, and all this is related to previewing image. So let's extract a method here, and we'll say private async task preview image async, and let's get the same thing, I browser file as a parameter here, file, and let's cut this complete logic, add it here and use it here, await preview image async, and we'll pass e dot file. Okay, and here we can directly use file. Cool. So now we have this file to upload. We can use this to upload this image file to the server when we are saving this blog post. All right, so let's create a method to save that blog post. So here we'll say private async task save blog post async. Okay, here all the validations will be done. Contents validation is also going to be done, right, by default. So here first thing we'll say is loading to true, but before that we'll set loading text to saving blog post dot dot dot. Then we'll set is loading to true. Then we'll say await blog post service dot save blog post async and then underscore model. And now we need to have access to this user ID as well. Now we need user ID. So in order to get user ID, how we can access this user ID on this page? We can, because this is interactive page, here we can inject authentication state provider. Authentication state provider. So let's call it authentication state provider. So using this authentication state provider, we can get access to the current user. So how we can get this? Here we can have access to the authentication state, current auth state. So we can say await authentication state provider dot get authentication state async like this. Okay. And from this auth state, what we have on this auth state dot user is claims principal dot get user ID and get username. These are the methods we created. You remember we created these extension methods. So we are going to use this. So cool. You auth state dot user dot get user ID. This is the user ID. So we can pass this user ID here like this. Let's extract this out in a separate method because we are going to use this for we are going to use this when we'll no this is the okay we don't need to use this because those modifying the is featured and is published, that is going to be on the previous page, the manage blog post page. So we are good, we can have it like this only. Cool. So I think we are good. After doing this, we can set is loading to false. Save everything and we should be good now. But before trying to save it, we should do something. And that something is going to be, we need to upload the image, right? And before that we need to do one more thing. So this rich text editor, if you see, it does not directly binds to the content property, right? We are displaying content like this here. So what we need to do, we need to remove this validation message first. And if you go to this content, do we have something required? So we should not have it like this here. Anyway, this field is going to be required on database side because we have not added the question mark here, so that this is not nullable. So these data annotations, these are helping us to show the error message on the forms. Ideally, what you should have that required here. And for saving this blog post, you can have one DTO, one separate subset of this, and there you will add you will remove this required from that particular DTO, but I'm not using that just because of time, because this video is already very long. That's why I'm not adding any extra functionality, but I'm showing you the way. You can first try to build it like this, then you can enhance this using those DTOs and all those stuff. Okay, so now when we are here, before doing all this, we need to validate content. How can we get the content? We can get quill dot get content. We are not going to set this. We have get HTML method. We are going to use this method. So here we'll say var content equals await will HTML dot get HTML. And now we know that this is not going to be null. So we can add this exclamation mark, so null forgiving operator. Now we'll check it here. So if string dot is null or empty content, we should show some error message. Now we need to have some error message. So private string error message. Okay, now we need to display this error message. So we are going to display it right before the save button. Okay, here we'll check if not string dot is null or white space this underscore sorry, this should be underscore error message. I follow this convention because this is basically a class. These are class based private variables, so I use this underscore convention for these. So underscore error message, and here we are going to have the same thing, div class mb3, and then I'm going to have one p tag here with class text danger to show this text in red color, and we are going to display error message here. Cool. So if there is some error in this, we'll say underscore error message equals, we'll say content is required, something like this, and we'll return from here. We will not execute further. Cool. Now we have this validation. After this, we are saving the blog post. Then here we'll check if file to upload is not null. Then we need to upload this file. Okay. So let's create one method here. We'll say private async task. We'll say save file to disk async, like this async. Okay, and we'll get iBrowser file as a parameter to this, and from here we are going to call that method await save file to disk async, like this, and we'll provide underscore file to upload. Okay, and this save file to disk async, it should return us one URL, right? Because that's what we will save with the blog post, right? So model dot image, right? So in this we should have that URL. So what we'll do, we will return one string from here, which will be the uploaded file URL. Okay, so here we'll say uploaded file URL, and then we'll simply check. What am I doing? Not this one. This should return string. Return this. Here I'll check if upload file URL is not null. Then on this model, set the image equals this upload file URL, like this. Okay, now we are good, and now you can proceed to upload this to save this blog post. So save everything right now, and let's work on this save file to disk async, this method. Okay. So for this, first we need to have a name. So we have two approaches. Either we can generate some GUID, or we can use the Microsoft's recommended approach. So we could say file name, or let's say generated file name, something like this, and we can get path dot get random file name. There is this method which gives us a trusted random file name, random folder name, or a file name. So let's call it random file name only. Random file name. Okay. Okay, let's get extension as well. We will need extension. So we could say path dot get extension file dot name. Okay, now we need to have a folder where we are going to save these images. So we are going to save these in this www root folder, and in here we are going to create a folder for images and then for, let's say, blogs. So we can create this folder manually here, or we can leave this to our code only. So here first we need to get access to that this folder www root folder. So for this what we can do, we can inject iWeb host environment. So inject iWeb host environment, let's call it web host environment, and on this environment, web host environment, we have web root path. So this is the www root path. Okay, so when we are working with paths, so it's good practice to use path.combine. Okay, so here we'll say this www root path. After that we want to have images, and then we want to have the third part as blogs or posts, like this. So what it will going to give us, it will give us the complete project URL, then www root slash images slash posts. It will give us this thing. Okay, then what we can do, we can say directory dot create directory. So it creates directory if they are not exist already. If those are already there, it will not do anything. So here we could say folder, or maybe let's rename this to folder path. Now we have this folder ready. Now we are ready to save our this file to this folder. Now what we'll do, we will get the file name, complete file name path, from where we can generate our URL. Okay, because the point is the URL that is going to be from here. What I mean is this www root and the complete path of this physical folder, that is not going to be part of the URL. What URL which we are going to display on our public page, right? That should be a URL, and which will start from this slash images slash post. So initial part will be our domain, then slash images slash post, and then the file name. So here we'll say file name path, and it is going to be path.combine. So this first section, this we did just to create the folder, you could say these folder images and posts. So images slash posts slash, now we need to have our file name. So here we'll have random file name, and on this we can add our extension, because this random file name, it does not give us anything. Extension, it does not give us extension. So we will have the same extension as we have on this file. So if it is PNG, it should be PNG only. If it was JPG, then it should be JPG only, right? Cool. So now we have file name path, and now we need to have the complete full path to save this image. So we'll say full path, and this is going to be path.combine, and this should be this web root path and then file name path. Okay, so now we have this full path where we can save our image. So in order to save it, we'll simply use await using file system, not file system, file stream fs equals new file stream with path and file mode. We can use this one. So path is going to be full path and the file mode is going to be open create. It should be create. Okay, now we have this file stream. Let's wrap this inside a try catch. Okay. Okay. Now we have this file system fs. Now what we can do on our file, or maybe let's rename this to browser file. Browser file, so that it, because there are so many files and we are getting confused with this file's name. So this should be browser file, browser file, browser file dot. We have that open read stream. It is going to give us a stream, and we are going to copy this asynchronously to this fs file system and we'll await it. Okay, and that's all. We have uploaded our image. Okay, cool. Now after uploading it, we need to return our uploaded file URL, and that we can get from this file name path. Okay, but the point is this file name path, actually this is going to give us something like this actual physical path, but these slashes does not work in browser URL. For URL we should have that right slashes, forward slashes, not backward slashes. So what we can do here, we can say file name path dot replace, and we can replace all these to this. Okay, now we have returned this. Now what if there was some exception? If there was some exception, we need to we are disposing it, but it's always a good idea to close this stream. So inside this we'll first set error message to ex.message. After that we'll close this file stream. Okay, and then we should check if we have this full path, this file will be there or no, I think okay, we are good. We're returning it from here, so from here we can return null. If there is some error we will return null, so this should return task of nullable string, and it's a lot of code. Now we are good. Now we can see, we can come here. If upload file URL is not null, we'll do this. If it was null, then what? So let's negate this condition. We'll say uploaded file URL is null. If that's the case, we'll simply return from here. And if that's not the case, we can set it model.image equals to uploaded file URL, and then we can continue further. It will try to save this. Cool. So after saving, we could just set this underscore file to upload to null, because after uploading it we don't need to do anything. And we are good, I guess. Let's try it out and let's put breakpoints so that we can see what is actually happening. Let's run it. It's here. Let's log in, profile, manage blog post, add new blog post, and we should add some blog post. Let's say um, Blazor blogs. Okay, let's use any of these. Copy. Blog title is this. Select category, Blazor, introduction. Let's have one sentence from here. Let's add one image. This one is featured, is published, and some content. So let's copy some content from here. Let's copy this much. Let's paste it here. So this is its text editor. It has everything. And now let's try to save it. When we'll save it, the breakpoint should hit, and it did not. The reason is we are not calling this save blog post async from edit form. And now I need to copy all those things again. Oh my god. On valid submit, call this. If I save it, if hot reload kicks in and it gets this, it will be very helpful. Save, and it is not going to work like this. Okay, refresh. First we have body. Let's, okay, we don't have it. Let's add this here. Go to the top, copy title, category, and introduction. We could use the first paragraph, then upload some image, published, featured, save. And we still don't have. So that means there is some validation error. What it could be? Introduction, everything should be fine. Let's try to add validation summary here. Validation summary. Save. Save. Image field is required and we have this image field but we are not setting it. So that means what we should do. Okay, so we should remove required from this image as well. Save. And now we need to rerun it. But before that, let me copy this post URL. Copy, close, rerun. It should work this time. Okay, it came. Manage blog post, add new blog post. Let's open the URL. Let's have the title, category Blazor, introduction, first paragraph, then content. Let's copy this content, paste, choose file, featured, published, and save. And we hit breakpoint. Cool. Let's see content. we have this HTML content. Okay, loading text, saving blog post. It should show that loading indicator. Then file upload is not null. Yes, we have file. Now we'll go here. Random file name. It gave us this some random file name. Extension .jpg. Folder path. Now you will see the complete folder path. D Blazor and complete folder path. This is physical path. It will create the directory. Then file name path. Images post and then this complete name with .jpg. Then full path. This is the complete path where this image is going to be saved. Then we have this file stream and something happened. Edit code. What has changed? I just don't know. Sometimes it just shows this. Let's continue. It will not continue. Disable hot reload for now. If I do this, you have this file upload is not null. Okay. Okay. Okay, that means this file got saved. We'll check it. Then file name dot replace. Okay, there is some exception, and what that exception is. Continue. What is the exception? Saving blog post. We have this reload error, and now everything came. And what is this? Console. We have some error. It is saying cannot insert value null into column content, and which makes total sense. The reason is here we should have added this content to our blog post, to our model. So model dot content equals this content. How can we enable hot reload? It is not. Debug options. Where is hot reload? Enable hot reload. Yes, it is enabled, right? Okay. Where is it? Would it come when I will run it at that time? Let's first see if we have this image. Image is post, and you see we have two images because we got at this place twice. Alright, that means if we had some error, why it came to this return null? This error should be in this block, right? So let's do this. Let's add a try catch block here. So try catch find. If we are in catch block and if the model.image, or let's say now we need to have uploaded file URL, right? If that was the case, we should delete that file. Okay, we'll work on that. But first, what we should do, we should reset this is loading to false, first thing, and we should set the error message if it came to this section. So we'll say ex.message so that we can know what the issue is. Okay, let's try it again. This time I'm not adding any breakpoint, I'm just running it because I know that saving the image, that part is working. Okay, it's here. Let's see what we have. Manage blog post, add new blog post. And do we have the same URL? No, that was dab blogs. What was that? Yeah, this one. Cool, we have it. So let's again try it. We have a title and introduction, category Blazor, introduction, file. Let's add some file and then this text, content. It's here and featured, publish, save. An error occurred. See the inner exception. We'll see what the inner exception is. This is cannot read property of null, reading remove child. Cannot read property null, reading remove child. And what this is, I have no idea. Let's try to add breakpoint after this thing. Okay, let's try it out. So I'll try to upload them. Oh, there is some error. So now this is not going to work. Reload and try the same thing again. Do we have this? No, this did not get saved, right? Add new blog post. Add the body, the title, category, introduction, image, and the featured, publish, save. We are here. What is it? Changes not supported, always rebuild when changes. And now it will not allow me to go further. And what has changed? I have no idea. I did not change anything. If I disable it, then hot reload is not going to work. It is very annoying. And disable hot reload, or what we can do. Auth state, user ID, we have it, and we have entity framework core exception, which is saying insert statement conflicted category ID. What? Table DBO category conflict occurred in database table DBO category. That means in model the category did not get saved. Category ID is 3. Category ID 3. So that should be there, right? What is the issue then? An error occurred while saving the entity changes. Insert statement conflicted foreign key constraint. FK blog post category, category ID, the conflict in database, table dbo.categories, column ID. We are setting the category ID correctly. That's why we have this here, category ID 3. And we have this in the database. Let's check what we have in database for categories. So I figured out the issue. The issue is I'm just checking the migrations, and in migration if we go to blog posts, and here you see we have all these uh, properties, all these columns, and at the very end we have this category ID 1. Okay, so this is the issue why this is here, and this might be because this category ID we made it integer. If you go to our entities, we have category and we have blog post. In blog post I had this category ID which is of type int, but the category entity, in that I have this ID as short, and here I had this category as navigation property. So what the EF code did for us, it automatically generated one property for this navigation property, and we already had one category ID, so it created category ID 1. Okay, now what is happening, because that category ID 1 that needs to be that is that's not an optional field, so it needs value for that, and that we did not provide because we provided value for category ID. So that's the issue. So, and using this we should always go through our migrations. It proves this. Okay, so now how can we fix this? We can simply go to our blog post entity and we can change this int to short. So now it will know that this category ID belongs to this category navigation property. Okay, we made this change. Now we need to add migration for this change. So for this, package manager console, and here I'll say add migration and change category ID in blog post, something like this. Blog post. Change category ID to short. The name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. This name does not matter. The contents of this name, this class file, those matters actually. Let it build succeeded. Now it will going to generate one migration for us, and let's see what it generated for us. So it is dropping foreign keys, dropping index on this category ID 1, category ID 1, category, dropping column category ID 1, and then it is altering the column category ID. Now it made it small int. Old type was int, now the new type is small int, right? And then it is creating in new index and new foreign key for this category ID column, right? So we are good. Now we can run this. We don't need to run this database migration explicitly because we have our seed service in which we migrate our changes automatically, right? So we don't need to manually. If you want to, you can simply write update database from here and that will work. Okay, so that means now it should work. Let's try if we are able to save the blog post finally. It's here. Let's log in. Go here, manage blog posts, add new blog post, and let's open that same thing. What was that? Blazor blog, right? Blazor blog. Okay, let's open it. Let's open any of these. I don't know, this one. Let's add these. Blog title, category, Blazor. Although this is not Blazor, this is ASP.NET Core. Okay, let's use ASP.NET Core. Then some description. So let's have this line as description. That introduction, sorry, not description. Then image. And then the content. So let's get this much, paste it, featured, published, and let's save it. We are here, continue, disable hot reload, continue, and again some error. Let's see what is it this time. Console. What is it? Okay, let's try it one more time. We already have that breakpoint and it is not going to hit that. Let's copy this URL. We'll check it again. Run. Let it run and I'll yeah, it is here. Let's see. Manage blog post. And we have it. Okay, it was saved, but they after that there was some issue. Okay, let's do this. Let's open some other. Let's create one more and then we'll see what the issue is here. Okay, copy it. This is the title. Category. Do we have Maui? No, we don't have. Let's add it in C# right for now. Introduction. And then the content. Edit. Choose this. Choose file. And save. We are here. Okay, duplicate title. No, it is not. Slug. It generated the correct slug. Date time. Everything is fine. Okay, okay. Huh? Everything is fine. After this, there was some issue. No, it ran, right? After saving, there is some. So this is some Blazor side issue. After saving everything, save blog post async, it got saved. Vset is loading to false, file to upload null. We have this thing ready. Do we have something here? Cannot read properties of null, reading, remove child, invoke, update components, circuit host. I don't know what the issue is here. Maybe I can investigate it later. For now, what we can do after saving this, if everything was fine, we don't need to set is loading to false. We can simply navigate to the previous page. So we can inject our navigation manager. Let's go to the top and inject navigation manager. Navigation manager. And we can use this navigation manager to navigate to the manage blog posts page. So navigation manager dot navigate to, and here we'll say admin slash manage blog posts. Save everything and let's try it out. We should see two items on that page. Manage blog post. We have these two items. Add new blog post. Vue.js blog something. The viewpoint. This is the title. Category is view. This is the introduction. Then the content. And then choose file. Sorry. featured, publish, save, continue, disable, continue, and we still have some issue. There is some issue for sure. Let me try to debug it and let me try find out what the issue is. All right. So what I found is somehow when we are navigating from this page back to the manage blog post page, so there is some additional re-rendering happening, and that is somehow breaking the state on server and client, because we are using Blazor server interactive server mode. So it keeps a, we could say, copy of the same UI on server and on client, so there is some mismatch happening in between. So what I found is if we somehow add some delay here, then it works. So I have added 1 second of delay. I know this is not the correct solution, but this is working. So I'm adding it here. I will try to still maybe in future we found something, then maybe I can create a follow-up video for this. Or if you guys know about this, anything related to this thing, do let me know in the comment. Okay, now if I run this and I log in, go to manage blog posts, add new blog post. Let me add one more. I'm adding some random text only. Then choose a image, any image, and let's save it, and it works using this. So we'll continue with this right now. We'll see if we could find something related to that delay, but that is working. Okay, so I think we are good with this. Now we can work on this manage blog post first, and after that we'll work on the this screen again for edit case. So we'll implement the editing and existing blog post functionality. But before that, let's work on this. Yeah, and I added this go back button. So this is nothing. This is just a nav link pointing to the manage blog post page. So I have added it in action buttons for our admin header. So it is just a nav link with admin slash manage blog post so that we can go back to the manage blog post page. Cool. So let's work on this screen, and our loader. Okay, let's try to work on this screen. Okay, so let's start working on manage blog post page. Where is that? Manage blog post. Let me pin these two pages. We are working on these two pages, and let me close all others. So close all but pin. Okay. So in here we have this quick grid. Let's start adding other columns. Okay. So after this title, we'll add our category. So we'll say category name. Actually, we don't want to display category ID. There is no point of displaying that. So we'll show category name. And now this category is actually a navigation property. So what we should do, let's stop it. We are accessing this name directly. So we need to eagerly load category for this. So let's do this. Let's go here. If we have that already, no, not here. In our manage blog post service. So when we are get blog posts async, right? This is the one. Okay, we are already including category. Okay, that's fine. Okay, after category, what else we can get? We can get image. Now for image, this should be a templated column, right? Template column, because we need to display the image in img src tag. So we'll use template column. In here, let's have img src equals, we are going to have context dot image like this, and let's have a fixed height, style, height 200 px like this. Okay, and after that, for each published and each featured, we are going to use the similar approach we had on manage categories page. So we are going to have checkboxes here, and we will allow user to manage these checkboxes directly from this grid, the same way we are doing this on category for show on navbar. So I'm just copying this, show on navbar. We'll modify this, the text and the value inside it. So this should be, let's say, is featured, or well, we'll say just featured. Context dot is featured, and let's create methods for this. So we'll say handle featured change like this, like this. Let's create this method. So here we'll say private async task handle feature changed, and it will expect a blog post. Okay, cool. So I'm going to copy the same thing one more time for published field, published flag. So this is going to be published, and we'll check is published, and this should be published change, right? So let me copy this method again, and here we'll say handle published change, published change, handle published change, handle published change. Cool. Save. And now after this, what I'll do, we'll have that edit link as well. Okay, so we can use the same thing what we had on manage categories with a template column without any title. We'll simply have this, but this time we cannot have button. We are not going to have button because we are going to navigate this user to the new screen, next screen. What we'll do here, we'll say a, that is anchor tag, href. This is going to be admin slash manage blog posts slash. Now right now this save blog post, this just uses new blog post, right? This is right now not compatible with editing a post, but let's make it compatible with that. So we'll add one more page attribute on this save blog post, and here we'll say admin slash manage blog post slash, we'll say edit, and then we'll add one more. This is going to be id. Okay, nullable int, this is blog post id. So when we have this id, we need to add it in our code section. So here we'll say public nullable int id with get and set, and this should be a parameter like this. Save, and we are good. So here after manage blog post, we need to add this edit and then blog post id, which we can get from context dot id like this. Okay, after that we have class, and we don't need this on click, and we'll have this edit. Now same thing, we need to add this data enhance nav to false because we don't want enhanced navigation for this. So here we'll add data enhance nav equals false. I think we are good with this page now. Let's see. And before that, let's add couple of bootstrap classes to this table. So here we'll use the same classes. Table, table bordered, table striped, and table hovered. Save everything and let's run it and let's see how it looks. Okay, it's here. Let's try it out. Manage blog posts, and it is looking good. But did you notice when I moved there, it took some time initially and there was no loader. So loader was not getting shown. We need to fix that. And now we can have, we already have paging setup, right? 19 items are total in there. We are displaying sum of items. Then if I go to next page, we are on page 2 and we can see the items from 13, 5 to 13, right? If I go back, we can see 25 to 14. That means this paging is working, and we can see these yes, no, featured, and published flags. So these should also work fine. I think we are good. We just need to fix this UI a bit more. This is not looking that good. So let's we are not displaying slug here, right? We should display the slug for published uh, items, for published blog posts, and then this image. Let's do this title, image, and the slug URL. Let's have all these three in a single column, and then this name should be category or category name. And yeah, these two things, let's fix these. So first, for this category, we'll say title, category, and then this template column, we are going to modify this. So for this, let's have a div with class some padding py2. Okay, inside this I'm going to have my image, and this is very big, so we need to make it small. So I'll have it 60px height and 60px width, a small image, and object fit cover, so that it fits in that section, so that we don't lose that aspect ratio and it looks good. It uh, should not look that stretched out, something like that. So object fit cover. After image, we'll have our title and slug. Okay, so here I'm going to have div. Okay, so on this py2, let's add some styles. So first I'll have display grid. What I need is, in first column I need to have my image, and in the second column I need to have my title and slug. Sorry. So display grid, and then we'll set grid template column. So first one is image, so we'll have 60px. Then let's have auto for the second column, and then we are going to have some grid column gap. Let's have 5px. Okay, it's enough, I guess. Okay, so first column we are going to have this, then second column, in this I'm first going to have a label for title. So we'll have context dot title. This context is provided by QuickGrid. This is the blog post. So here I'll remove the default margin bottom on label added by Bootstrap. Okay, and let's have the block display block so that it fits in single line, not single line, it takes the block, and the next item should start from the next line, not from directly appended with this. Okay, after that I'm going to check if context.is published is true. If this particular blog post is published, if this is published, then I'm going to add an anchor tag here with href for the details page. Okay, and I'm going to add target to blank so that it opens in a new tab, and we have our admin section intact. And here I'm going to display a slug directly. Okay, now if this blog post is not published, then we are not going to have any public URL for this. So here I'll simply display the context slug inside this label only, inside a table label context.slug. And I think we are good. Then we can remove this title from here, and let's move category after this. Okay, okay, let's see how it looks. Save. And it is looking like this. Let's move everything to the center of these cells vertically center. Okay, so for this there is no class directly, but we can add the explicit styling to this. So what we'll do, let's have a style block here. So style type text css, and here we'll say table class, which is this current table we are providing this. So inside this table we'll move to tbody, and after tbody we'll move to tr, and after tr we'll move to td. Okay, so on this td we are going to set vertical align to middle. Yeah, this is middle, not center. Horizontally it is center, but vertically it is middle. So save it, and let's see if it fixes this. Yes. Okay, so I think we are good. We can increase this spacing if we want. Let's increase this. So on this grid column gap, let's make it 10 pixel. Okay, so this is published, that's why we have this, and on this one this is not published, so we have this without link. Go to, we are on second page, let's go to first page, and all these are not published, so we are good. That means this thing is working. The only thing is that loader is not working on this screen, right? So let's fix that first. First let's see what I mean is, because there should have been loader, right? So here I'm going to add and delay so that we can see that something is happening. Let's add 1.5 seconds of delay. Okay, and let's rerun the app. It's here. Let's go to manage blog posts. So you see there is no loader, and after that the data comes. So that is why when we provided this blog post provider, this delegate, so we could say this is executing out of this current components context. So we added these, but somehow Blazor was not able to figure out that something has changed. But we have changed this is loading and loading text. So what we need to do, we need to explicitly tell Blazor that something has changed, state has changed. So you need to re-render this component to show the loaders. Okay, this I can show you. We can verify after showing this loader, we have this data, and after that we set this is loading to false, right? So let's try it out. I'm restarting the app. Hmm. It's here, manage blog post. We can see fetching blog post. We have this, but you see this did not get removed from the UI. That's because we said that is loading is false, but it is not able to figure out that something has changed. So we need to explicitly tell Blazor that we modified some state. So you need to re-render this current component. So using state has changed. Now it will work. And then I figured out that these three dots, do we have these already as a part of loader? That's why I was seeing multiple dots. Yes. Okay. So let's remove these dots. These will be added from there only. Here also we should have those three dots. Let's remove these. Manage blog post. So on manage category also we must have this here. Remove these. Okay. So manage blog post. Let's try it one more time. This time we should have, and let's decrease the page size. Instead of 10, let's have it 5. Save everything and rerun. Let's try it out. Manage blog post. We can see the loader, and after that this is gone. And if we go to the second page, we see that loader, right? So that means the loader is working, fetching data is working, paging is working, everything is good. Now let's first remove this additional delay so that it comes quickly. So save everything and let's rerun. Start. It's here. Manage blog posts. You saw that? So this is very fast, but we can see that loader quickly, right? Okay, cool. Now let's work on these published features, these checking unchecking first. After that we'll work on this edit. So right now nothing is happening because we have not added any logic to these, right? So let's go and add these. So now we have this blog post here. So this is handle feature change, right? So we'll say blog post dot is featured equals not blog post dot is featured. So we'll do simply the opposite of this. Okay. And after that, let's do this. Let's create one more method here. Private async task, and we'll say save changes async, something like this. And we'll get blog post as a parameter. Here what we'll do, we'll first set these two things, and this should be in reverse order. So first set loading text. So we'll say saving changes, then is loading to true. Then we'll call await and blog post service, right? Blog post service dot save blog post async, and we'll provide this blog post, and we need user ID for this. So we'll do the same thing we are doing on save blog post. So let's inject authentication state provider, and then use the same logic, this logic, to fetch the user ID. Oh, okay, let's have it here. Now we have this user ID. So after blog post, we'll provide user ID as well. Okay. And after that, we'll set is loading to false again. Okay. Now from this handle feature changed, we'll set is feature. Then we'll simply call save changes async with this current blog post. Cool. Let's do the similar thing for published. So blog.isFeatured, instead of isFeatured, we'll say isPublished. IsPublished, we'll do the opposite of isPublished, and then we'll save changes. And is that published at, did we handle that already? Yes, we handled already, right? If the current is published and previous was not published, then we'll add this UTC now. Okay, cool. So looks like this is also fine. Let's try it out. So let me stop everything, save everything, and let's run it. So this functionality should work. Checking and unchecking of featured and published. Okay, it's here. Manage blog post, and let's make it featured. Let's make it published. You see, right now this is not published, so this is label. And if I make it published, then this got changed to link. That means things are working. Now let me refresh the page so that we can see that these changes are persisted. So 25 ID 25 ASP.NET Core category, and we made these featured and published both true. So let's refresh the page and we see these. That means this functionality is also working. Cool. First time it does not work, but after that it works. This works fine. This works fine. This is also working. This is also working. What was that? Maybe I misclicked. No, this is working. Okay, maybe something different happened, but yeah, right now the things are working. So we are good with this. Now we'll work on this edit. Right now, if I click on it, it will go to this same page, the save blog. Now this has create a new blog post. This should change to edit, and then we should pre-populate all these fields because we are editing this blog post which has an ID of 25, which we can see in the URL. Okay, so we are going to work on this now. Let me close this, stop. All right. So we are on this save blog post page. Now we have this ID. We have this ID. We need to populate the blog post details from database if we have this ID. That means if we are in edit mode. Okay. So on initialize async, after fetching the categories, we could check if id dot has value. Okay. And this id is actually greater than 0. If that's the case, we'll fetch the blog post. So here we'll say blog post equals await blog post service dot get blog post by id async and id dot value. Now we have this blog post. Here, to be on safer side, we can check if this blog post is null. If this is null, we'll simply return back to the manage blog post page. So navigation manager dot navigate to admin slash manage blog posts page, and we can set the replace flag to true. because we know this URL is invalid. So we don't want this URL to be in the browsing history. So we'll replace it directly. And after that, we'll simply set return. We don't want it to execute further. Cool. Now if this was not null, that means we had our blog post. So in that case, what we'll do, we'll simply say model equals this blog post. Okay. And this image URL, which we are actually displaying in edit form, we will set this to blog post dot image, so that we display the image when we are editing some blog post. All right, now everything is fine. This looks fine. Let's try it out. At least we'll be able to uh, populate the details of existing blog post. Let's try it out. Okay, it's here. Login, manage blog posts, and let's try to edit the first one. And you see, we have title, we have category, image, featured, published, everything. Cool. Let's go back and let's try one more. And we got everything, right? That means the editing, the fetching of data on edit screen. Yeah, I cleaned up the that raw data which I added when I was testing those errors, right? So right now we have the actual articles. These are also sample, but yeah, these articles we have these. Let's write out some which is, let's say this is not published. Okay, now if I edit it, it is not published, but it is featured, right? Now if I remove this featured from here and save it, so right now this is not featured and not published. So that means everything is working fine. Cool. Now let's go to edit and let's try to work on this section. Now saving will work, but handling this image, that should change right now. Why? Because if we go to the save blog post, here what we are doing, first thing we check if file to upload is not null. In this case it will be null because we have not changed any file, it was default. And upload file URL, because this is not going to execute, we'll simply skip it. Model.image is nothing and everything will work fine. File to upload, we'll set it to null, which is already null, so this is fine. The problem would arrive when we try to change this file. Okay, so if we change this file, what I mean is, if I choose some other file, okay, and then I save, then what would happen? It will come to this save blog post async, and then file to upload will not be null. We will, it will come here, it will upload this new file, it will set this new file URL, and everything will work fine. But we will have that existing image in the physical location, right? That image will be there on the disk. We need to delete that image, right? Because now that image does not exist, so there is no point of having that image here. So for that, what we can do, we can have let's say one, we should have some state for that. So we'll say, let's say the way we have file to upload, the same way we will have private string, and we'll say image URL to delete, something like this. Okay, and now when we are uploading an image, okay, when we say handle file upload async, here what we'll do, we will check. And how we should check it? Let me think. So here what we'll do, we will first check if model dot id is greater than 0. First thing, that means we are in edit mode. And if we are in edit mode and we try to do this thing, then we should check if this thing image to delete is null. If this is null, that means this is the first time. This is the first time we are changing the image. Changing the image. If that's the case, then we should do this image URL, not image URL, image URL to delete. We should set this image URL to delete from model.image like this. Should we have it here, or should we have it in here? When we are saying that file to upload is not null, then come here and upload that image and do this. I think we should have that here, right? Save blog post async when we are actually uploading the new image, and the uploading of new image was done. Then I think we should have this logic. Let's cut this logic from here. I'm just trying to think where it would make more sense. So I have it here. Model.id is greater than 0. Edit mode, image URL to delete. Image URL to delete is null. There is no point of having it like this now. So what we should check, if model.id is greater than 0 and not string dot is null or white space, the model.image. That means this is edit case, and we already had some image in model.image and we are uploading a new image. Yes, if that's the case, let's add this image URL to delete, add it here. So this means we don't have to have it outside, we can have it inside this only. Save blog post async, we can have it here. Okay. Why I have it here? I will delete this image when the save blog post was successful. I'm going to have that logic here. Here I'll check if the image URL to delete is not null. This means we changed the image for this existing blog post. So let's remove the existing image from physical location. Okay. Image URL to delete is not null. Unassigned? Yes. Let's set it null. So now we are going to remove this, and we should have it inside try catch. We can skip this exception, and here we'll say file dot delete this image to URL, image URL to delete. But now the point comes, we should have the complete physical URL. The way we are doing this in save file to disk async, right? this complete directory path and this complete path. We should have all these things here. So it's better to extract a new method here. So we'll say private void delete existing image, and here we'll get the image URL. Okay, let's make it nullable. We can have that condition here, or no, let's do this. In here we know this image URL is just this file name path, and file name path is slash images slash post and then slash image name. So this initial path, this web host environment web root path, this does not exist inside this, right? So what we need to do, first thing we need to get the image path, where image path equals from this image URL. If you remember, to make it URL we replaced backward slash to forward slash, and to make it a path from URL we'll do the opposite. And what is the opposite? So we'll say here image URL dot replace this slash to this slash. Okay, now we have image path. After that we'll get the complete folder path, or maybe we can say full path like this. So we'll say full path, path.combine, web root path, and then this image path. Now this full path is the complete image path which we need to delete. Okay. Now we'll add a try catch here, and we'll say file.delete this full path. And for catch, we are not concerned if this image did not get deleted. We are okay with this. Save, and we are good. Let's use this delete existing image method. So inside this, here we'll say this delete existing image, and we'll pass this image URL to delete like this. And now we should be good. Let's try it out. Okay, it's here. Let's go to manage blog posts, and let's modify the first one only. Add it, and we have this image. Let's first do this. Announcing view 3 updated. Okay, I updated this title. Okay, so let's save it, and we see updated, and we can see the same image. That means this thing is working. Now let's try to change this image. So choose file, and now this time let's have this image. Okay, save it, and we can see this updated image. That means this thing is also working. So edit blog post is also working, so we are good. All right. So we have worked on manage categories, manage blog post. Now for manage subscribers, we need to have the list of the people who have subscribed to our blogs. These are applications. So for this, we need to first work on the UI, because when I say UI, the public UI, public facing, the home page, category blog post, blog post detail page. For all those pages, there I'll be having this subscribe box, right? So we'll work on those public pages first. After that, we'll come back to this manage subscribers. So we have achieved a lot. Let's continue with the public facing URLs. Before that, let's fix the title of this page. So it always says create a new blog post, but that is not correct, right? So let's modify it. So here I'm going to add a condition, which will be if id.has value and id is greater than 0, then we'll say update blog post If that's not the case, we'll say create a new blog post like this. So save it and we are good now. Okay. Now let's go to the public pages. Now for public pages, we need to have one service, right? This blog post admin service, this is just for admin. So let's create that service first. So add new class and we'll call it blog post service, just blog post service. Okay. And here we'll see what all uh, methods we need. So let's first check the template. Did I deleted these files? Maybe. Okay, let's get these from our template. And first, let's see index. Index, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These first 5 blog posts, these are featured blog posts and without category basically. So category does not matter, just featured blog posts. After that, we have popular blog posts, which are going to be order by descending view count of the blog post. Then we have this all stories. So here we are going to use latest or recent blog posts. Okay. So on home, we need to have three services, three type of blog posts: featured, popular, and recent. So let's create these three methods first. So here I'll say public async task blog post array and get featured blog posts async. Okay. After that, I'm going to have, let's copy this for 2 more times. So after that, I'm going to have get popular blog posts async and then get recent or latest recent blog posts async. Okay. And all of these three are going to have a count. So how many posts we want from each category. When I say category, this category, this featured, popular, recent. Count and int count. Okay. 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 Let's open the template. These are for home page. After that, if we go to category page, this is detail page. This is category page. So we have this one featured. So this is by category because this should be from this category only. And on home page, we had featured without any category. Then we have popular. And again, this needs category ID. And then latest. So top n from this category. Okay. So that means for this page, we can reuse all those methods by just adding an optional category ID. Category ID. If we have provided category ID, then it will be category page. And if we have not provided category ID, then these are going to be on home page. Okay. Okay. After that, let's see what else we have. So this is the detail page. On detail page, we need to have one by detail. When I say detail, means the blog post details. And at the very bottom, we have read next, which are going to be, we could say, when we say you may like these blog posts. So these are going to be related to this current blog post. That means these are going to be related to the current category ID. We would say this. So whatever category this blog post falls into, we will get 5 random uh, blog posts from that category only. Okay, so for this we don't have to make any or should we? Yes, we should. Let's do this. First we'll say public async task of blog post, get blog post, but this should be by slug because on detail page we are going to have slug, not id. So here we'll say string slug, and after that we are going to have public async task, and we'll say blog post array, and this is going to be, we'll say get uh, related blog post async, something like this. Okay, and we are going to have string slug, or how should we approach this? Instead of getting this from two different uh, methods, let's do this. Let's create one model, and from which we'll return both the details of this blog post and a list of related blog posts. So let's go to our models, and here let's say we will have one more record which is going to be public record, and here we'll say detail page model, something like this, or blog details model, detail page model. Okay, and here we'll say blog post, which is going to be blog post, and blog post array, where we'll say related post, something like this. Okay, let's use this in here. So here we'll say detail page model. Cool. Save everything, and I think we are good. For methods as well, what I can think right now, but let's go with the flow. So let's implement these. The first thing, we need to inject our db context, and we are using db context factory. So db context factory, application db context, application db context, it should be context factory, and we are going to use the similar approach we have been using for other services. So we'll have a private async task of t result with, let's say, query on context async with t result, and here we are going to have one func of task of t result, and this func would accept a application db context, right? Okay, cool. So let's say query, and here we'll say using word context equals context factory dot create db context, and then we could say return await query context. Okay, and let's use this. Let's use this. So for featured blog post, what we are going to do, first thing we'll say return await query on db context async, query on context async, and here we are going to get our context, and then we'll add our logic on this context. Okay, so here first we would generate our query. So we'll say construct our query. So here we'll say query context dot blog posts dot has no tracking. We don't want to track any change here. After that, we'll say we need to have category and user both, because we are displaying username and category name both. So let's include both of those. So we'll say include, then again include blog post b.user id, not user id, it should be user and this should be category. Cool. Now we'll check if we provided category id or no. Category id. If category id is greater than 0, in that case, let's modify this query. So we'll say query equals query dot where category id, I mean b goes to b dot category id equals this category id. Okay. And before everything, we'll have a default condition which is going to be where b dot is published is true. Okay, because public pages we will display blog posts which are published only. Cool. Now we have it here. Now we need to return featured. Okay, so with this is published, we can add one more condition which will be is featured. Cool. Now we have it. So from here we are going to return our query dot now featured. We can order by these by GUID. We want to randomize these. Okay, what is the issue here? And after this, we need to take this count. So we'll say take dot to array like this, and we are good with this method. Oh, sorry, this should be a sync with await like this, and we are good with this method. Cool. So we can copy this and let's go to popular, and on popular we will remove this featured condition, and this order by we would make it order by descending, and we will need b dot view count. Okay, so popular by view count. Great. And after that, recent blog posts. So we don't need featured. This one we would say order by descending, and we would say published at. So we will say b goes to b dot published at. And although published at is nullable, but we are sure that it will always have a value because we have this is published true. This check we already have it. Okay, cool. Now let's go to the final method, which is this detail. So for this, first we need to have our blog post. So we'll say blog post equals await context dot blog post dot as no tracking dot include, and we'll include both b dot category, and then we'll include b dot user and I'm going to break this to multiple lines, include. Then we'll add our where condition, or we could use first or default async. And here we'll say b.slug should be this slug. Okay. Okay, remove this. Remove this. Now we are good. Now we have this blog post, and now we can get the related posts related to this. For related posts, we could say uh, context dot blog post dot as no tracking, and same thing will include both of these. Let me move it to different lines. Okay. Okay. And after this, including, we'll say order by. We will randomize this, but before that, let's add the condition of category ID condition. So here we'll say where b dot category ID equals blog post dot category ID. Okay, and after that we'll say order by, and we'll make it randomized. So we'll say GUID dot new GUID, and then we are going to get, we'll take how many we need? 4. As per our UI design, we need 4, and from here we can return new detail page model with blog post and related posts. After take, we'll say dot to array async, and we'll add a wait here, and we are good with this now. Okay, now there is only one thing which we can fix. So this blog post, what if the slug was incorrect? Okay, or we, oh, okay, and we missed one condition from both of these places. Yes, we should add that condition. That is going to be where b dot is published. We'll take only published ones. We can add here when we say b dot category is this, and b dot is published. We could move this condition to this is published as well. So here we'll say slug and is published like this. Save. So here, if we could not find blog post, in that case we will return an empty model. So for that, we can, what we can do, we can simply come here and we can create an factory method here. So we'll say public static and the same type, and we'll say empty, and this should be new details page, and we'll say default and empty array like this. Now we can remove this. We can say like this. Okay, and then maybe we can have one boolean property here is empty. This is just for r is. So here we'll say if blog post is null, which is default. If this is null, we will say it is empty. Okay, let's use these. So if that's the case, here we'll check if blog post is null, then we'll say return detail page model dot empty, and with our methods. Great, let's extract the interface for this. We'll add to this current file only, and let's register this interface in program.cs, where we have all our services. We'll inject this, the same add transient, add this like this. iBlock post service, we have registered it. Okay, save everything, and now we can go to our pages and we can start injecting this service and fetching the data. Okay, so let's go to our home page first. So pages, home page. Okay, and here first thing we'll inject our inject I blog post service. We'll call it blog post service only. Page title, we should fix page title for all pages. Okay, we'll do this. Blog post service. Now let's add code section here, and here we need to have three set of data, right? So we'll have private blog post array. First we will have featured with default value as blank array. Then we will have popular. Then we'll have recent. Okay, then let's override on initialize async method. Override async task on initialized async. And we'll fetch these three data. So these three set of data, these do not depend on each other. So instead of making synchronous calls, three synchronous calls, we will fetch these three parallelly. So for this, what we'll do, we'll say var post equals, we'll say await task dot when all. Okay, then we'll say first blog post service dot get featured blog post async. Okay, we need 5. Then second we need popular, which we need 4 as per our UI, and then get recent, again 5. Okay, now this post, this is going to be an array of array with these three items. So here what we can do, we can have featured equals post 0. Okay, and then popular post 1 and recent posts 2, like this. Now we have all these three set of data. Okay, now we can use this data to display actual records for all these, right? So for blog post list, featured blog post, popular blog post, we need to pass this data to these components. But right now these components do not have that logic, right? So first let's fix these components. So these are going to get properties of type blog post array. Okay, let's call it posts only, posts, and this is going to be parameter with editor required, because this component needs to have this post assigned. Let's have a default value of blank array, and now we can use this. So let's see what we have here. We have a row, we have call lg6, call lg6, and in first call lg6 we have first item, and then second call L6 we have div class mb3, mb3, mb3. Okay. So these three are three separate posts, and then this one, this is a separate post. So we have these four posts. So for this first one, because we cannot add it inside a loop, what we can do, hmm, let's do this. We'll have a blog post. Uh, let's have this. Let's have a variable here. Or no, no, not variable. Let's do this. Let's have a private blog post, and we'll say first blog post. Okay, default value this default. Then we'll use override on initialized, and inside this we will set this first. This should be underscore first underscore first equals posts. Okay, we'll check here if posts dot length is greater than 1, or let's say greater than 0. Then only we will set the first from posts dot first, like this. I have done this just so that we can directly use this here. And this complete thing, everything we are going to wrap it inside a condition where we'll say if posts dot length is greater than 0, then only display all of this. Then this first call lg6, this is going to be the first property. So here first thing, background image. So let's have our background image. This is going to be @ underscore first underscore first dot image. Then this is going to be the title. So we'll say underscore first dot title. Then this is going to be introduction. So first dot introduction. Then here we are going to have the when it was published, then how much time it will need to be read. So for this we can skip this section for our particular case. So what we can do, just remove this, and we will simply display when it was published. So here we'll say first dot published at. Now this thing we will need it at a lot of places, so it's better to create a extension method for this. So here what we'll do, we'll say public static string, and we'll say to display something like this. And here we'll say this date time, this is going to be nullable date time. Okay, here we'll say date time dot toString, and as per the design it was mmdd. And if this is not the case, we'll simply return string.empty. Now we can use this directly here. So at that first dot display published at dot to display, like this. Okay, this is author name. So here we'll say @first dot user dot name, and we are not going to have this as anchor tag, so we can directly have this text without anchor tag, like this. Everything is fine, I guess. Yeah, this one is okay. Let's work on this second section. Here we have these three items, 1 2 3. So we can loop through these items, right? So we'll say for each. Here we'll say var post in posts or let's say B is for blog, and copy first one. Let's add it here. First we will have image, so here we could say b dot image. Then we have this detail, sorry, title, so b dot title. Then this is the author name, so we'll say b dot user dot name. In love it, this is going to be category. So here we should have an anchor tag for our category, so we'll say href, whatever category URL we are going to have, we'll add this, and then we'll say b dot category dot name, and then this is the same published at, so here we'll say b dot published at dot to display, and then we can remove these. Now what we need to do, first blog post we have shown in the first whole LG6, and here we should skip that first one. So here what we'll say post dot skip one. So just skip the first one and then look through. Okay, so I guess we are good with this one. So this is featured and it needs at least 4 blog posts for our design. So if I go to our home page, featured, we got 5. Let's fetch 4 only. Okay, cool. So featured blog post list. This is now complaining about posts property. So we'll add it posts, and here we can pass our featured. Cool. Now comes this popular. Before that, in featured we added this. Okay, we cleaned this up, right? Yes, we cleaned it up. Cool. Now let's copy this posts parameter, go to the popular blog posts. So inside this also we are going to have the same parameter, and here we don't need to get that first out here of here because this is simple OLLI, just a list. Okay, so we'll remove all, just have one, and here we are going to add our for each loop posts, and then we could cut this, add this li here, and then we'll fix it. So this is the title, so b dot title, then this is b dot user dot name, and then this is going to be category, so same a href category, and this is going to be b dot category dot name. Cool. So let's go to homepage again. We need to provide posts for this as well, so this is going to be popular. Then comes this blog post list, this one. Let's fix this as well. So blog post list, this one. So here again we are going to have the same post list, this, and we'll same look through the records and we'll display this. So for each var be in posts, let's cut one of it, add it here, remove these two, and let's make it dynamic. So first thing, this is b dot title, then this is introduction, so b dot introduction, then this thing is the same category and author, so let's copy it from here. Okay, then this is the time, so we'll say b dot published at dot to display, and then last one, this is image, at the rate b dot image. Cool. Save it and go to our home page. This is going to be posts, and here we are going to pass our recent post list. Cool. So far so good. There is only one. Okay, no. What is this? This is the main first. Okay, this is going to be the first featured. Yeah, this is the first featured item. Okay, so let's do this. That means this featured, we need to have 5 only. 4 we will need that internal uh, list, but 1 we'll have here. So here we'll do that similar thing. First featured, where is it? Featured blog post. So this, like this, right? So we will do the same thing on our home page. We will have one field here where we'll say first featured. Okay, and here we'll say first featured equals underscore featured of 0, the first one. And then what we should do, we should say featured equals underscore featured dot skip 1 and then 2 array. So we simply skipped this first item from this featured list, which we passed to this featured blog post. Okay, so now we have this underscore first featured, we can use it here. So before displaying this thing, we will check if this featured is not null, then only show this thing. Okay, now let's bind it up. So first thing, this is the title at the rate first feature dot title. This is description, what I mean introduction. So first feature dot introduction, then this is going to be detail page, this is fine, and image. So here we'll say first featured dot image. We can remove these things from here, and let's run it, right? Or maybe before that, okay, before that, for this underscore featured, this featured get featured blog post, so we need to have 5 items so that our design that does not get distorted, right? Because we need at least these 5 featured blog posts. But what if we don't have 5? What if we don't have any? What if we don't have any, or what if we just have one? So then this section is going to be freak out. So what we can do, we are saying featured, but we did not show anything that this should be featured. So what we can do, let's go to this get featured blog post, and from here, where is this get featured blog post, we have count, right? So before returning it, let's have this, we'll say records. Let's check if we have these much of records. So here we'll say if the count is greater than records.count, records.length. If that's the case, that means we do not have 5 featured articles in this particular case, right? So here what we can do, we can fetch the additional items. Let's say we got only 2 records here, so we need 3 more. So we will get those 3 more from our blog post randomly. Okay, So here what we can say, additional records like this, and here we'll say await query dot. Now what we should do, we should remove this is featured from here because we don't want to repeat the same blog post, right? So let's do this. Let's cut this is featured from here, add it here, query dot where b goes to b dot is featured order by. Okay, then just copy this section, and here what we'll do, we'll say where b dot is featured, negation of this, so that we skip the records which we already have in this record section. So we'll skip those. Then again we are going to order by randomly. Then this time we will not take count, we will take count minus records dot length. So whatever remaining items we have, in this case it will return us 3. So we will have 3 items and then 2 array async. Okay, and now from here we can modify this records to records and merge these additional records to this like this, and then at the very bottom we can simply return these records. So if we already got 5, then it will not do anything and it will directly return the result. Okay, so I think we are good now. Cool. So now this design will always be perfect. Let's try it out. Let's run it. And we have some errors. It says null reference exception underscore first was null. Okay, so what? If post dot length is greater than 0, then the first should be there, but it is not. Okay, let's do this. Let's add a breakpoint here. Continue. I want to see which case is this. Run. Dot length is 0. So is it initial case when post dot length is 0? Maybe this is before this parameter got set, right? Okay, so let's do this. Instead of setting it here, we will override other method, override on parameter set. We will override this one. Okay, and we'll move this condition to this method. So now we will have it guaranteed. Do we have this condition in any other component? No, no. Okay, let's run it. On initialized executes first, and then on parameter set gets executed, and boom. Cool, it looks nice. Okay, this article we have added this blog post, we have image, we have this title, introduction, and if we move, we have these other name is correctly picked up, everything is fine, dates and name, category which has a link, all stories, popular, we have these 4 popular items, then we have these recent items 1 2 3 4 5, and let's change this all stories to recent. And on this page everything looking fine, right? Everything looking great. Cool. Close this, fix this, All stories, change this to recent, and then we'll work on the category page. So on home page, where is our home page? Is here. All stories, instead of this, we'll say latest posts, like this. Okay. Now we can work on our category posts. So the URL for this, we are going to have maybe something. First, we'll get the dynamic section from Slug. Something like, let's make it dynamic. So we'll say category slug hyphen posts. So if it's Blazor, it will say Blazor hyphen posts. If it is ASP.NET Core, it will say ASP.NET, ASP-net hyphen core hyphen posts, like this. Okay. So for this category slug, let's have a parameter here. So we'll have a string category slug. This is going to be a parameter. Okay. Then we are going to have a list of posts. So blog post array, blog post. No, we need to have multiple. First we have featured, then we have latest, then we have popular. Same three set of data actually. So same like home. Let's copy this complete thing and come here and paste it like this. Okay. Let's inject our blog post service. Go to the very top, inject it, and we have this. So here, first we need to get the category from this category slug, right? So in uninitialized, but before that, first feature, we don't need this first feature, different for this one. Here what we'll have one object for a category. So we'll say private category underscore category. Okay. Then we'll fetch this category first before anything else. So here we'll say category await, and we need category service. So let's do this. I category service. We'll call it category service. Here category service, and we'll say await category service dot get category by slug async. Here we'll say category slug, like this. What is the issue? It could be null. So okay, let's handle this case as well. So we'll say var category. If category is null, we are going to return from here. So for that, let's inject navigation manager. @ inject navigation manager, and we'll directly return to the home page. Navigation manager dot navigate to slash, and we'll replace this URL because this URL is incorrect, invalid. So we'll say replace true, and then we'll return from here. We don't want to execute further. Cool. Now here, if we came here, we know that category is not null. So we will say category equals to this category. Okay. Now for get featured, we'll say comma underscore category dot id. We need category ID, right? But for on this page, we just need one. We don't need more. Popular, we can get maybe 4 or 5 items. 4 is fine with category ID. Then recent, again, we need category ID. So save everything, and now we are good. First thing, what we'll do, we need to display this category name here. Okay, so we'll say category dot name. Then this one is featured blog post list. This is latest. So let's bind these up first. So pass recent, which is latest, and this is popular. So pass popular underscore popular, like this. And this same category name we need here, popular in this category name. Cool. Now this one is featured. Let's fix this. So this featured, let's have it single only, because this is going to be single. It shouldn't be nullable. So here we'll say post 0 dot first underscore featured, or we could say first or default if we really want to handle everything. So let's make it nullable in that case. Let's use this. So for this section, first section, call MD8 MD5, this one, right? So for this, what we can do, we will add a condition. If the featured is not null, then only we are going to render this div. Okay, so let's add these things. First, image. So underscore featured slash sorry dot image. Then we have this title underscore featured dot title. Then we have introduction featured dot introduction. Then we have author name, so featured dot user dot name, and then the published at, so featured dot published at dot to display. Cool, save everything, and this page should also work fine. Now let's remove this and main and this main HTML comments, save everything, and I think we should be good now. So let's fix the URLs first. Okay, let's go to home page and we'll start fixing the URLs. We need this dynamic URL, category slug hyphen post. Let's go to home and let's check where we have read more. This is going to be detail page. We will skip it, and on home we don't have anything. Let's go to these shared components. So blog post list, here we have this category, right? So let's add that URL here. So here we'll say category slug. For category slug we can get it from b.category.slug, then hyphen post, and on this anchor tag let's add title so it makes sense. So we'll say b.category.name post. Okay, and this is going to be detail page. We'll fix it later. Let's copy this this href and title. Let's copy both. Featured blog post, here also we are going to have the same thing. User display, we don't have category in this section, but we have category in here. So let's use that same thing here. Cool. Let's go to this popular blog post list. We have category here like this, and then we have category on our layout, right? So let's go to our layout, top navbar. Here we have these categories, which is this C. So let's use this. So here instead of b.category we'll use C. B dot category will use C dot name, and I think we are good with this now. Okay, great. Save everything, run. It's here. Let's see what we have. These links, category links, and it is working. In ASP.NET Core, we have one featured, popular items, then we have latest. For SQL Server, we don't have any, so all these sections are empty. View, we have two popular, one featured, two latest. Razor pages, we don't have anything. C sharp, we have items, so that means the category page is also working fine. We can move from here as well. Go back, C sharp, and everything is working great, right? Category page is also done. Now let's work on the detail page. Okay, and if we don't have any uh, blog post for that particular category, what we can do, maybe we can simply display a message where we'll say we don't have any blog post for this particular category. Yeah, okay, let's do this. So on category page, category post page, here we should have some flag. I'm going to say private. So for this featured, if we did not have anything, we were fetching that as per the category, right? So that means if we just check featured, if this featured is empty, then we are sure that both of these are going to be empty, right? So we'll simply check this feature. So here, okay, so instead of having it like this, hmm okay, let's have a private boolean property here. Private bool has no post, something like this. So here we'll say featured is null. Okay, then we can have this condition for all at all these places. Featured if not has no post, or we'll say, yeah, if does not have any post, then no, it is confusing, right? Okay, let's do this. We know this featured subscribe box will be there for sure, but on this h5 in this MD, let's do this. Move this h5 inside this, copy this h5, okay, and then we'll add this section should also go inside this only. No, no, no. Let me think. Let me think. What would make more sense? It would make more sense if we completely skip this div, but no. I wanted to have lesser conditions, but that is not going to work. So let's do this. Okay, we'll say if is featured is not null, but the problem is it is semantically it is not making sense. So let's go to that thing only. So private bool has no posts. We'll do this only. So featured is null. Here we'll say if featured is null, then we are sure that there are no post in this category. So, and why so? As we are fetching the recent blog post if featured is null. If there is no featured, something like this. If there is no featured post. So that means we are sure that this is going to be null. So we can use this has no post. Here we'll add this condition. If no has posts. Let's do this. Okay, comment is fine. So let's stop and disable order reload stop. If has posts, then only we are going to do this, or maybe yeah. If has posts, then only we'll render this popular section. Okay, and then in this first case, here what we'll do, featured is fine, this is fine. So this H5, for this H5, I actually wanted to display this H5. So what I can do inside this call MD8, first thing I'll check if has posts, then display all of this. And in that case, we don't want this condition now. We can remove this condition, right? And then if we do not have any post, then we'll add a else condition. And in that else condition, we are going to have these two things, H5 with, we'll say, category name posts, and inside this I'm just going to have one p tag. There are no blog posts yet in this category, or we'll say under this category name. Okay, so MB0, let's have it. This is fine, MB5, this is MB5, so we'll say M5, and on this P we'll say P5, class P5, class P5, and text center. Save everything, and we should see what we are willing to see. If there are no posts in that particular category, it should show that second section, it should show that section. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so let's go to ASP.NET Core. Here we have all our posts. If you go to SQL Server posts, there are no blog posts under SQL Server. Yeah, this looks fine, right? Cool, we can make it bigger. So does Bootstrap 4 has all those classes? H1? No, it does not have them. Okay, okay, let's do this. We are here. So here what we'll do, we'll say font, font, weight, bold, and then we'll add style, font size 25 px. Save it and check it. Cool. There are no blog posts yet under SQL Server, and we are good. Cool. Let's work on the detail page. So for this, first let's fix the URL. So blog post detail, it was slash details, so let's make it post slash and then slug. So blog post slug. Okay, and let's create a property for this. In our code section we'll say prop string and this blog post slug, and we'll add parameter attribute to this. Then we are going to have complete blog post, so we'll say blog post and let's have new default value for this. Then we'll say override on initialized async, and we need to inject our blog post service. So inject blog post blog post service, we'll call it blog post service, and let's inject navigation manager as well. Inject navigation manager, let's call it navigation manager only. Now we'll fetch the blog post from database, from our service. So here we'll say var result equals await blog post service dot get blog post by slug async, right? And we need to pass slug, so we'll say blog post slug. Cool. Now we'll check if result dot is empty. If this is empty, then we'll simply use navigation service, and that means this URL is not correct. So we'll navigate user to the home page slash, and then same, because this URL is invalid, we'll add replace true, and then we'll return from here. We don't want it to execute further. Cool. Now it was not empty, that means we have data. So we can set our blog post to result dot blog post, and then we can have a collection. So private blog post related posts with default array, and for this related post we'll say related post equals result dot related post, like this. Okay, cool. Okay, now we are good. We can use these two things in our markup here, HTML design. Let's remove these HTML comments. I think we'll render everything only if we have, where is that box? A subscribe box. Where is it? Is it inside this? We have article, then we have subscriber. Okay. So the first action will inject, sorry, not inject, if blog post.id is greater than, or let's do this only if blog post.id is greater than 0. Let's render everything only in this case. There is no point of render anything else. Okay. Then this feature blog post list. This means this is related post. So here we can pass posts, related posts, save, subscribe box, and then let's work on this. Share this. We are not using this share, this third party library, right? Add to any and all this. So we can remove this section. Let's remove this. Call LG2, LG8, MD12. Let's have, sorry, what I did. Call MD12, call LG8. Let's remove this. Let's have it call MD12 only. Okay. Now we have this article post, and we need to add everything inside this article, right? Before that, we have this main section. Okay, let's add things here first. So this is category name. So it will be our blog post underscore blog post dot category dot name, and this is the href for this. So we have blog post underscore blog post dot category dot slug hyphen posts. This is the category URL, right? Then this is the title, blog post title. So we'll say blog post dot title. Then we have introduction. This is the blog post introduction. So we'll say @ underscore blog post dot introduction. Then we have this avatar, user avatar, author name. So underscore blog post dot user dot name. Then published at. So blog post dot published at dot to display, and then this image. So underscore blog post dot image. Okay, cool. Then in here inside this article, okay, when we're saying article post, here will be the complete article. So that is going to be blog post dot content. Now this content is actually HTML content, so we need to convert it to a markup string so that it can display the actual element, actual HTML data, right? So for this we can convert it to markup string like this and use this directly like this blog post dot content. And now everything should work fine. Let's try it out. Save everything and let's run it. We have it here, home page, category page, and article. Okay, we need to fix the URLs as well. Okay, let's fix the URLs. First, let me close everything. So close all tabs. Then we'll open our home page, category post, blog details, and blog post list feature and popular blog post. Alright, so here this article.html, this should be posts slash b.slug, right? This is the URL for our blog post page, right? Blog post list, blog post detail, post slash blog post detail base. Save, featured, in featured, let's see, div image, this one, title, anchor tag details. This should be underscore first dot slug. Then we have this section here. We have this b dot title. Next, save it. Blog post article. Here is it. Then blog post detail page. Detail page is fine. Then comes this category page. So here we have this underscore featured. Then author, we don't want this, right? It should be just author. Latest, it will come from there only. Then we have there are no blog posts yet. This is fine. And cool, I think. No, let's check on homepage. Do we have something on homepage? Yes, we have this. This is going to be first feature. And cool. Save everything and let's run. It's here. Let's see. Detail is home is fine and detail page. C sharp adding image. This thing will change this avatar. Then we have this complete description, complete content. Then we have this box. Cool. Let's go to some other. We are here. Let's go to category. From category, let's open it. Yes. From featured, latest. So everything is working fine, right? Cool. So we winded up everything. Just change this. So for this avatar, I found one online service which is ui-avatars.com. So if I do this, it gives us this. So background random, it will give initials with some random color, and because I'm using the same, let's say I change the name. If I only provide one, then it will use this. So if the name is one character, one letter, or two words, so it works for everything. So we can use this directly because we do not have this user profile picture upload section in our app, but you can try it. I showed you the way how you can add additional fields to application user. I showed you how you can implement the image upload. We are using it on our creating a blog post page. So you can use all that knowledge to implement this functionality, this feature as well if you want. For me, let's go to blog post list. Sorry, details page. Here we have this image. So here I'm going to have this URL with this name. We'll make it dynamic. So we'll use this http utility dot encode URL encode, and inside this we are going to pass our username. So that is going to be blog post dot user dot name. So save everything and let's see if it changed that, and we can see this AP. That means it got changed. Okay. So I think we are good with all these things as well. Now there are two missing pieces. First is this section, subscribe box. This is not yet functional, right? And then second thing, if I am on this category post page, here what I'm displaying a featured, one featured item, four popular items, and then couple of latest items. But what if I want to see all the blog posts under this category? We don't have that page yet, right? So we are going to create a new page to display all the category blog posts, and we'll implement paging on that, right? Because right now we are showing only one featured, four popular and five latest, not all from this category. So first let's work on that all category posts page, then we'll fix this subscribe box. Okay. Okay, so let's create a separate component for this. So in pages, I'm going to create a new razor component, and what should we call it? These are category posts, but we already have a category post page, so let's call it paged category post, something like this. And let's add the URLs. So first page, it will start from the same category slug hyphen posts, and let's say all. Now we are going to implement paging as well for this. So let's do this. Let's add page hyphen and then page number. So we'll say URI page number, which is going to be int. Okay, so if it is first page, we'll use this first URL. If this is any subsequent page, page 2, 3, 4, 5, the URL is going to be blazor hyphen post slash all slash page hyphen 2, something like this. Okay, so now first thing, let's add the properties for this category slug and URI page number. So we'll have public string category slug, and then we'll have public int and URI page number. Both of these are going to decorated with parameter attribute. Okay. So save. And in this also we are going to have private category underscore category, and then we are going to have blog post list. So for on this page, what we'll do, we'll display a list of popular blog posts and then all blog posts. Okay, two sections. So let's have two collections. So first blog post array, we'll say, let's say posts only, and then we'll have one more where we'll say popular. Okay. Cool. Let's have private const, or we can have it like private const int page size, page per record. Let's have 5 right now. Save. And now we'll override our own initialized async method, and then we'll try to fetch the data for this. So first thing, let's inject uh, I blog post service, save. And then what we should do, let's go to category posts, and what we have on category posts, let's copy this section first. Navigation manager, let's inject navigation manager as well. And we need to inject category service as well. So let's inject category service as well. Now what's the issue? Category slug on initialized. Okay, posts and popular, right? So recent, remove this. Feature, let's first use this as this post. We'll fix this. Now what's the issue? What is it complaining about? Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, so first thing, we are getting the category as per this category slug. So if category is null, that means this URL is incorrect. We will navigate to the home page and return from here. If that is not correct, we got the category. We are setting the category to underscore category. Then we'll fetch the blog posts. Now it is going to change. So popular is fine. We are fetching popular post for this one. So let's get fetch 5 from there. But what is this post? 0 first or default blog post to blog post of array. Okay. Hmm. Okay, then we need category wise blog posts, and that too with paging. Okay, so let's do this. Let's reverse the order. First populate popular, and it will be like this. Then posts. Let's go here and create a new method where we'll say get what we should say. Let's say get blog posts async, like this only. Just instead of count, we can have category ID, although we know we are going to get it always, but still let's have it optional for now. There's no we can have it like this only if you. And here we'll use int page number and page size, or maybe we can skip this page number to have that the similar logic that we had for the quick grid with page index. hmm? Let's have it page index. Okay, that means page number -1, so it will start from 0. And let's implement this method. So I'm going to implement this like this, public, and let me copy from any of these. Okay, now category ID, view count. What is the issue with this one? Await, we need a sync. Okay, now we need to think about it. Has no tracking category user published category ID and view count. Wait, order by view count? No, we don't need this by view count. We need it by published at. And then before taking, we will skip. We are implementing paging here, so we'll say page index multiplied by page size, page size, and then we will take page size. So save. Now if we see, we have exact same logic in these two methods, right? Get blog post async and get popular post async, right? We have the exact same logic. The only difference is not popular, recent. The only difference is here we are taking this count, and here we are skipping and then taking the page size, right? So what we can try, we can extract out this to a separate function, separate method, and we can reuse this from there. How we'll achieve this? We'll say private async task of blog post array, and we'll say, let's say get post async, and here we can say int skip, int take, and int category ID, like this. Okay, then we'll add this logic here. Skip, we'll add skip variable, we have parameter. Here we'll say take parameter, category ID we are already using. Let's use this thing. So from here we'll say return get post async. Skip, we know skip logic is this one, so we'll skip this. Then take is page size for this one, and category ID is category ID. and we can remove that complete logic and simply return await. And because this is a single line, we can simply use the expression body like this. Great. Same thing, we can go to this get recent blog post. So here we'll do the same thing, return await get post async, then skip. In this case we are skipping 0, we are not skipping anything, taking count and category ID. Okay, let's do the same thing, use the expression body, so arrow and then this, and we are good. Okay, now we can use this get blog post async this method on our this page category blog post. So here we'll say get popular is fine. For this one we'll say this get blog post async, and it needs page index, page size, category ID. Category ID we provided. Page index we need to have some, let's have a private variable here, private int page index underscore page index with a default value of 1. So let's use this page index, then page size, which we have this as a constant, page size, and then category ID. Okay, so for the first page it will work because the default value for this page index is 1. So for the first page it will fetch 5 posts. Let's wind up the UI, the HTML. We'll get a subset of category posts to this. Okay, so for this let's go to category post page, and this container row column d4, this section. I think get let's copy this complete page, and here what we'll do, first let's remove this has posts section, the has post condition basically. Then this recent, we don't need this recent, or do we? We don't need this featured section here, so we'll remove this featured. Okay, so first thing h5, and here we'll say instead of featured we'll just say the category name and let's say posts. Okay, after this we are going to display all our blog posts. So underscore posts like this, and I think we are good with this. Close div, and then we'll have popular blog post on the right section, right side of the this row. Okay, looks fine I guess. Popular post, subscribe box, main post, which is this. Okay, now let's go to the category posts page, and here we are going to add a new link for this page which will navigate to this particular page. Okay, so on category posts, after displaying all the posts inside this blog post, so let's have an HR horizontal rule HR tag. Then we are going to have a div class, is this inner class, call md8. Okay, let's do this. Let's directly have a nav link with href with this page, and we have a problem, we cannot use nav link. The problem is we cannot Mix and match dynamic and static portions for single attribute property using this Blazor components. So we need to use anchor tag here, and here what we'll do a, then we'll have category slug. So we already have category slug, right? We can directly use this. So we can use this category slug hyphen push slash all, and then we can say, let's say all push, or we can add category name here as well, category dot name. Okay, so it will display all Blazor push, something like this. Then we'll have couple of classes here. So btn, btn sm, btn outline primary maybe, and then we need to move it to the right. So we can say float right. Save it and let's try it out how it looks. Okay, it's here. Let's open C sharp. In C sharp we have all C sharp posts, and this is a problem. The problem is because this is float right, so we need to fix it. What we can do, let's have add a span with class w100 without any content. Save. No, or we need to clear float. hr w100 and d block. Would it make sense? No. Okay, let's fix it another way. So what we can do, we can wrap this anchor tag to into a div. Save it and let's see. Did it come? No. Refresh. Sometimes these small things take so much of time. This floating is always tricky. Let me try to find how we can fix it. Let's try different things. So we'll say, although this is a block level element, but d block w100. Let me try to fix it. There was some bootstrap class for clear fix. Add it on this hr class clear fix. No, this class does not exist. Clear both. Okay, let's add this explicitly. So on this hr we can say class, or not class, style, and here we'll say clear both left and right, or we could say clear right because we have float right on the top. So save it. Let's see it. Refresh. And we have something, right? Now let's see on first hr we have margin top and margin bottom. Then we have this div, and then we have this then we have this div. So On this we have this, right? Style clear fix. Okay, maybe we need to add that thing on this button, this anchor tag, or maybe the quick fix would be just remove this bottom HR. I'm not a full-fledged designer, so and CSS is always tricky. So I can do most of this stuff, but I'm not a full-fledged designer. So please. Mm. Okay, so we can remove this, or maybe if I want to fix it, I will try something maybe on this, adding some margin bottom. See, margin bottom, sometimes px, something like this. Margin bottom, we could use the same thing, 1 rem, right? So this thing also we can try. Let's try it. So on this anchor tag, let's add a style with this. Okay, save, and let's see if it goes to that page. All C# posts, and we are here. C# posts all, and it is able to pull the C# posts, and then we can see 5 popular uh, blog posts. Now we are here and we want to implement paging. So let's add previous page and next page buttons here on this page. So let's go to page category, posts page. Here, after displaying these blog posts, we are going to do the same thing, similar kind of thing. Copy this thing, add it here, and let's do not have that div. Oh no, let's have that div, and we'll not use float right or float left. Instead, we'll use display flags on this div. So here we'll say div flags justify content between, so that we can have 2 buttons on the very left and on the very right. So using this, we don't need to have this clear right. Copy this. So first button would be previous page, and this right button would be next page. Okay. Now we need to make these with page, the URLs basically. So let's generate these URL, think through about it. So we have index, page index, which starts from 1 or from 0. Page index should start from 0 because it is index. Or we could have page number here, and when we are passing it to there, we can have page number -1. Okay, now we have page number. Let's use it. So for previous page, when it should, okay, just disable or stop it. So previous page should only be style margin bottom. We don't need these styles, right? So previous page will only be there if the underscore page number at the rate, if underscore page number is greater than 1. If it's greater than 1, then only display this previous page. Okay, and the URL we could construct here, prev page URL, and we can have it something like first category slug, category. Why it is not showing this category slug hyphen posts hyphen all? Okay, then we can check if the page number, if this is 1, or we could say if this is no, page number is greater than 1, then only we'll display this, right? So if page number equals 2, that means we need the previous page will navigate us to the page number 1, and on page number 1 we do not show this page hyphen page number. Okay, so if it is greater than 1, it is 2, then we'll not display it, and if it is not 2, if it is greater than 2, then we'll do this. So we should have this like this, and then we'll say prev page URL equals, or let's say plus equals, we are going to add slash page hyphen and then page number -1, right? So if it was page number 3, then the URL it would be the category slug hyphen posts slug hyphen posts hyphen all hyphen page hyphen 2, like this. Okay, so then we can use this URL directly here like this. Okay, now what if it is not greater than 1? Then what we can do, because we have this deflex justify content between, so let's have an empty span here so that our design is okay. This is for previous page. Now let's work on next page. So for next page, when we should display next page, if uh, we should display our next page if the posts we got dot length is equals our page size, right? That means there could be a new page, and if the post dot length is less than page size, that means our page size was 5 and we only got 4 blog posts on this page, that means there is no next page, right? So we'll do this here, and here what we'll do, we'll say category select post hyphen all slash page hyphen, then here we could simply say page number +1. So if page number is 1, it will be 2. I think we are good. We are good. Now what if we accidentally added that page number 1 here? It should automatically redirect to this page in that case. So we need to handle that particular case. Okay. So for this, what we can do, on initialize async, after getting a category, or maybe no, before getting anything, we will check if URI page number, let's make it nullable. So if URI page number, this has value, and this URI page number is, or maybe let's move inside this. So if this has value and URI page number is greater than 0, if it had some value greater than 0, but it could be 0, right? We could provide 0. If we provided 0, then also it should navigate to the previous page where we have that all for any invalid. Okay, let's do this. Here we'll say if it had some value, And then we'll add a condition if URI page number is less than 2. It is going to handle all the cases, right? If it has some value and that is less than 2, so either that is 1, 0 or any negative number, we are going to redirect user navigation manager dot navigate to the, we could say, category slug page. So category slug hyphen posts slash all, this page, and we'll use replace true because we don't, this page is invalid, so we don't want to have it in the history. And then we'll simply return from here, we don't want to execute further. If that's not the case, that means URI page number had some value and this value was greater than 1. It was either equals to 2 or more than 2. What we'll do in that case? In that case, we'll set our page number to URI page number. Page number dot value. Okay, so looks like we have everything set up. Now let's do one more thing. So this underscore page number, category post, here we will check if this page number is greater than 1. Then we'll display some additional stuff, and that is going to be this page hyphen and then page number underscore page number. If that's not the case, we'll have whatever we had earlier. So for this to check, let's reduce the page size. Let's have it 2. Save it and run it. Now it should handle all the cases. It's here. Let's see. Detail page, category page, and we say all, and we are here on all 1, 2, 3, 4. It is still displaying 4, but it should have displayed 2 only, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see what the issue is. Page number is 1, page size is 2. Page size, we are passing page size. Get blog posts. Okay, and the problem is we are using post 0. It should be 1. Right, because 0 is for popular and this one is for 1. So save it and let's rerun it. It is coming. Okay, ASP.NET Core all, and we have 2 blog posts and we have this next page which will navigate us to page number 2. And now we can see the page 2 in URL, page 2 on this main heading, and we have previous page and we have next page. So on previous page, if you see the URL, can you see it? Let me try to do something if I can. I don't know. I don't know how I can show you, but okay, I can just show you this. This is the previous URL, so which is without any page, and the title heading is also without any page hyphen that. Next page, then if you go to next page, now we are on page 3, and this is the case where we don't know if we have any further item. If you want, you can handle it by passing the total number of records, then you can use that, but I think we are good with this approach right now. So from here, if you press previous, it will go to page number 2, then page number 1, and we are good. So that means this paging is also working. Let's use C#, all C# posts, next page, and right now we don't have any next item. So next page button is not here, but previous page is here, and we can tap on previous page, it will go to page number 2, then page number 1, and we are good. Okay, cool. So that means this page is also done. Now we can work on this subscribe box. If I don't know if you are paying attention, all these pages are statically server side rendered. There is no interactivity. These are not interactive server, WebAssembly, interactive auto, nothing. If you check the source, you are going to see everything in this body section. Everything is rendered on server. So now the problem with this is interactivity does not work. So we cannot handle these things. Subscribe, nothing is going to happen, and we cannot do much here. So we need to work with forms, and Blazor gives us enhanced forms, and that is a very cool feature. We are going to experience it. So first let me push the code. All right, so let's go to our uh, subscribe box, this one, and in here, did we created subscribe entity? Data entity subscriber. Yes, we have subscriber entity. Okay, so here what we are going to do, we are going to have a private subscriber entity. Let's say model get set with the default value of this default model. Okay, okay, and now we are going to wrap this section in a edit form. So edit form, and for edit form we'll provide our model, which is going to be this model only, this object, and inside this we'll use our data annotation validator. Okay, after that we have first name, last name, but in our subscriber model we have name and email, so we are going to use these two. So first one we'll use name, and second one email, and these should be input text. So input text, and we'll use bind value. It will be model dot name. Okay, then classes. So class and placeholder, let's use these only. Form control class and placeholder name. Okay, and then here we are going to use validation message for model dot name, like this, with a class of text danger, like this. Okay, let's copy this, and here we'll say model dot email, placeholder email, and validation message for email, and on this one we will set type equals email. Oh, okay, so this is button type submit subscribe, this is fine. Okay, now uh, let's create a method. So private async task, we'll say subscribe async. Okay, and on this we'll say on valid submit, we'll call this subscribe async method. Now we need to create a subscribe service where we are going to add a user to our subscriber list. Okay, So for that, let's go to our services, and let's create a new class. Let's call it subscribe service. Let's inject IDB context factory of type application DB context factory, and here we'll have one method public async task, and we'll say subscribe async, and it will get a parameter of type subscriber. Okay, and here we'll create our context using var context equals context factory dot create db context. We have only one method, so we are not adding it to a separate method. Here we will check if this email already exists in our subscriber database. That means this user is already subscribed. So here we'll say is already subscribed. So we'll check if await context dot subscribers dot as node tracking dot any async s dot email equals subscriber dot email. Okay, let me break it down to multiple lines. If this is the case, is already subscribed, then we'll return let's say let's have a return type of string, nullable string. So we'll return one string here where we'll say you are already subscribed. Okay, now if that's not the case, we will add subscriber dot subscribed on. We'll set current date time, so date time dot utc now, and then we'll say await context dot subscriber dot add async, and then this subscriber model, and then we'll say await context dot save changes async, and after that we'll return null. That means everything was successful. Cool. Let's create extract an interface. uh, hmm Add to current file. Let's register this in a program.cs file. Add transient I subscribe service. Okay, okay, cool. Let's go to our subscribe box component and let's inject this I subscribe service. So inject I subscribe service, we'll say subscribe service, and here we could use this var result, or let's say var error message, because we know if it returns something it will be error message. Await subscribe service dot subscribe async, and we'll pass our model to this. Okay, then we'll check if error message is null. If it's null, that means there was some, sorry, if it's null, that means everything was successful. So we'll say if it is not null. If this is not null, then we know there was some error. So we need to display that error. We need to show that error here. So here we'll say private string, nullable string message. Okay. If there was some error, we'll display the error here, message equals this error message. And if that wasn't the case, then we'll say message equals to successfully subscribed. or let's say thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. After saying this, we will reset the model, and I think we are good. Cool. Now there is one problem in this, and the problem is we have this message, right? So let's do this. When we are entering into this, let's say we would say subscribing dot dot dot. Something is happening, okay? Now let's display this subscribe. Right before this call, we will not have any margin, and here we'll display this only if we have this message is not null or empty. So string dot is null or white space underscore message. If this is not null or white space, that means we have something in this message. Then we are going to simply display this p underscore message, and on this p, let's have a class uh, m0 and p0. No margin, no padding at all. Now this box, this thing, this component, this is being rendered as statically server side rendered on server side rendered pages. That means we are not going to have any interactivity on this. What that means is this form and everything, all this is not going to directly work, but on the edit forms it will be actually when we will submit this complete form is going to be sent to the server. So basically there is going to be complete page reload, complete page post, then come back. So for this just I got him. Now first thing we will add a method post. After that we don't want this complete page to be reload, right? We don't want this complete page to go to the server and reconstruct and come back. So we could use enhanced navigation, enhanced form submission for this. So this edit form gives us this enhance, which is a short form for enhance equals to true, this thing, which we can use directly. Now what it is going to do, instead of submitting the complete page, it will simply use JavaScript Ajax fetch request to submit this form. Okay, so now there is not going to be page reload, but now we will have one problem, and that problem is going to be this message. I can show you this thing. Let's run it, or maybe I can show you that enhance as well. Let's do this. Let me stop this. Let me remove this enhance, save it, and yeah, one more thing. Whenever we have edit form in statically server side rendered pages, we should provide a form name. The reason is we could have multiple form submissions for this page. So in order to, because this component is going to render for this time when we are seeing it, but when we submit it, then this request goes to the server. From there it again executes everything, so it needs to know that which form is it. So the name is up to us. We'll say subscribe form, so it will know that okay, this form is being submitted. I'm running it. I have not added that enhance. So we'll say how it behaves right now. It came, and let's go to some category page. We have this name, email. Let me inspect. Go to network. I'm going to say preserve log. Now I'll simply going to use something. Let's say temp and temp@gmail.com. Okay, now I have selected this all, so I'm subscribing. You see, complete page reload, and we say the form name field is required, email field is required. That will just check. So first thing, complete page was reload. That is not what we want. We provided this model name, email, but still it says the name field is required, email field is required, and that's because when this form gets sent to the server for this model, we need to tell that from where you are going to get the values for this model. So initially when we are typing it, it is on client, we have everything, but when we say submit, everything went to there, but at server side this component is going to be rendered again, and when it is being rendered there, it will come here, it will check that model equals new, that means new instance of this model, and at that time it will going to check data annotation validator. So we did not provide name and value, name and email, because we are saying slash new, sorry, equals to new object. So in order to tell Blazor when the form is being posted on the post server side that you should get this news default value, but from where you will get these values, it is supply parameter from form. So when we submit this and when this component is going to rendered on server after submission, then it will check, okay, this model, the default value is this, but we are saying that get these values for this model, get values from form, the submitted form which we just saw in that inspect. There was name and email for values being sent, so it will check those values and fill out those values here. So save it, run it. Okay, it is here. Category. Let's see again. Network. Okay. I'll use the same values. Temp at gmail.com. Subscribe. You see, complete page reload. And it says, thank you for subscribing. That means values sent to the server. It did its part, then rendered it again on the server and it returned. Subscribing is done. This is done, but this complete form reload, this is not what we want. There is no point of refreshing the complete page. So for this we have this enhance form submission. For this we can add this enhance. Now let me run the app, and this time we'll see does the complete form getting submitted or just this form using JavaScript fetch, JavaScript objects basically. So we have it here, the same page. And now again everything is same. Now I'll provide, let's say, temp1 and temp1 at gmail.com. Now in subscribing, you see the complete form was not sent to the server, and we have thanks for subscribing. Now if we do this, we have this name field is required, email field is required, without sending this complete without reloading the complete page basically. So this thing is working. There is only one thing, temp2, let's say temp2 at gmail.com, subscribe, and it directly goes to thank you for subscribing. What I mean is, let's add some delay here, where I'm saying await task dot delay of, let's say, 2.5 seconds. Okay, after setting it, I'm setting a delay of 2.5 seconds. Now let's see how it behaves. It is here. Go to some category page and let's check it. Temp4 at gmail.com, subscribe, and nothing is happening. And after 2.5 seconds we see that thank you for subscribing, but in between we should have known what the status is. So that is because that is not coming here. That's because this page is server side rendered. We do not have any interactivity. We just submit the form, it goes to the server, it performs its operation, and the response comes back. But we have one feature which Blazor provides us for this SSR, that is streaming rendering. So what that is, we will add an attribute here. We'll say stream rendering. What it does, when we are posting the when we are posting in this form first, so request went to server, where after that if there is any change in the state, it will open a response connection, then it will simply keep on sending the messages on that particular section connection only. So how it is going to work, when we are doing subscribing, we are setting this max message equals to subscribing. It will return its state, we will see this message, and it is still working on this thing. It will make this request, it will do this, and after that when we'll come here, it will again get the response and it will send the next update, which is message equals to error message. And this is not any server interactivity or WebAssembly interactivity. This is streaming rendering on the same open connection. So let's see it in action. I'm stopping it, save everything and run it. Now we should see this subscribing in between. Okay, pages here. I'll use this one, for example. Let's use temp5 temp5@gmail.com. Subscribe, you see subscribing, and after 2.5 seconds we'll see thank you for subscribing, and this got removed. Let's try it out for the same thing. This time it should show that error that you are already subscribed, right? So let's do this. It is saying subscribing, and after 2.5 seconds it says you are already subscribed and these values are not getting cleared. Okay, so that means this subscribe functionality is also working as we expected, with all new Blazor streaming rendering and enhanced form navigation and enhanced form submission, everything. Cool. So now next thing is we have this subscribe data in our database. Now we need to display this data on this manage subscribers page. We will create this page and we'll use the QuickGrid to show the data of the subscribed users. Okay, let's go. So let's remove this 2.5 delay. Let's have 1 second delay so that at least we can see this. And after this, let's go to pages, admin, and we'll create our manage subscribers page. So manage subscribers. Let's add the page, which will be admin/manage subscribers. Okay, cool. And inside this, I'm going to have a collection. No, not collection. We are going to use our quick grid. So for that, what we'll do here, we will have a private quick grid item provider, or what is quick grid provider, grid item provider, grid item provider of type subscribe, subscriber. Okay, so this will say subscribers provider. Okay, now we'll do the same thing. We'll say private const int page size. Let's have 5 for now. We will have pagination in this. So for that, let's have private pagination state underscore pagination state equals new pagination state with items per page with this page size like this, and we are good. Okay, now let's go to override on initialized async. And inside this, before that, let's go to our subscriber service and create one more method to fetch the list of subscribers. So here we'll say public async task subscriber array, and we'll say get subscribers async, and we will have int page index or int start index, then int page size, these two things. Here we are going to say using var context equals context factory dot create db context. Then we will simply return await context dot subscribers dot as no tracking dot order by descending s dot subscribed on dot skip start index dot take page size dot to array async, like this. Let's break it to multiple lines. Okay, skip, take, and this. And we are good. Let's add this method to interface, and we are good to use this. So here what we'll do on this subscriber provider, we'll provide body for this, which is going to be that async request. And from here we need to return uh, grid provider result, right? Grid item provider result dot from and then collection. Okay, we need to have total count as well. From here let's return paged result of type subscriber. Okay, that means we cannot directly have this, so we'll cut this. We'll say var query equals this section, then we'll have total count. We'll say total count equals await query dot count async, and then we will have records as await query dot skip take and to array async. Then from here we are going to return new paged result of subscriber. First is records, then second is total count, like this. Okay, let's change the type in interface as well. Okay, now let's go here, and here we can get result equals await subscriber service. We need to inject our subscriber service, so we'll say inject I subscribe service, and from this subscribe service we can get subscribers async. Then start index is going to be request dot start index, and the page size is going to be request dot count, or if that is null we will use our page size. Okay, and after that we'll provide this result dot records, and then total count will be result dot total count. We are good, so our subscriber provider is working, is fine. Okay, it looks great. Let's add a loader as well. So here we'll say private bool is loading, then we'll have that private string. We don't need to have loader text explicitly because we are not going to change that, right? So here first thing is we will check if is loading is true. If is loading is true, we'll render our loader with loader text as fetching subscribers, like this. Okay, if we are not loading, after that we'll use our QuickGrid. So QuickGrid, on this QuickGrid, first thing we'll use our items provider, which will be this subscriber items provider. Then we'll have our pagination on this, which will be underscore pagination state. Okay, and after that let's add couple of bootstrap classes. Same table bordered and table strap. Cool. Table strap. Okay, now let's add columns. So property column, and property is going to be property. It is going to be c dot name, and then c dot email, and then c dot subscribed on this property columns. We could have format parameter as well. So this is date time, so we can format it. We will say mmm dd yyyy hh mm and ss, the actual date and time and everything. And let's change its title to subscribed on. I think we are good. Let's add the paging. So for this we'll use paginator with state as pagination state, and I guess everything is fine. Let's add header. So add domain header with the title as manage subscribers, like this. We don't need to have any button on this. So I think we are good now. What is the issue here? Okay, we could use the sync version. Void on initialized, and let's use this as this nullable, and we are good now. Okay, let's try it, but before that we are not using this is loading, right? So what we'll do, we'll say is loading to true, and then we'll use state has changed, because we saw from this it does not update the state, it does not re-render. And after fetching the data, we'll say is loading to false, and again state has changed. And there is one more thing which we need to do on this page, which is we don't want it to pre-render on server. So what we will do, we'll add render mode on this page as new interactive server render mode with pre-render false. Okay, let's try it out. We should see all the uh, temp 1, temp 2, temp 3, all those data. Okay, it's here. We'll go here, manage subscribers, and we see this data. Cool. 1 2 3 4 5, because we have a paging of 5. Let's use paging of, let's say, 2 items, so that we can say see 3 different pages. Okay, so 3 pages and something happened. Stop debugging, run. and it's coming. This format also got applied, right? Manage subscribers, and yes, you see, we have paging, everything is working fine. Cool. So with this, we have completed our application. I learned a lot when I was building this project. In this video, you might have also, not might have, if you are following me since the beginning of this video, it is going to be very long video, and I learned a lot. There are so many things, and I'm sure you will also learn so many things. Do let me know in the comment how uh, what do you think about this video. Did you learn something new? Did you find this project useful? And yeah, so I think that's all for this. Uh, there is one more feature which we are missing, right? That page title. Right now, if you see this page title, which is in this browser, we have not set this page title accordingly. We should set this. Let's do this. And on this dashboard, I cannot think of what I can add on this dashboard. So I'll move this content to the center and let's have that welcome message only. You're free, you can do whatever you want with this dashboard. You can add whatever functionality or feature, whatever thing you want to add on this dashboard. So for me, let's first fix the titles, then I'll move this content to the center of the screen. So let's start. First thing, for titles, let's close all pages first, close all tabs, stop the application, and then what I'm going to do, I will open all the routable pages. So first we have in account pages login. After that we have in pages admin, dashboard, manage blog post, manage categories, manage subscribers, save blog post. After that we have blog post detail, category posts, home page, paged category posts. Alright, let's add the page title component. So page title, this is paged category page, right? So this should be the same, this thing what we have right here in the this heading. So what I'm going to do, I'll simply cut this thing and I'll add a property here. So private string, I'll call it page title, and I'll add this condition here like this with this thing, category, name, posts, and then this until the very end. After that, this thing. Okay, and then I'm going to use this underscore page title at both of these places. So insert page title and for this heading. Save. Let's go to home. On home we have home, which is fine, or we could have blazing blog v2, or let's do this. Let's do this. Let's create an utility method. I'm going to add it in extensions only, or uh, ideally it should not be in extensions, although it is going to be in utility method. Let's do this. Let's create a new class file. We'll call it utils, which is utilities. This is going to be static class with public static string get page title. with string title. Okay, so what I want here is, first I'm going to add the title, after that I'll add pipe, and then the name of the application, which is Blazing Blog V2. Okay, then I'm going to use this get page title to add page title. So here for our page title, I'll say get page title utils.get page title, utils.get page title, and I'll provide this underscore page title. Cool. So let's do the same thing for home. Here what I'm going to do, I'll say utils dot get page title and I'll pass home. So it will say home pipe blazing block v2. Category posts. So we have this featured in this category name. So we'll use this category name posts. So here what I'll do, same page title utils dot get page title, and here I'll say this category name plus posts. So Blazor posts pipe blazing block v2 like this. Then let's go to details page. So here I'm going to use page title with the utils dot get page title, and this time I'm going to have blog post dot title, just blog post dot title. If for now we'll have blank, then comes save blog post. So on this we can have page title and this condition, this header, update blog post or create a new blog post. This is dynamic. So what we can do, let's have this thing as a property. So here I'll say private string page title. Okay, because this is property, this should be page title like this. Naming convention should be like this. And here, where is this thing? It should be page title like this. And on this page title, we'll say utils dot get page title, page title. We had this somewhere else also, right? This thing. This should be page title, not underscore page title, because this is not a class level variable. This is a property. So let's fix this. Let's fix this. We are good. Home is fine. Category blog post is fine. Blog post detail is fine. Save blog post is also fine. Now manage subscribers. So here we can say page title utils dot get page title and manage subscribers. Save, manage categories. Let's copy this thing. Here we are on manage categories. So let's say manage categories, categories. Then this is manage blog posts. So let's say manage blog posts. Then we have dashboard. So here we'll say just dashboard, dashboard. Then login. We have page title login. So we'll change it to have like this, login, and we are good. Save everything and let's run it. So we'll see the updated page titles everywhere. After that we'll add the text to our dashboard. Okay, this is here. So you see here home blazing blog v2. Move to some category. So ASP.NET Core posts and this category. Now if I go to all, then this is same, and if I go to next page, then it should have page 2, you see. Then let's open up some details. So this is the details. After that, this, go to dashboard. Dashboard blazing block, manage categories. Manage categories, it did not set on manage categories. Manage blog post, no. Manage subscribers, no. On all of these pages it is not setting. Why so? Dashboard it got set, but not on manage category, manage blog post and manage subscribers. If I refresh it, nothing. What is the issue here? Dashboard is fine. Manage blog post, page title, page title, page title, this is fine, right? Page title, we have page title. So manage categories, manage subscribers, and what if do we have it on login? Log out, login. Yes, on login also we have it. Category pages we have. Login, login, home, dashboard, manage categories. Let's see what the issue is. Manage blog post, add new blog post. Add new blog post also we have everything. And if I edit it, update blog post, we have the updated title. But for these pages we don't have it. Let me see what the issue is. Okay, so the issue is, I think this is a bug. The problem is, if I come here, this page is fine, home page is fine, category page is fine, detail page is also fine, login page is fine, dashboard page is also fine, but manage categories, manage blog post and manage subscriber, for these three pages. And then if I go to add new blog post, then also the title, page title is getting saved. If I edit any existing blog post, then also it is working fine. So I got suspicious that what is special about these three pages. So the special thing about these three pages is these have pre-rendering false. So pre-render false, the page title is not getting uh, used for pre-rendering false. If I made it pre-render true, this is manage subscribers page. I save it, and now we see manage subscribers. Refresh. We need to rerun it. Manage subscribers. So it's here. Manage subscribers. You see, manage subscribers. So the thing is, if the page has interactivity with pre-rendering false, the page title is not getting saved. So okay, but in our case we are good, but this is a bug for sure. We need to raise maybe GitHub issue so that it should be fixed. But because these are admin pages, so we are okay with if this is not getting saved, but we have added the functionality, so everything is fine. Let's go to dashboard. On dashboard I wanted to set something, so let's use authorized view first. Inside this we'll use authorized. Inside this I'm going to use a div class text center, and then I'm going to use a p with a class p5, a lot of padding, and then I'm going to say h2 hello, and the context dot user dot get username. Okay, then let's use a line break, and then h3 with welcome to the admin dashboard. Admin dashboard. Save it. Let's run it. Let's see if we can see this text on the page. Okay, it is coming. Let's go here and hello, Abhay Prince. Welcome to the admin dashboard. So, the admin, this is fine. Manage categories. So, all the functionalities, everything is working as we demoed and as we expected. Everything works fine. Everything works great. Cool. Now all the features are done. Now let's clean the project up, right? Whatever things we are not using, we are going to clean. Most of the things are from identity. So let's remove all those things. So first accounts, pages, this uh, manage folder. Let's delete it completely. We are not using this. Inside paging, we are just using login. So remove all other pages, delete these. Then we have shared account layout. We are not using this layout, right? So let's, I think we are using status message component. Status message, yes, we are using status message component on login page. Apart from this, let's on login, what is the layout? Imports layout is account layout. Do we have anything in account layout? We have something, navigation refresh. Okay, we'll leave this account layout here and status message. Apart from that, delete everything. Then we have identity components route builder. Inside this, we are going to clean this file up. So here, perform login, external login, we are not using it. Delete this. We'll have logout in this. After this, manage, we are not using this manage group. So let's delete this. Logger factory, manage group, no, we are not using manage group. So remove this and remove these as well. Fine, we are just using account logout. So let's leave this and let's clean all these unused namespaces. Okay, after that, identity no email sender, this is being used defaultly, although this is not actually being used, but we can leave it. And all these, we'll leave all these here only. After that, we'll come to layout. In layout, we are using admin layout. We created footer, main layout, but nav menu, we are not using this nav menu. So let's delete this nav menu. We have created our own top nav bar, so we are using this one. Then in pages, admin, we have created it. We'll use this auth.razor. We are not using it, delete. Then counter, we are not using it, delete. Error, let's have it intact. Then we have weather.razor, we are not using it, delete this. Shared, we created this. Imports.razor, this is fine. App.razor, routes.razor, let's leave these. Data, we are using everything. Model we created, services we created, template we added. I think, yeah, that's all we wanted to clean. Then go to login page. So components, account, pages, login. On login page, we had that method which has this thing. So let's remove all this thing. And now this is login async. So we are using perform login async. This is direct single line. So let's do this. Let's go to the form, edit form, and let's use this instead of login user. Let's use perform login async. And then we can directly remove this login async method. Cool. So I guess we cleaned everything up. Let's check if we have something in program.cs. No, everything looks fine. Let's try to build it if everything is fine, or did we break something. So let's try to rebuild. Rebuild success. Let's try to run it. Okay, we have home page, we have category page, we have category all pages, we have next page, previous page, detail page, login, profile, dashboard, manage categories, manage blog post, manage subscribers, manage blog post, and this functionality also working, manage categories, working, add new category, working, everything is still working. Log out and let's see the subscribe, this one, temp7 temp7@gmail.com, subscribing, and thank you for subscribing. That means everything, all the functionality, everything is working same as before. We just cleaned the project. Okay, after this there is only one thing which is missing right now. On components, pages, admin, manage blog post. Here, when the blog post is published, we have this anchor tag which has this incorrect URL slash details. Let's fix this. So this should be slash posts slash at the rate context dot slug. Save and let's run it so that we can see that this is correct. Okay, it's here. Login, manage blog posts, and we have this announcing view 3 and this got loaded. That means this functionality is also working fine. Cool. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it for this video, for this project. This project is completed. Now please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel, and please let me know in the comment what next, what you want me to work on next. Any project suggestions, project ideas, I will see and I will work on your ideas. Okay, so I'll be back soon with some other cool project. Till then, bye bye.